Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. Be safe. Be free. The highway shimmered in the late August heat, and Brittany had been standing at the on-ramp for 20 minutes when the boy appeared. He materialised from the scrub grass like something the desert had decided to release. Lean, sunburned, with a canvas pack that had seen better years, and a posture that suggested he knew exactly how invisible he could make himself when necessary. They stood 15 feet apart, both watching the empty road. "You've been here a while," he said finally, not looking at her. "So have you, apparently." Brittany shifted her weight, aware suddenly of her clean clothes, her leather boots that cost more than most people spent on rent. "You were watching. Just arrived. But I can tell." He pointed at the gravel. "Your shadows moved." She almost laughed. Almost. Instead, she studied him properly. 17, maybe 18, with the kind of wariness that came from learning young that kindness usually had conditions. His eyes were the pale grey of rain on concrete. "I'm going west," she said, "if that matters." "Everything's west from here." He adjusted his pack. "Unless you're headed back east." "I'm not going back anywhere." Something shifted in his expression. Recognition, perhaps. A door opening just wide enough to see there was someone on the other side. A pickup truck crested the hill, and they both moved simultaneously, thumbs out, careful not to crowd each other's chances. The truck slowed. Brittany stepped forward, but the driver's eyes were already on the boy. "Room for both?" the driver called. They looked at each other then, really looked, and Brittany felt something click into place. Not attraction exactly, though that was there too, humming like power lines overhead. It was more like the recognition of a fellow traveller, someone else who understood that roads were for leaving, not arriving. "Sure," the boy said. He climbed into the truck bed, settling against opposite wheel. Wells. The driver accelerated and the wind made conversation impossible, which suited Brittany fine. She watched the landscape unspool. Gas stations, diners with broken neon, billboards advertising injury lawyers and the end times in equal measure. The boy watched the road signs like he was reading scripture. After 50 miles, the driver stopped at a crossroads town that barely qualified as 3 buildings and a memory. They climbed down, offered thanks, and stood in the parking lot of a Dairy Queen that had been closed since the previous decade. "You know where you're going?" he asked. "Away. That's not a place. It's the only place that matters." Brittany surprised herself with the truth of it. "What about you?" "I'm good at going away. Been doing it my whole life." He said it without self-pity, just fact. "I'm Eli." "Brittany." They didn't shake hands. "You hungry?" Eli asked. "Starving." They found a diner 2 blocks over, the kind of place where coffee was 25 cents and came in cups thick enough to survive a small war. The waitress, name tag reading Dolores, hair the colour of apricots gone grey, brought menus without being asked. Brittany ordered eggs and toast. Eli ordered the same, then quietly asked if they needed anyone to wash dishes. Dolores studied him with a particular X-ray vision of women who'd raised children through hard times. "You two running from something or towards something?" "Does it matter?" Brittany asked. "Honey, that's the only thing that matters." But Dolores walked away without pressing, returning 10 minutes later with their food and 2 slices of pie neither had ordered. "Dishwashers in the back if you want to work off your tab. Both of you." They spent 3 hours in a kitchen that smelled of grease and industrial soap, falling into an easy rhythm, Brittany washing, Eli drying and stacking, both of them careful not to ask questions that required yesterday as an answer. When they finished, Dolores handed them each $15 and pointed them toward a church 2 streets over. "Pastor Mike doesn't ask questions. Basement's open for travellers. Separate rooms," she added, looking at Brittany, "if you want them." "Thank you." Brittany said, meaning it. The church basement smelled of mildew and ancient hymnals. Pastor Mike was 60 and kind in the way of men who'd seen too much suffering to waste time on judgment. He showed them to adjacent rooms, concrete block, army cots, wool blankets that had been washed 1,000 times. Breakfast is at 7 if you want it, he said. Coffee's always on. They stood in the hallway between their rooms, and Brittany felt the strangeness of it. This sudden intimacy with someone whose last name she didn't know, whose past was a locked room she had no key to. "Why are you running?" Eli asked quietly. "Why are you?" "I asked first." Brittany considered lying. Instead, she said, "My family thinks safety and love are the same thing." "They're not." Eli nodded slowly. "My family thought love and possession were the same thing. Also not. So we're both escaping. Or both finding." He met her eyes, and Brittany felt the heat of it, the way his gaze seemed to inventory all the parts of herself she'd thought well hidden. "Good night, Brittany. Good night." She lay awake for hours, listening to the sound of his breathing through the thin wall, aware of him in a way that had nothing to do with sight and everything to do with recognition. This was dangerous, she thought. This feeling of being known without being claimed. This sense that someone could see her completely and still choose to stay. Outside, a semi shifted gears on the highway. The sound was lonely and perfect. They fell into partnership without deciding to, the way water finds cracks in stone, inevitable, natural, irreversible. 3 days became a week became 2. They moved through small towns like smoke, working dish rooms and farm, stands, sleeping in barns and empty rail cars, and once, memorably, in the cab of a broken-down school bus some artist had converted into a shrine to highway saints. Eli taught her to read roads, how to tell which on-ramps would yield rides, which truck stops offered day labour, how to move through the world without leaving traces. Brittany taught him that not all strangers were threats, that some kindness came without strings, that being seen didn't always mean being caught. They developed rules without stating them, no questions about before, no plans beyond tomorrow, no touching except what safety required. That last one was getting harder. In Oklahoma, they picked peaches in an orchard, where the trees grew in perfect rows and the owner paid in cash and fruit. They worked dawn to dusk, and Brittany discovered that physical labour had a purity to it, the simple equation of effort and result, the way her body became just a body, useful and animal and free. At night they sat, under trees heavy with unpicked fruit, and ate peaches until the juice ran down their wrists. Eli told her about learning to navigate by stars, about the summer he was 14 and walked 200 miles because staying was impossible. Brittany told him about cotillions and country clubs, about how wealth was a kind of beautiful prison where all the locks were on the inside. "Did you ever try to leave before?" he asked. "Once. I made it to the airport." She bit into another peach, savouring the sweetness. "They found me before I cleared security. My mother cried. My father looked disappointed. Neither asked why. What would you have said if they had? That I wanted to know who I was when nobody was telling me." Eli was quiet for a long time. Then, "I think you're brave. I think you don't know me well enough to say that. Maybe." He looked at her with those rain-grey eyes. "Or maybe I know exactly the parts that matter." The air between them charged like a coming storm. Brittany felt it in her chest, her throat, the pulse point at her wrist. It would be so easy to lean forward, to close the gap, to find out if his mouth tasted like peaches and possibility. Instead, she stood up. "We should sleep. Early start tomorrow." "Right." But he watched her go with an expression that suggested he'd felt it too. The almost, the not yet, the careful architecture of restraint. In Texas, they worked a county fair, running the ring toss booth for a carny named Jack who asked no questions and paid under the table. The fair smelled of fried dough and diesel fuel, and the Ferris wheel lit up the night like a carnival spacecraft preparing for departure. On their last night, after the crowds had thinned and Jack had counted the till, Eli turned to Brittany. "Come on." "Where?" "You'll see." He led her to the Ferris wheel where the operator, a girl not much older than them with tattoos covering both arms, nodded at Eli like they'd already made arrangements. "One ride," she said, "then I'm shutting down for the night." The wheel lifted them slowly and Brittany watched the fair shrink below, strings of lights, crowds moving like schools of fish, the whole temporary world of it. At the top, the operator stopped the wheel, leaving them suspended between earth and sky. "I bribed her," Eli admitted. "With what?" "Tomorrow's breakfast. I told her we'd cover the waffle booth first shift." Brittany laughed. A real laugh. The kind she hadn't known she was capable of anymore. "You traded waffles for this?" Seemed fair. He was looking at her instead of the view. "I wanted to give you something. This was all I had." The moment stretched, and Brittany felt every atom of space between them. His hand rested on the safety bar 3 inches from hers. It would take nothing to bridge that distance. Nothing and everything. "Eli," she said softly. "I know." His voice was rough. "Not yet." "Why not yet?" "Because when we do this," he stopped, recalibrated. "If we do this, I want it to be because we're choosing it. Not because we're running, not because we're lonely, because we're sure. And you're not sure. I'm terrified." He said it simply, honestly. "I've never wanted anything this much. That's new for me, wanting something you can't just walk away from." Brittany understood. She'd spent her whole life running from things people told her to want. This, Eli, the road, the strange, rootless freedom of it, was the first thing she'd run toward. "We should probably start the wheel again," she said finally. "Yeah." But neither of them moved to signal the operator, and they stayed suspended there, not touching, not speaking, just breathing the same air as the fair lights glittered below, and the night spread around them like spilled ink. The first sign of trouble came in New Mexico, in a town so small it didn't warrant a name on most maps. They were in a laundromat, washing clothes and minding their business, when a man in a suit too expensive for the setting walked in. He didn't have laundry, he had a photograph. "Excuse me," he said to Brittany, his smile professionally warm. "I'm looking for someone. Runaway girl about your age. Family's very worried." He showed her the photo, some stock image pulled from the internet, close enough to be plausible. "Haven't seen her," Brittany said, her voice steady even as her pulse spiked. "You're sure? There's a reward. $5,000. "I'm sure." The man's smile never wavered, but his eyes did an inventory. Her face, her clothes, the nervous way Eli had positioned himself near the door. "Well, if you do see her, there's a number on the flyer. Family just wants to know she's safe." He left the flyer on the washing machine and walked out. Brittany waited until his car disappeared before she allowed herself to shake. "We need to move," Eli said. "Now." They grabbed their half-dry clothes and were on the road within 20 minutes, hitching a ride with a long-haul trucker who talked about his daughter the whole way and asked no questions about why 2 kids needed to cover 300 miles before sunset. The incident changed something. The road, which had felt neutral before, neither friend nor enemy, just infrastructure, now felt watched. Every passing car became a threat. Every stranger became a potential informant. They stopped sleeping in churches, started moving only at night. Eli taught Brittany how to disappear, how to change her walk, her posture, how to make her face forgettable. "How long have you been doing this?" she asked. "Since I was 14. "And they never found you?" "They stopped looking," he said it flatly. "Eventually I became more expensive than I was worth." Brittany heard what he didn't say, that he'd made himself worthless on purpose, had learned to cost more in searching than in letting go. The cruelty of that calculation made her chest hurt. In Arizona, they'd fought for the first time. It started small. An argument about whether to take a ride from a trucker whose eyes lingered too long on Brittany. She said yes. Eli said no. And suddenly they were airing grievances neither knew they'd been storing. "You don't get to make decisions for me," Brittany said. "I'm trying to keep you safe." "I didn't ask for that. I asked for a travelling companion, not a bodyguard." "Maybe you need one. Maybe you need to trust that I can take care of myself." They stood on opposite sides of the truck stop parking lot, and the space between them felt wider than geography. When the trucker pulled away without them, they spent the night in hostile silence, sleeping back to back in a drainage ditch, close enough to touch and miles apart. By morning they'd thawed into an exhausted truce. "I'm sorry," Eli said. "I got scared." "Me too. I keep thinking they're going to find you, take you back. I keep thinking you're going to disappear." She looked at him. "That one morning I'll wake up and you'll be gone." "I wouldn't. You don't know that. People leave. That's what they do. Not me." His voice was fierce. "Not you." They walked 5 miles to the next town in silence, but it was a different kind of quiet. Not angry, not distant. The silence of two people learning that promises were more complicated than words. The breaking point came in Nevada. They were working a ranch, mucking stables and mending fence line, when a black SUV pulled up to the main house. Brittany saw it from the paddock and froze. The vehicle was too clean, too new, too deliberate. Eli saw her face. "Go." "What?" "Run, now. I'll meet you." "Eli." "Brittany, please, trust me." She ran. She made it 3 miles before her phone, which she'd kept off for weeks, which she'd convinced herself was safe because it was off, buzzed to life. One text message from a number she knew by heart. "We know where you are. We're bringing you home. This isn't negotiable." Her hands shook so badly she nearly dropped the phone. She turned it off, pulled the SIM card, threw both pieces into different trash cans. Then she kept running. She waited at their predetermined meeting spot, an abandoned gas station 12 miles north, for 6 hours. Eli never came. By nightfall she accepted what her heart already knew. He was gone, either taken or scared, or simply opting for the safer choice of being alone. She told herself it was fine, that she'd known this was temporary, that the road took things away as easily as it gave them. She told herself that right up until she found the note tucked under a rock at the meeting spot, written in Eli's careful print. "I'm sorry. I heard them talking. They're going to find you either way. This way, at least you have a chance. Don't come looking for me. Be safe. Be free. E." Brittany read it 3 times, memorizing every word, then tucked it deep into her jacket pocket. Then she let herself cry, just once, just for a few minutes, before she started walking. 83 days. That's how long it took for her family to find her. Not because they were especially competent, but because eventually even the most careful person makes a mistake. In Brittany's case, the mistake was returning to a town they'd passed through before, to a diner where Dolores remembered her and, with the best of intentions, mentioned to the wrong person that the nice girl from before had come back. They picked her up outside Albuquerque. 3 men in suits, polite and implacable, with a story about concerned parents and a minor child, and "Please come voluntarily, or we'll be forced to involve local authorities." Brittany didn't fight. She'd learned something in 83 days. Resistance without leverage was just theatre. The house was exactly as she'd left it. Enormous, tasteful, suffocating. Her mother cried and held her and asked no questions about why. Her father looked tired and relieved and disappointed in equal measure. They installed new locks on her bedroom windows, hired a security service, spoke of therapy and consequences and how much they loved her, in voices that sounded like lock mechanisms engaging. Brittany smiled and agreed, and waited. The first week she catalogued her prison. The security system had 3 vulnerable points. The guard rotation changed at 2 a.m. Her mother kept emergency cash in the same place she always had, trusting that Brittany didn't know, or perhaps trusting that knowing wouldn't matter. The second week she attended family dinners where her parents spoke about her as if she weren't there. She just needs time to readjust. The therapist says this is normal. We're doing this because we love her. Love apparently looked a lot like house arrest. The therapist they'd hired was kind but useless, asking questions about feelings when the problem wasn't emotional. It was architectural. You couldn't feel your way out of a cage. The third week, Brittany stopped pretending to cooperate and started actually cooperating. She smiled at the right times, agreed that running away had been frightening and confusing, let them believe that compliance meant surrender, that she'd finally understood they were right. Her mother visibly relaxed. The guards became less vigilant. Her father mentioned carefully that perhaps in a few months she could attend the local university, supervised of course, but a step toward normalcy. Brittany nodded and said that sounded reasonable, and watched her mother's eyes fill with relieved tears. That night, alone in her room with its expensive furniture and window locks, Brittany pulled out Eli's note from where she'd hidden it, not burned after all, but tucked inside a book her parents would never think to search. She read it for the 100th time. "I'm sorry. I heard them talking. They're going to find you either way. This way. At least you have a chance. Don't come looking for me. Be safe. Be free." He'd written it like a farewell, but Brittany chose to read it as instruction. Be safe. Be free. For the first time, she understood those weren't opposing forces. They were the same choice, just approached from different directions. Her family offered safety at the cost of freedom. The road offered freedom at the cost of safety. Eli had offered something else entirely, the chance to choose her own risks. She didn't know where he was, didn't know if she'd ever see him again. But she knew with absolute certainty that she couldn't stay, not because she was running toward him, but because she was running toward the person she'd started becoming on the road. The girl who could wash dishes for 3 hours and call it honest work. Who could sleep in a barn and wake up grateful? Who could look at a map and see possibility instead of predetermined paths? Brittany made her plan carefully, methodically, using everything Eli had taught her about being invisible, about reading patterns, about knowing when to move and when to wait. On the 21st day of her captivity, she decided tomorrow night. Not because she had somewhere to go, but because staying another day meant accepting that this beautiful prison, was the only life she deserved. Brittany left at 11:30. Not through the window. They'd anticipated that. She walked out the front door, past the security system she'd watched the installers wire, using the code her father's assistant had mentioned during a phone call about the wine cellar delivery. She took nothing but what fit in her pockets, cash from her mother's emergency envelope, her ID, and a small Swiss Army knife her grandfather had given her before he died, the only gift anyone had ever given her without expectation. The truck stop was 15 miles away, the one with the broken neon arrow they'd passed through together, back when everything still felt possible. She walked the first 5 miles, hitched a ride with a woman driving home from a night shift for the next 7, then walked the remaining 3 because she needed to arrive on her own feet. The parking lot was nearly empty. A single semi idled near the diesel pumps. The diner's windows glowed yellow against the darkness. No sign of Eli. Brittany found a bench outside and sat down to wait. 1 hour passed, then 2. She watched 18-wheelers come and go, watched the night shift waitress refill coffee for solitary truckers, watched the sky begin its slow rotation toward dawn. She told herself she'd wait until sunrise. That seemed fair. Give him until morning, then accept that he'd moved on, that the note had meant goodbye after all. At 3 a.m, headlights swept across the parking lot. A battered Honda coughed to a stop near her bench, and Eli climbed out slowly like he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. "You came," he said, his voice rough. "So did you." Brittany stood, her legs stiff from sitting. "How did you know?" "I didn't." He took a step closer. "I've been checking. Every place we stopped, every place that mattered. Tuesday and Friday nights, midnight to dawn, for 3 weeks. That's..." Brittany's throat tightened. "That's a lot of driving." "Yeah, well," he smiled, small and uncertain. "Turns out I'm not very good at moving on." "Me neither." She crossed the distance between them. "I just walked away from everything I've ever known." "How does it feel?" "Terrifying. Perfect." She looked at him. This boy who taught her that freedom was a practice, not a destination, who'd been driving hundreds of miles every week on the impossible hope that she'd come back. "Where did you get the car?" "Bought it. Legally, even." He held up the keys. "Guy at the depot owed me a favour. It's not much, but it runs." "Where are we going?" Eli smiled. "I don't know. That's not a very good plan. Best one I've got." He opened the passenger door. "You trust me?" Brittany thought about it. Really thought about it. Trust was the wrong word. Trust implied certainty, and there was nothing certain about what they were doing. This was faith, the kind that required closing your eyes and stepping forward anyway. "Yes," she said. They drove south, then west, then south again, following instinct rather than interstate. Eli had a road atlas from 1997, and they used it to find the places that didn't exist on GPS. Ghost towns and scenic overlooks, diners that still served coffee for a quarter, motels where the proprietors didn't ask for ID if you paid cash up front. 3 days in, somewhere in West Texas where the sky was bigger than physics should allow, they stopped at a roadside overlook. The sunset was painting the desert in shades of orange and gold, and Brittany felt something shift inside her, not settling exactly, but opening, making room. "We should talk about what this is," she said. Eli leaned against the hood of the Honda. "What do you want it to be?" "I don't know. I just know I don't want rules anymore. Not the ones my family made, not the ones we made for ourselves on the road." She turned to face him. "I want to choose you. Every day. On purpose. Even when it's hard?" "Especially then." He was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I've never stayed anywhere long enough to find out what happens next. I'm not sure I know how. So we learn together. What if I mess it up? What if I do? Then we start over." He smiled, and it was different from any expression she'd seen before. Not careful, not guarded. Open. "How's that for a plan?" "Terrible. I love it." Brittany crossed the distance between them and kissed him. Finally. And it was nothing like she'd imagined and everything she'd hoped for. His hands came up to frame her face, gentle and certain, and the world reduced to points of contact. His mouth, her heartbeat, the way he said her name like it was the first word he'd ever learned. When they pulled apart, the sun had slipped another inch toward the horizon. "We should find a place to sleep," Eli said, his voice rough. "We should." Neither of them moved. "Brittany?" "Yeah?" "I love you, just so you know." "I love you too." She leaned her forehead against his. "Where are we going tomorrow?" "I don't know. Does it matter?" She thought about destinations versus directions, about how home was never a place but a choice you made over and over, about how love was less like a rival and more like deciding which roads to take together. "No," she said, "it doesn't." They drove until the stars came out, then parked at a rest stop and slept in the back seat, tangled together in a way that was uncomfortable and perfect. In the morning, they'd figure out the next step: work, food, which direction to point the Honda. But for now, this was enough. The road stretching out in all directions, full of possibility. The knowledge that whatever came next, they'd face it together. Not because it was safe, but because it was chosen. Home, Brittany thought as she drifted towards sleep, wasn't where you ended up. It was who you decided to keep moving with. Something in her smile. The world was a blizzard of pink. In UNO Park, the cherry blossoms had reached their zenith, a transient, almost violent explosion of beauty that painted the air itself in soft hues. Petals drifted on the April breeze like perfumed snow settling on the shoulders of laughing families, clinging to the dark fabric of lovers' coats and dusting the surface of Shinobazu Pond with a delicate fleeting film. To Kenji Tanaka, the scene was a masterpiece of composition, a perfect frame. Yet, he felt nothing. He moved through the jubilant crowds with the practiced detachment of a seasoned photographer, his Nikon a cool metallic shield against the world's relentless joy. At 32, Kenji was gifted, his eye for light and shadow preternatural, but his heart was a shutter closed tight. A recent bitter breakup had scoured him clean of sentiment, leaving him creatively numb and personally adrift. The city, his lifelong muse, now felt like a stranger. In an attempt to rekindle some flicker of connection, he had begun a personal project he called Anonymous Souls of Tokyo, a series of portraits of strangers, stolen moments of their lives captured on his sensor. It was a kind of penance, an exercise in trying to feel something, anything again. He saw businessmen in sharp suits looking lost, young women with defiance in their eyes, old men whose faces were maps of forgotten streets. He captured them all with technical brilliance and emotional distance. They were subjects, pixels, nothing more. He was composing a visual symphony of loneliness in the heart of one of the world's most crowded cities. Then he saw her. She was standing alone, slightly apart from the throng that gathered beneath the most resplendent of the sakura trees. She was not posing, not angling for a selfie, not performing for an invisible audience. Her attention was wholly directed upwards, at the canopy of pink and white, and on her face was a smile. It was not a wide, performative grin. It was a quiet, private sunrise, a gentle, unself-conscious bliss that seemed to illuminate her from within, curving her lips in a way that spoke of a deep, simple joy. Yet, within that luminescence, Kenji perceived a flicker of something else, a story, perhaps a melancholy one, that made the joy all the more profound for its existence. It was a smile that didn't erase sorrow, but bloomed in spite of it. His photographer's instincts, the only part of him that still felt alive, took over. The world dissolved into a shallow depth of field, the laughing crowds blurring into a soft, impressionistic backdrop. Only she remained sharp, clear, essential. He raised his camera, the long lens bringing her closer, making the moment impossibly intimate. He adjusted the aperture, his fingers moving with a forgotten grace. He was no longer a documentarian, he was a witness. He pressed the shutter. The quiet mechanical click was an obscene intrusion, a sound that both immortalized the moment and shattered it. As if she had heard the tiny sound across the expanse of the park, her smile faltered. It didn't vanish, but it retreated, the light pulling back from her eyes. She sensed the observation, the theft of her private peace. Her gaze dropped from the blossoms, and for a half-second it swept vaguely in his direction. There was no recognition, only the instinct of a person pulling a curtain closed. Before Kenji could even think to lower his camera, to offer an apologetic bow, to try and form a single word, she turned. With a quiet fluidity, she merged with the stream of people flowing toward the station, her dark hair a disappearing comma in a sentence he desperately wanted to finish. He took a step forward, then another, his heart beginning a strange, unfamiliar rhythm in his chest. But she was gone. The crowd, a moment ago a mere backdrop, was now an impenetrable wall. He was left standing with the cooling metal of his camera in his hand and an image burned not only onto its memory card, but into the very architecture of his mind. Back in the sterile quiet of his apartment, the city lights beginning to prick the darkening sky, he uploaded the day's work. Face after face filled the screen, anonymous, empty. Then, hers. The image glowed. The smile was even more potent in stillness, captured in perfect high-resolution detail. It held a universe of feeling. He zoomed in, studying the curve of her lips, the slight crinkle at the corners of her eyes. It was a face that felt both ancient and new, a paradox of quiet contentment and unspoken longing. "Who are you?" he muttered to the silent room, the words tasting strange on his tongue. He had asked this of his city, of his subjects, of himself for months. But this time the question was not rhetorical. It was a plea. He leaned back in his chair, the glow of the screen illuminating his own stark expression. He had captured hundreds of faces for his project, anonymous souls. But this one was different. It didn't feel like he had captured a soul. It felt like one had captured him. He ran a hand through his hair, a knot of frustration, and a strange, terrifying hope tightening in his gut. Another face, he thought, the words hollow. Another story I'll never know. But his own internal voice betrayed him, a softer, more honest whisper rising from the depths. But this one feels like a story I was meant to read. The soft pastels of spring bled into the electric, humid vibrancy of a Tokyo summer. The cherry blossoms were a distant memory, replaced by the relentless green of new leaves and the oppressive weight of the air. For Kenji, the changing seasons did little to alter his internal landscape. He was living in a state of suspended animation, a quiet, persistent ache that had a name and a face, but no address. His apartment, a minimalist space of concrete walls and polished wood floors in Nakameguro, had become his monastery. By day, it was a studio where he worked with a renewed but hollow vigour. By night, it was a shrine. The city lights would paint shifting geometric patterns on his walls, but the only light he truly saw was the one emanating from the 27-inch monitor on his desk. On it, always, was the photo of the woman from the park. Unable to shake the image, and with a sense of fatalism he didn't understand, he had posted the photograph on his professional blog a few weeks after taking it. He hadn't used her face for his anonymous souls project. It felt too personal, too sacred for that somber collection. He had simply created a new post, uploaded the single image, and after a long moment of deliberation typed a caption: "Something in her smile." The internet, in its mysterious and voracious way, took notice. The image struck a chord. It was shared on Twitter, reblogged on Tumblr, posted on Instagram with heartfelt captions about finding joy in small moments. It became a symbol of fleeting beauty, of unposed authenticity in a curated world. News aggregators picked it up. Art blogs wrote short, glowing pieces about the unknown photographer who had captured the Mona Lisa of the Sakura season. The photograph went viral. It was an anonymous sensation, a ghost in the machine that everyone felt they knew. Fueled by a strange mixture of the public's interest and his own deepening fixation, Kenji made a few tentative efforts to find her. He revisited Ueno Park on weekends, his camera hanging uselessly at his side. He would stand by the same tree, now heavy with green leaves, and watch the faces in the crowd, a fool's errand in a city of 13 million. He wandered through different neighborhoods, Shibuya, Shinjuku, Ginza, his eyes scanning, searching for a smile that he knew he would recognize anywhere. But Tokyo was a vast, indifferent ocean. and he was a man chasing a phantom. His search was always half-hearted, crippled by a paralysing fear. What would he even say if he found her? "I stole a moment of your life and it made me famous." The thought made his stomach clench. Professionally, his life transformed. The viral photo acted as the world's most effective business card. Commissions poured in, portraits for magazines, ad campaigns for brands that wanted to capture that same authentic feeling. He was lauded, celebrated, and better paid than he had ever been. Yet, the success felt like a cruel joke. Every compliment, every new contract was a stark reminder of the woman he couldn't find, the source of his fortune to whom he could offer no thanks, no apology. The success was a frame, and the picture inside it was missing. He started to see her smile everywhere, in the turn of a stranger's head on the subway, in the soft light hitting a cafe window, in the brief, happy expression of a child. The world had become a gallery of her echoes. His ex-girlfriend, a pragmatic art dealer, had always mocked his sentimental streak. "Photography is a business, Kenji, not a religion," she'd said during their final scalding argument. To spite her memory, or perhaps to feed the new, tender part of himself that was stirring to life, he started doing something he hadn't done in years. He started reading poetry. He wandered the book-filled alleys of Jimbocho and bought slim volumes of translated verses, Rilke, Neruda, the stark haikus of Basho. He found a strange solace in the words of others who had known this same quiet, consuming longing. The words gave shape to the ache in his chest. One evening, his friend Haruki, a graphic designer with a sharp wit and a kinder heart than he let on, came over with beer and takeout. He found Kenji staring at the glowing screen, the famous photo illuminating his friend's haunted face. Haruki sighed, setting the plastic bags on the low table. "You're famous because of a ghost, man," he said, his voice gentle. "The photo is beautiful, a masterpiece even, but that's all. She is now. A picture. Maybe you should just let her be a beautiful memory." Kenji finally looked away from the screen, his eyes adjusting to the dim light of the room. "What if she's not a memory?" he asked, his voice low. "What if she's a question I'm supposed to answer?" Haruki popped the top on a beer and handed it to him. "And what if you find her, and the answer is just, she was having a good day? What then?" Kenji took a long drink, the cold liquid doing nothing to cool the suffocating feeling in his chest. He looked back at the screen, at the blue digital glow of the photograph that had become the sole source of light in his life. He didn't have an answer. All he had was the image, and the unshakable feeling that his life had been irrevocably cleaved into two distinct eras, before the smile and after. Autumn arrived and painted Tokyo in sombre, magnificent hues. The oppressive humidity of summer broke, replaced by a crispness that carried the scent of wood smoke and ginkgo leaves. The city seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, settling into a quieter, more contemplative mood. It was a season that suited Kenji's heart. His obsession had not faded, but it had changed. The frantic, searching quality had mellowed into a kind of gentle melancholy, a companion he had learned to live with. He no longer scoured crowds for her face. Instead, he sought out quiet places, the places where he imagined a person with a smile like hers might find solace. Temple gardens, small art galleries, and most frequently the backstreet cafes of Jimbocho, the city's book district. One Tuesday evening the sky opened up, a steady drumming rain washing the neon glow of the city into long, slick ribbons on the pavement. Kenji found himself in a small, intimate poetry cafe, a place called the Gilded Page. The air inside smelled of old books, brewing hojicha tea and damp wool. It was a haven, a world apart. He was there to listen, to feel something other than the familiar ache of his own longing. He was not searching. He took a small table in the corner, nursing a cup of tea, and let the atmosphere envelop him. A young woman with short, dyed blue hair stood at the front, reading her work from a crumpled notebook. Her voice was soft but clear. Her poems about the transient beauty of cicada shells and the loneliness of vending machine lights. A fleeting stillness, she read, like the pause between raindrops, a moment of grace before the world rushes in again. As the line settled in the quiet room, Kenji heard a soft, almost inaudible sigh from the table next to him. It was a sound of perfect, empathetic understanding. He glanced over, his curiosity piqued, and the world stopped. It was her. He knew it with a certainty that defied logic. She was sitting alone, her profile turned to him as she watched the poet. She was without the radiant smile of the photograph. Her expression was contemplative, almost sad, her brows slightly furrowed in concentration. Her hair was a little shorter, and she wore simple dark-rimmed glasses that she hadn't had on that day in the park, but it was her. The elegant line of her jaw, the delicate shape of her ear, the quiet, centered stillness she possessed even in a room full of people. Seeing her in the flesh, so close, so real, was like being struck by lightning. He froze. His blood turned to ice in his veins, then to fire. For months he had rehearsed this moment in 1,000 different daydreams. He would be suave, charming, apologetic. He would explain everything. Now, faced with the reality of her presence, he was paralyzed by a tidal wave of doubt. The chasm between the ghost on his screen and the living, breathing woman a few feet away was terrifyingly vast. What right did he have to speak to her, to drag her private moment from the past and lay it at her feet? The reading ended. A polite smattering of applause filled the room. People began to shift, to chat with their neighbours. She blinked, as if coming out of a trance, and a small, wistful smile touched her lips as she gathered her things. She was getting ready to leave. Now or never, a voice screamed inside him. Say something. Anything. Don't let her walk away again. His body moved before his mind could veto it. He stood up, his chair scraping softly against the floor. He walked the few steps to her table, his heart pounding a deafening rhythm against his ribs. "Excuse me," he said. The words came out as barely a whisper, hoarse and uncertain. She looked up, her expression politely questioning. Her eyes, magnified slightly by her glasses, were dark and deep. He swallowed, his throat dry. I know this is going to sound strange, but I'm the photographer who..." He couldn't finish. The words were too crude, too presumptuous. Recognition dawned in her eyes, slow and then sudden. A complex series of emotions flickered across her face. First, a shadow of annoyance, then a flash of embarrassment, but they were quickly replaced by something else, a gentle, weary curiosity. She knew exactly who he was. "Oh," she said softly. "The picture." "I'm sorry," he rushed to say, the words tumbling out of him. "I know it was an intrusion. I should have asked. I never meant for it to become what it became." She looked down at her hands, which were resting on a slim volume of poetry on the table. "It's okay," she said, though her voice held a note of reservation. "It was just a very private moment, made very public. It was strange seeing my own face looking back at me from a stranger's phone." They stood in a moment of awkward silence, the hum of the cafe around them. Kenji's mind was a blank. He had found her. Now what? He could feel her preparing to give a polite nod and leave forever. "I liked the poem about the cicada shells," he said, grasping for any thread. Her eyes met his again, and a genuine small smile appeared. It was not the smile from the park, but it was just as captivating. "Me too," she said. "It's hard to explain that kind of beauty to people." They talked then, not about the photograph, but about the poetry, about the soothing sound of the rain against the cafe window, about the strange comfort of being anonymous in a city of millions. Her voice was as he had imagined it, soft, measured, thoughtful. When she finally stood to leave, he said, "The station is a few blocks away. It's raining hard. Could I walk you? I have an umbrella." She hesitated for only a second before giving a small nod. "Okay." Outside, the rain was a silver curtain. He opened his large black umbrella and she stepped under it, the space suddenly intimate and charged. Their shoulders brushed as they walked. He was acutely aware of the warmth of her arm next to his, the scent of her hair, a faint mix of rain and something clean, like soap. They walked in silence, the rhythm of their footsteps and the drumming of the rain on the taut fabric above them the only sounds. It was a shared silence, not an empty one. Under the small dark canopy of the umbrella, they'd created a tiny private world, a moving island of stillness in the glistening, chaotic heart of Tokyo. A few weeks passed. The crispness of late autumn began to sharpen into the distinct chill of impending winter. Their meetings, which had started with the shared umbrella, had become a quiet, steady rhythm in the cadence of their lives. A series of coffees, of walks through parks now carpeted in gold and crimson, of more poetry readings at the gilded page. A fragile bridge was being built between them, plank by careful plank. He learned her name was Akari. He learned she was a librarian at a small university, a custodian of stories. He learned she cared for her aging, widowed father, a life of quiet duty that she spoke of with love and a faint, uncomplaining weariness. He learned that her smile in the park had been a rare, stolen moment of escape, a deep breath taken in the midst of a life that demanded so much of her. He never once asked to photograph her again. He was afraid to turn her back into a subject, to put the lens between them once more. One chilly Saturday, after a long walk, he found the courage to ask her back to his apartment. "I'd like to show you my other work," he said, his voice betraying a nervousness he couldn't hide. The real work, the anonymous Souls collection. He needed her to see the rest of him, the part that existed before and beyond her famous smile. He needed her to see the man who'd been searching for connection in the faces of strangers long before he found hers. She agreed with a quiet nod. His studio apartment was minimalist and clean, the scent of photographic chemicals and old paper hanging faintly in the air. The walls were lined with large black and white prints, a gallery of his silent conversations with the city. There were no smiling faces here. There were portraits of exhaustion, of defiance, of quiet contemplation, of hidden grief. Each one was rendered with a stark, empathetic honesty. Akari moved through the space with a reverence that soothed his thrumming nerves. She didn't offer effusive praise. Instead, she was silent, her eyes taking in each face, each story told in shadow and silver halide. She saw what he saw. She understood. She stopped before a portrait of an old man sitting on a park bench, his face a road map of a long and difficult life, his hands knotted with arthritis, resting on a worn wooden cane. She reached out, her fingers hovering just over the surface of the print, as if she could feel the texture of his skin, the weight of his years. "You see people," she said, her voice soft with awe. "You don't just look at them. You see what's inside." Her words landed in his chest like a revelation. In that moment, watching her see his work, really see it, he understood the utter foolishness of his long quest. He had been obsessed with understanding her, with uncovering the story, behind her smile as if it were a mystery to be solved. But he didn't need to know her story to be captivated by her. He simply needed to see her, and he had, from the very first moment. The photograph wasn't the beginning of a mystery. It was the answer to a question he hadn't even known he was asking. The confession that had been lodged in his throat for months finally broke free. "That's what I felt, that day in the park," he said, his voice thick with emotion. He stood beside her, the gallery of lonely souls bearing witness. "I felt like I could see everything, right in that one moment. And it wasn't about fame or a viral photo. It was about feeling something real for the first time in a very long time. That picture, it didn't change my career. It changed me." The confession hung in the air between them, raw and vulnerable. She turned from the photograph to face him, her dark eyes searching his. The space between them was electric, filled with everything that had been left, unsaid over coffees and rainy walks. She stepped closer, closing the small distance. She raised a hand, and her touch on his cheek was tentative, a question. It was not the spark of sudden passion, but the slow, inevitable drawing together of two celestial bodies that had been in each other's orbit for months. He didn't move to kiss her. He didn't dare. He simply stood there, letting the warmth of her palms seep into his skin, a feeling of profound homecoming. He responded not with hunger, but with a deep, shuddering sigh of relief, as if a great weight he hadn't known he was carrying had finally been lifted from his shoulders. Then she leaned in and pressed her lips to his. He kissed her, like he was breathing her in after a lifetime of holding his breath. It was a kiss of gratitude, of recognition. Each gentle brush of his mouth against hers seemed to deepen the ache in his chest, transforming it from something painful into a resonant, beautiful longing. His hands, acting of their own accord, came up to trace the delicate line of her back, the movement drawing shivers from her that left them both breathless. When their bodies pressed together, it was fire and fragility all at once, a dance of need and tenderness, of silent questions and resounding answers. There was no rush to undress, no fumbling with clothes. This was not about that. It was about the astonishing discovery of being held, of being seen. It was about the profound, soul-deep comfort of finally being home. Later, as the city lights twinkled outside his window like a distant, beautiful chaos, he made her a cup of tea. They sat together on his simple sofa, the shared warmth of the single mug passing between their hands. They didn't speak much. They didn't need to. In the quiet of his studio, surrounded by the souls he had tried so hard to understand, he had finally found his own. Winter settled over Tokyo, stripping the trees bare and painting the sky in shades of pearl and grey. It was a season of stillness, of quiet introspection, and its stark beauty mirrored the new landscape of Kenji's heart. His relationship with Akari unfolded with the same quiet, easy rhythm. There were no grand pronouncements, no dramatic declarations. Their love was a garden they tended to with gentle hands, its roots growing deeper in the rich soil of shared silence and easy laughter. He photographed her constantly, but these images were different. They were not for his blog or a gallery wall. They were for him alone. He captured her sleeping, the morning light tracing the curve of her cheek. He captured her laughing, her head thrown back, a joy more radiant than the one he'd first seen. He captured her reading in his armchair, lost in a world of words, her glasses perched on her nose. He was no longer capturing a muse on a pedestal, but documenting the exquisite, ordinary miracle of the woman he was getting to know. One afternoon, Akari was at his apartment reading while he worked at his computer. She looked over and noticed something was different. "You took it down," she said, her voice soft. Kenji swiveled in his chair. "Took what down?" "The photo," she said, gesturing to his screen. "From your blog, the famous one." He had deleted the post the night before. The image of something in her smile no longer lived on the internet. He turned back to her, a gentle smile on his face. "I don't need that memory anymore," he said simply. "I have the reality." In that small act, he was letting go of the past. He was no longer the heartbroken photographer defined by a lucky shot, no longer the man obsessed with a ghost. He was the man who made tea for Akari, who knew the sound of her breathing in the dark, who was building a life not on a fleeting image, but on a foundation of love. A week later, he accompanied her to visit her father. They took the train to a quiet suburb, the city giving way to smaller houses with neat gardens. Her father was a frail but sharp-witted man who spent his days tending to his bonsai trees. He greeted Kenji with a polite, appraising eye, but as he watched his daughter's easy happiness, the way she would glance at Kenji and share a silent, secret smile, the old man's expression softened. It was a simple afternoon of tea and conversation, but the act of being there, of being accepted into the quiet fabric of her life, was a commitment more profound than any spoken vow. Later that day, they walked through a traditional Japanese garden near her father's house. The air was still and cold, their breath pluming in front of them. The maples were bare, their branches stark, beautiful lines drawn against the grey sky. Ponds, still as glass, reflected the quiet heavens. He stopped on a small arched bridge and simply looked at her. Her cheeks were pink from the cold, her dark eyes bright. A stray lock of hair had escaped her scarf. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He felt a love for her so immense, so complete. It was a physical presence in his chest. He didn't need to say the words. She saw it in his eyes. She saw it in the way he smiled at her, a smile that was all his own, but one that she had taught him how to find again. That night, back in the warm sanctuary of his apartment, the chill of the winter garden still clinging to their coats, they moved with the quiet, graceful accord of two people who no longer needed words to speak. He helped her out of her heavy wool coat, his fingers brushing the nape of her neck where the cold had kissed her skin. A shiver, not from the cold, traced its way down her spine. The world outside was a monochrome painting of stark branches and a sky the colour of polished steel. But here, inside, the air was soft and warm, smelling of the genmaicha tea he was already preparing. The ritual was its own form of intimacy. The pouring of hot water, the rising steam, the way their fingers brushed as he passed her the simple, handleless cup. They sat not on the sofa, but on the floor by the low table, the heat from the cups warming their hands. Akari had changed into one of his own white oversized shirts after a bath. The cotton soft against her skin, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. The top few buttons were undone, revealing the elegant column of her throat and the delicate hollow of her collarbone. It was an image of profound domesticity and startling eroticism. She was wearing his life, making it her own. He watched her over the rim of his cup, his photographer's eye now an artist's soul, drinking in the sight of her. The way the soft lamplight caught the curve of her cheek, the gentle way she held the cup in both hands, the fall of her dark, damp hair against the white cotton. She looked up and met his gaze, and in her eyes was a knowing welcome, an invitation that sent a current of heat through him, chasing away the last of the winter chill. He set his cup down. She mirrored the action. Without a word, he reached across the small table and took her hand. He led her to the sleeping area, a space partitioned only by a shoji screen that filtered the city's ambient glow into a soft, milky light. He didn't release her hand until they stood before the simple futon on the floor. There, he turned to face her fully. His hands came up not with haste, but with a reverence that made her breath catch. He gently traced the line of her jaw, his thumb stroking her bottom lip. It was a touch that said, "I see you, all of you." He leaned in and kissed her, a kiss entirely different from their first. That had been a discovery, a breathless question. This was a statement, a poem. It was slow and deep, a taste of tea and winter air, and a longing that had finally found its harbour. His hands slid from her face to the collar of the shirt. With infinite slowness, he undid the next button, and the next, his knuckles brushing the warm skin of her chest. The shirt fell open. He didn't remove it, but let it drape from her. Shoulders, a frame for the art of her body, bathed in the soft, forgiving light of the paper screen. His gaze was a physical touch, tracing the gentle slope of her shoulders, the soft curve of her stomach. She wore nothing underneath but a pair of simple white tabby socks, a charming, vulnerable detail that made his heart ache with tenderness. He knelt before her, his hands finding her waist, and drew her closer until her body was framed perfectly in his gaze. He rested his cheek against the soft skin of her belly for a moment, his arms encircling her, holding her as if she were the most precious, fragile thing in the world. She gasped softly, her fingers tangling in his hair, a silent permission, but he didn't stay there. It was an act of worship that had only just begun. With a reverence that made her tremble, he pressed his lips to her skin, breathing in the unique, intimate scent of her that was clean and warm and wholly Akari. His kiss, a tender, mapping exploration, began a slow descent. He moved lower, past her navel, into the soft territory where her body curved inward. Her breath hitched. His touch moved with the patient focus of an artist, intent on learning every line, every texture, every secret. When his lips finally found the warm, secret heart of her, a sharp, broken gasp escaped her lips. Her fingers, which had been resting gently in his hair, now clutched him, anchoring herself as the world began to tilt on its axis. Her back arched in a silent, involuntary offering. A wave of heat, powerful and profound, washed through her, a pleasure so intense it bordered on pain and undoing. It started from that single, devoted point of his worship and radiated through her entire being, making her knees weak, her mind a beautiful empty sky. He held her there, at the very peak of that shattering wave, his name a prayer on her lips, until she was undone completely by the tender, selfless reverence of his love. He rose, his lips tracing a path of fire from her, stomach to the hollow of her throat. He kissed the frantic pulse he found there before claiming her mouth again, this time with a rising urgency. The slow, tender conversation was escalating, their bodies beginning to speak a more ancient, fevered language. The shirt slid forgotten to the floor. Skin met skin in the cool air, and the contact was electric, a silent explosion of warmth and need. He laid her down on the futon, following her, covering her body with his own. His hands moved with a gentle, reverent familiarity, rediscovering paths they already knew and charting new, secret territories. He learned the rhythm of her breath, the music of her sighs. There was a playfulness in their touches, a quiet laughter that echoed in the still room as his fingers interlaced with hers as she arched to meet his every caress. It was not the frantic collision of strangers, but the seamless, fluid intertwining of two souls who had finally found their native tongue. Their shared breath fogged, the cold window pane obscuring the distant city lights, creating a sacred, shimmering world that contained only the two of them. Their movements found a rhythm, a dance as slow and sure as the turning of the earth, as urgent and elemental as a rising tide. It was a love that was less about a consuming fire and more about a generative, brilliant heat, the kind of heat that forges, that purifies, that makes two things irrevocably one. In the final, breathless moments, the world dissolved into pure sensation, a shared gasp, a tightening of grips, a silent, shattering peak where their souls seemed to leave their bodies and meet in the space between them before settling, like soft snow, back into the profound, soul-deep peace of being utterly known. Afterwards, lying tangled together under a thick quilt, Akari traced the line of his jaw with her finger. "What are you thinking about?" she whispered into the darkness. He turned his head, his lips finding her forehead. He thought of the man he used to be, the man who used his camera as a wall, observing life from a safe distance. He thought of the months he'd spent searching, chasing a feeling he couldn't name. "I was just thinking," he said, his voice soft with the truth of it. "I spent so long searching for the woman in the photograph for an explanation for her smile." He paused, pulling her closer, breathing in the scent of her hair. "But I was looking for the wrong thing. The person I truly needed to find was the man I became when I finally looked away from the picture and into your eyes." And in the quiet darkness, with the warmth of her body pressed against his, Kenji knew he was finally home. The story wasn't in the single captured moment of a smile, but in all the quiet, unphotographed moments that came after. Smoke and Sapphires. Rain pelted the glass roof of the Parisian auction house, where high society mingled in tailored suits and glimmering gowns. The item of the night, the coveted blue siren sapphire, was rumoured to be worth more than a king's ransom. Its origin was steeped in myth. Sailors once believed the gem called out like a siren song to drag men beneath the waves. Tonight, it was perched on a rotating pedestal under bulletproof glass, surrounded by an aura of impossible desirability. For Jade Kaufman, the blue siren was just another job, albeit one with a higher risk and an even higher reward. 27 years old, resourceful, and infamous in the underground for her flawless thefts, she prided herself on leaving no trace behind except rumours. Growing up in the foster system had taught her not to expect loyalty or kindness, but it had also forged her into someone with unbreakable survival instincts. She moved like a shadow across the rafters, invisible to the partygoers below. Though she wore a form-fitting black jumpsuit that allowed for maximum flexibility, she felt the weight of the hidden compartments carrying her tools, glass cutters, specialised wires, and lock-picking devices. She had a plan for each step of this heist, but plans could always go wrong. The stakes, more than she liked to admit. The auctioneer's gavel fell with a resounding crack, announcing the final sale. 50 million euros. Polite applause rose from the crowd, cameras flashed, and the tension in Jade's chest tightened. Now was her moment. She exhaled slowly, counting heartbeats, and rappelled down a near-invisible cable toward a section of the glass roof that was briefly out of view of the security cameras. Once on a narrow ledge, she inserted a small disc that scrambled the alarm system for precisely 30 seconds. The hush of the device felt like a countdown in her mind. 30 seconds to cut through the glass, descend, snatch the sapphire, and vanish. She executed each move with a precision that came from years of practice. The glass cutter made a near-silent hiss, and a perfect circle fell into her gloved hand. Another breath, and she dropped onto the pedestal's platform. The vaulted ceilings and the swirling lights created a surreal glow around the blue siren. Jade's heart pounded in her throat as she lifted the gem from its cushion. For a millisecond, the large sapphire shimmered in the palm of her hand, its facets catching every glare of gold from the overhead chandeliers. 15 seconds left. She braced herself, replaced the gem's stand with a weighted dummy to keep the sensor from triggering, and latched onto her cable. She soared upward gracefully, adrenaline singing through her veins. She'd done it again, or so she thought. The instant she cleared the roof, an alarm shrieked through the building. An edge of panic touched her as she darted across the dark rooftop, hooking up a rappelling line to the next structure. Something was off. Her scramble device wasn't supposed to fail so suddenly. She reached the alley, the sapphire tight in her grip. The plan had been to pass the gem to her contact, a fence known simply as Rodung, a man with a reputation for under-the-radar dealings. He waited near a sleek black car, a grin slashing his face. "Jade, you truly never disappoint," he said in a low murmur, taking the gem from her. His voice quivered in that excited, greedy way she'd heard countless times. "Payment's in the bag." She unzipped the small satchel he handed her. Her stomach twisted when she noticed it was empty except for a single bullet rolling at the bottom like a cruel joke. "I'm sorry about this," Rodan whispered, voice trembling with guilt or maybe fear. She whirled around to see more men stepping from the shadows, men she recognized from hush-hush rumours in the black market gem trade. Their suits were immaculate. Their eyes were cold. One of them stepped forward. "Mr. Castellano wants to see you." The name Castellano rang like thunder in her mind. The Castellano cartel dominated the illegal gemstone circuit across continents. The rumour was that Adrian Ash Castellano was the new kingpin after a messy, bloody power struggle within his own family. He was known for his iron grip, for incinerating enemies in terrifying ways. Jade's heart thundered like a war drum. Rodan had set her up for them. Before she could think, arms seized her, pinning her body. She lashed out, elbowing one of the men in the face. A burst of satisfying pain shot up her arm, and the man cursed, stumbling back with a bleeding nose. But there were too many of them. 4, 5, maybe more. A cloth drenched in something acrid was clamped over her mouth. She tried to scream, but everything blurred. She fought the encroaching darkness with every fibre of her being, mentally counting down her last conscious moments. The smell of the city's wet pavement turned nauseatingly sweet. Her knees buckled, and the last thing she saw was Rodan's pale face as he backed away, eyes skittering with regret. Jade's final coherent thought was that she had lost the blue siren, and that she was about to be delivered like stolen goods to the most dangerous man in the underworld. She drifted in and out of a fever dream, memories twisted with illusions, a soft mattress beneath her, the steady hum of an engine, possibly on a plane, then the bass thump of loud club music, felt rather than heard, a cold compress on her forehead that smelled faintly of citrus. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a silent car ride over uneven cobblestones. When she surfaced from the haze for real, she found herself in a room that screamed wealth. Mahogany floors, marble walls, a chandelier made of glass so clear it seemed to float in mid-air. Her lips were chapped, and her wrists bore bruises, but she was free of handcuffs. If this was a prison, it was the kind lined in silk. She swung her legs over the bed's edge, noticing that someone had changed her into a satin robe, likely to check for concealed weapons or trackers. A jolt of revulsion shot through her. There was a large mirror on the adjacent wall, reflecting the warm glow of wall sconces. She scanned the space, an ornate door in front, plus a smaller side door that might lead to a bathroom. No visible cameras, but given whose den she had likely ended up in, she assumed they were hidden. On the nightstand, a single red rose in a crystal vase stood next to a folded note. She lifted it with trembling fingers. "Your talents precede you. Welcome to Barcelona." AC. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The door opened to reveal a man with broad shoulders, dark hair precisely swept back, and eyes the colour of onyx. He wore a crisp vest over a black dress shirt, sleeves rolled up to reveal corded forearms. A faint scar traced his jawline, as if to declare he'd been through real violence. He studied Jade with a predatory calm. This had to be Adrian Ash Castellano. The air in the room thickened, and Jade's pulse pounded. "You made quite an impression in Paris," he finally said, voice quiet but resonating with power. "I've wanted to meet the elusive Jade Kaufman for a long time." His gaze flicked down to the note in her hand before returning to her face. The corners of his lips curled into a smile that was neither warm nor cold. It was the smile of a man used to having control. Jade's throat felt dry. She wanted to fling the rose in his face to demand her freedom. But something about the lethal confidence in his posture stopped her. She remembered the stories. Men who crossed Ash ended up missing, or worse. He gestured with a slight tilt of his head. You have something of mine, or rather, you stole it in Paris. Now you'll repay that debt, one way or another. Jade swallowed, her mind racing for an exit strategy. She'd always survived on her own terms. But this time, she had a sinking feeling she was about to discover just how complicated survival could become. Jade stood at the threshold of the lavish penthouse suite in Barcelona, her bare feet against the cool marble, a swirl of dread and defiance clashing in her chest. She had no illusions. She was a captive, just one with gilded shackles. Adrian Ash Castellanu's presence was a suffocating force. Though polite on the surface, he exuded that brand of quiet menace only the truly powerful possess. Every object in the penthouse, from the imported rugs to the antique paintings, declared wealth. Yet it felt sterile, as if no real life ever thrived there. Jade wondered if that reflected Ash himself. All shine, no warmth. He lounged on a leather chair near a panoramic window that overlooked the Barcelona skyline. Nightlights gleamed over the city like fallen stars. In front of him lay a mahogany coffee table bearing a folder, an elegant crystal, decanter, and 2 tumblers. Sit, he said calmly, motioning to the sofa across from him. Jade hesitated, scanning for potential weapons or escape routes. Her instincts told her there might be a chance if she caught him off guard. But his men were undoubtedly outside the door and she lacked her gear. Reluctantly, she settled onto the sofa. Ash handed her a tumbler. "Drink," he commanded. When she made no move, he rolled his eyes and took a small sip from his own glass. "It's not poisoned, if that's what you're afraid of." Jade sniffed it. Whiskey, smooth and strong. She took a measured sip, hoping the burn would sharpen her frayed nerves. He leaned forward. "So, let's talk about the blue siren. You cost me a great deal of inconvenience and money." "You don't strike me as the type to worry about loose change," Jade replied, her tone biting. She wanted to provoke him, to see cracks in his composure. A flicker of amusement lit his gaze. Bravado. Admirable, if not misguided. "I knew you would try for the sapphire in Paris. That's why I had Rodain in place." She set her glass down. "Then you know I'm worth more to you alive than dead. So what's your plan? Ransom? Torture for kicks? Or do you fancy turning me into your personal cat burglar?" Ash's jaw tightened, but his voice remained calm. "You're perceptive, Miss Kaufman. Indeed, I want your services. You owe me, and I prefer to collect debts through utilization of talent rather than brute force. If you refuse, I'll deliver you to a less forgiving party, Interpol or certain other individuals who'd relish your downfall. Alternatively, you can work off your debt stealing for me." She hated the chill of his words, more so because they were true. She doubted there was a safe corner of the world where she could run now that Ash Castellano had her in his sights. "What if I say no?" she challenged. He shrugged, a gesture too casual. "Then you spend the rest of your life in prison, or in a shallow grave, depending on who claims you first. You're smart enough to see that's not a bluff." A knot of fury formed in her throat. She had always loathed having her freedom stripped away. Memories of her childhood in foster homes where every rule felt like a cage came rushing back. She clenched her fists. "Fine, I'll do it. But on one condition. Once this is done, you let me go. Clean break." He paused, swirling the whiskey in his glass as though contemplating. "That's what a bargain is, Jade," he said at last, letting her name roll off his tongue with a strange intimacy. "You deliver, I release you. No strings. For now." Over the next few days, Jade explored the penthouse's halls. each corridor leading to opulent rooms decorated with priceless art. The windows, however, were bulletproof and impossible to open from inside. Security cameras were discreetly embedded in corners. At intervals she saw well-dressed guards who politely averted their eyes, but she could sense their readiness to pounce. A private tailor arrived with racks of designer clothing just her size. Jade scowled, feeling like a doll being dressed for display. She selected only practical items: black trousers, form-fitting tops, boots that wouldn't hinder her movement if she decided to make a run for it. She hadn't seen Ash much. Rumour had it he was dealing with fallout from a smuggling ring gone sour. But on the third day, he summoned her to a penthouse library. Jade stepped inside cautiously. Shelves of leather-bound books rose to the ceiling, and a single massive window offered a breathtaking view of the city. Ash stood behind a carved wooden desk, pressing a phone to his ear. A silver laptop was open, showing an array of security feeds, warehouses perhaps, or secret vaults. He ended the call abruptly upon her entrance, then gestured for her to come closer. "I have your first assignment," he said, sliding a folder across the desk. She flipped it open. Photographs and blueprints revealed a grand mansion in Amsterdam with a vault rumoured to contain a rare emerald pendant. A note at the bottom read, "Owner under watch by Interpol. Proceed with extreme caution." Jade's adrenaline spiked. He continued, "My buyer wants that emerald. Your partner for this job will be Valentina Yates, my second in command. Do as she says. She's thorough." Jade's eyes narrowed. "I don't do well with partners." "Neither do I," Ash replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. "But you'll cooperate if you value your continued existence." Before she could retort, he nodded to a side door. Valentina Yates strode in, a tall, raven-haired woman with a gaze so cold it could crack glass. She wore a tailored suit, exuding an aura of no-nonsense efficiency. "Ready, Kaufman?" Valentina asked without preamble. Her tone was clipped, her posture ex-military. Jade matched her stare. "If it means getting out of this penthouse, absolutely." They departed at dusk via a private jet from Barcelona's El Prat airport. Valentina barely spoke, lost in her laptop. Jade used the time to memorize the mansion's layout. She noted security cameras, potential infiltration points, and an intricate plan to bypass motion detectors. The air hummed with an unspoken tension. Jade suspected Valentina disapproved of her, maybe even resented that Ash had singled Jade out. But Valentina's loyalty to Ash seemed unbreakable, which made Jade wary. Hours later they arrived in Amsterdam's cold drizzle. A sleek black SUV whisked them away to a discreet hotel. Valentina gave Jade a final set of instructions. "We strike tomorrow night. Our insider at the mansion has arranged a window of opportunity lasting exactly 15 minutes. There'll be Interpol presence in the area, so keep your head down." Jade nodded. "And Ash? Where is he?" Valentina's expression hardened. "He's got his own matters to handle. Don't worry yourself about him. Focus on the job." Under the cover of darkness they approached the mansion, a palatial estate with manicured lawns, stone fountains and patrolling guards. Jade wore a black bodysuit under a dark hooded cloak. Valentina coordinated from a vantage point near the gate, scanning security frequencies. Once Jade scaled the high fence, her muscle memory took over. She avoided the cameras by slinking along the estate's blind spots. The drizzle turned the grass slick, forcing her to dig her fingers into the soil for stability. Near the side entrance, she used a keypad scrambler to unlock the door, stepping inside with cat-like silence. Her heart pounded in her ears, but she kept her breath even. The mansion's interior was an opulent labyrinth. She crept to a hidden corridor leading to the vault. The informant had guaranteed no guards would patrol there for precisely 5 minutes. The vault's lock was a complicated puzzle of rotating discs, but Jade's nimble fingers deciphered the mechanism swiftly. When the heavy door finally swung open, she saw it, an emerald pendant resting on a velvet cushion. It was mesmerizing, the gem reflecting a deep green glow in the dim light. Her earpiece crackled with Valentina's voice. "Move quickly, we have 2 minutes left." Jade slipped the pendant into a protective pouch. Just as she closed the vault door, footsteps echoed down the corridor. The insider's timing had failed, or perhaps Interpol had changed their pattern. She had no time to worry about whether it was a double cross or mere bad luck. She pressed herself against the wall, listening to the footsteps pass. After the guard disappeared around a corner, Jade sprinted back the way she'd come. She nearly collided with a second guard rounding a corridor, forcing her to slide behind a potted plant. He paused, scanning the area, but moved on. Heart hammering, Jade made it outside and scurried across the lawn toward the fence. Once over, she darted into the cluster of hedges where Valentina was waiting, disguised as a groundskeeper. Valentina slid a glance at the emerald pouch. "Got it?" Jade held it up, panting. "Good, let's get out of here." Back at the hotel, Valentina examined the emerald pendant under a small flashlight. She nodded, satisfied. Ash will be pleased. They flew back to Barcelona that same night, exhaustion creeping into Jade's bones. She wondered if completing the job actually brought her closer to freedom, or just pulled her deeper into Ash's world. The next evening, Ash summoned her to his study. She entered, tossing the emerald to him with a forced casualness. He caught it mid-air. "Nicely done," he murmured, a hint of approval lighting his features. "You continue to impress." Jade folded her arms. "So, that's one job done. How many more before I'm free of this arrangement?" He set the emerald on his desk. "We'll see. Jade, trust is earned piece by piece. Rest for now. New instructions will follow." Before she could protest, he turned away, his posture dismissive. Jade left with her teeth clenched, hating how he played her like a chess piece. Yet an unsettling warmth flickered inside her. Had she seen a spark of admiration in his eyes? Or was it simply her imagination? Life in Ash Castellano's penthouse turned into an odd dance of tension and anticipation. Jade no longer felt like a caged animal. She had partial freedom to roam the estate, but only under the watchful eyes of discreet guards. She was part prisoner, part asset. And when Ash was near, she felt something else entirely. He invited her to high-stakes poker nights, where the world's elite and underworld met in a swirl of tuxedos, diamonds, and swirling cigar smoke. Jade, despite her distaste for such gatherings, recognized an opportunity to glean information about Ash, his operations, and a possible weakness to exploit. Yet, each time she studied him, she found his guard up, face unreadable except for fleeting moments of curiosity when their eyes met across the room. Late one evening, after a particularly tense game, Ash pulled Jade aside. He handed her a small velvet box. Inside was a sapphire pendant, darker in hue than the blue siren, but still mesmerizing. "For the fire in your eyes," he said, his voice low. Jade laughed bitterly, unsure whether he was mocking her or sincerely offering a gift. The tiny sapphire felt heavy with meaning. She hesitated. "Why?" she finally asked, eyes drifting to the gem in her hand. His lips curved into a half-smile. "Because I can." It was an answer that told her everything and nothing. The power dynamic was still in his favour. He might view her as a treasure he'd acquired. But there was a peculiar gentleness in his tone, as though he saw something in her that mirrored a part of himself. That night, she paced in her room, the sapphire pendant glinting, on the bed. She wanted to throw it out the window to demonstrate she couldn't be bought, but a deeper part of her ached. For years she'd kept the world at arm's length, relying only on her skill. Yet something in Ash's eyes, his loneliness perhaps, resonated with her own sense of isolation. While she wrestled with her thoughts, there came a soft knock on the door. Ash stepped inside without waiting for permission. He wore a black silk shirt, unbuttoned at the collar, and the tension in his posture hinted he was waging a silent war within himself. "I should have knocked properly," he said quietly, glancing around her room. Jade raised an eyebrow. "Surprised you bother with politeness now." He let out a soft chuckle. "You're free to kick me out." "Am I?" she asked, bitterness lacing her tone. A flicker of pain crossed his face, but he pressed on. "I want to show you something." He gestured toward the hallway, and curiosity, along with a desire to end, the suffocating tension, made her follow. They walked to his study. This time, instead of taking her behind the desk, he led her to a large painting on the wall, an abstract piece with violent streaks of red and black. He pressed a hidden latch, and the painting swung open, revealing a safe. Punching in a code, he opened it. Inside were documents, stacks of cash, and a single photograph that he took out carefully. It depicted two young boys with bright smiles, arms around each other, standing on a sunlit dock. "This was me and my brother Diego years ago," Ash said, his voice wavering slightly. "We were close once. Our father ran the family business, smuggling gems. Diego was older but reckless. We had dreams of taking the business legit, but things changed." He paused, gaze turning distant. "Diego betrayed us. He tried to align with a rival cartel, nearly had me and our father killed to seal the deal. I had no choice but to confront him. The confrontation escalated. Our father died in the crossfire. Diego fled. I never forgave him, or myself." Jade studied his face in the dim light, seeing the raw torment etched into his features. She'd expected a hardened criminal, not a man burdened by regret. "Why tell me this?" she asked softly. "Because you might understand," he replied, setting the photo back. "That feeling of always being alone, mistrusting everyone, including your own blood, and because you're not just a pawn in my game." His final words lingered, heated by an undertone of longing. It happened unexpectedly. Perhaps it was the weight of confessions, or the vulnerability Ash rarely displayed. But Jade found herself leaning closer. The tension between them ignited. He reached out, brushing a strand of her hair aside. She closed her eyes, inhaling the faint scent of his cologne, smoke and spice. His lips hovered near hers, and in that breath of uncertainty, she realized she wanted it. She wanted to feel alive in a way she'd never allowed herself. Their mouths met in a fierce, bruising kiss that tasted of desperation and pent-up desire. They stumbled against the desk, scattering papers. Jade poured years of anger and longing into that moment. Ash responded with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. This was more than a power play. It was two people drowning in the same darkness, clinging to each other for a taste of light. When they finally broke apart, gasping, Ash's forehead rested against hers. "You're the storm I never saw coming," he whispered. Jade opened her eyes, heart pounding. She saw fear in his, a fear of losing control, of caring too much. Before she could speak, the phone on his desk buzzed, shattering the quiet intimacy. Ash pulled away, breath ragged. He grabbed the phone. "Yes?" A flash of anger crossed his features. "What do you mean, we have a problem?" He muttered a curse, his gaze flicking to Jade with a mix of apology and frustration. "I have to handle this." Jade swallowed hard, stepping back. The moment had ended, but it left a crack in the walls she'd built around herself, and a fissure in his stoic persona. A week later, word reached them from Dubai. Diego Castellano, Ash's older brother, had resurfaced after years of staying hidden. The rumour was that he'd commandeered a rival cartel, forging alliances with extremist groups that valued precious gems as untraceable currency. The atmosphere in Ash's penthouse chilled overnight. Guards appeared at every corner. Valentina doubled security protocols. One evening, Jade was in the library, pretending to browse books while eavesdropping on a hushed conversation between Valentina and Ash. She overheard enough to catch that Diego was planning something big, something that threatened Ash's entire operation. Later, an anonymous message reached Jade on a secure phone she'd hidden in her room. The voice on the line was scrambled, but she recognized the slight Spanish accent. The caller's content was more startling than the voice itself. "Ash killed our father. He's lying to you. Everything he's told you is a facade. Don't let him make a fool of you." The line went dead before Jade could respond. She tried calling back. No luck. Was it Diego? If so, was he telling the truth? A knot formed in her stomach. Ash had said Diego's betrayal led to their father's death. But what if the blame wasn't so simple? As the days passed, Jade's thoughts turned restless. She was falling for Ash, or at least the tender illusions he allowed her to see. But if he'd lied about his father's death, what else might he have concealed? She couldn't openly ask him. That would raise suspicions. Instead, she spent nights in the penthouse's small office, hacking into restricted files. She found references to the Castellano patriarch's demise, but the documents were heavily redacted. There were hints that their father had been shot in a warehouse, both sons present, but no official conclusion on who pulled the fatal trigger. Jade's heart pounded with each new clue. Was she letting desire blind her to Ash's darker secrets? She recalled how effortlessly he manipulated her life. Could he have done the same with the truth about his father? Valentina summoned Jade to a private lounge for a briefing. She laid out the next operation, a black opal heist in Italy that promised to fetch an obscene sum. But Jade's mind was elsewhere, on Diego's warning, on Ash's possible deception. At the end of the briefing, Valentina stared hard at Jade. "Something's off with you lately. Don't let your personal entanglements compromise your focus," Jade bristled. "No risk there." Valentina's gaze was icy. "Good, because Diego Castellano isn't playing around. If you get tangled in his web, you'll regret it." Jade forced a cool nod. Inside, she was torn. If Ash had lied, Diego might be the lesser evil, or maybe both were devils. She was caught between warring shadows, uncertain which flicker of light to follow. On the eve of their departure to Italy, Ash found Jade pacing by the balcony, the city lights shimmering below them like restless spirits. The tension between them was suffocating. She wanted answers but feared what she might discover. He approached from behind, gently laying a hand on her shoulder. She flinched, fighting the urge to confront him right then. Instead, she turned and pressed her lips to his in a desperate kiss. For an instant, his arms wrapped around her, and she leaned into the solace of his warmth, trying to forget the serpents of doubt coiling in her mind. But as they parted, and their gazes locked, Jade saw that same wariness. Something had shifted irreversibly. Tomorrow they would face dangers from the outside world, but tonight it felt like the real battle was already raging inside them. Italy beckoned with promises of beauty and danger. Jade, Ash, and a small team landed in Florence under cover identities. Their target was a secluded estate owned by a private collector, rumoured to harbour an exquisite black opal necklace worth millions on the black market. But Jade carried more weight than her infiltration gear. Diego's warning, "Ash killed our father," echoed in her mind. She had not confronted Ash yet. She needed tangible proof. Anxiety gnawed at her, threatening to undermine her razor-sharp focus. They scouted the estate, noting guards armed to the teeth, advanced surveillance, and a treacherous layout. Valentina was in charge of logistics, while Jade was once more the point person for the break-in. The plan was airtight, until it wasn't. Halfway through disabling the estate's security grid, the lights flared back on, sirens blared. "Ambush!" Valentina's voice crackled through Jade's earpiece. "Get out now!" Jade sprinted down a corridor lined with Renaissance paintings. She found Ash cornered by armed men. Without thinking twice, she hurled a smoke grenade, covering their retreat. Gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off marble. As the smoke thickened, she seized Ash's hand, guiding him toward the exit. The moment they were clear, Ash whipped around, suspicion blazing in his eyes. "You told Diego, didn't you? You sold me out." Jade's chest tightened in outrage. "I never—" He cut her off, voice razor sharp. "Don't lie. My father's memory might mean nothing to you, but I won't die in a trap orchestrated by my own blood." Something inside Jade snapped. "If you trusted me, you'd know I'd never do that. But you don't, do you?" She almost spat out the question about his father's death, but held back at the last second. The chaos surrounding them wouldn't allow for deep conversations or confessions. Valentina appeared, helping them fight off 2 more guards. The team evacuated into black SUVs, speeding through the Tuscan countryside until they reached a safe house. The heist was a complete failure. They'd barely escaped with their lives, and a few flesh wounds. Back at the safe house, tension sizzled like a live wire. Ash paced the floor, Valentina cleaned her pistol in brittle silence, and Jade fumed in a corner, her heart banging against her ribcage. Finally Jade rounded on Ash, fury fueling her words. "You accuse me of betrayal, but maybe you're the one who set this up. A test of loyalty, or something twisted to confirm your paranoia." Her voice cracked with pent-up frustration. Ash glared. "I lost men out there. Don't suggest this was a game." "Then maybe you're just incompetent," she fired back. Though regret stabbed her immediately. She knew that would sting. Ash's jaw clenched, but he said nothing. Valentina intervened, stepping between them. "Enough. We need to regroup and figure out how Diego orchestrated this. One of our inside men must have flipped." Her gaze lingered on Jade, implying Jade might be that flipped asset. Jade scoffed in exasperation, whirling around to go to her room. She needed to get away before she said something she couldn't take back. That night, Jade made a decision. She couldn't continue drowning in half-truths and accusations. She needed to know the truth about Ash, about the father he might or might not have killed, and about Diego's real motivations. While the rest of the team was busy securing the perimeter, Jade slipped away. She found an unlocked car in the safe house garage and hotwired it. She realized she had no clear destination, only an overwhelming urge to be free from the swirl of lies. Driving down a moonlit road, she called a contact in Paris, someone who specialized in forging new identities. If she could confirm Ash's story and find a safe place, she'd decide her next step. Yet, she'd barely gotten a few miles when headlights flared behind her. A black motorcycle roared up, weaving dangerously close. Jade recognized the rider, Ash. He pulled up beside her window, motioning for her to pull over. Fear and anger clawed at her. She accelerated, hoping to outrun him, but he cut in front, forcing her to stop. They screeched to a halt on the deserted roadside. Ash yanked off his helmet, eyes ablaze. "You're running," he demanded, stepping toward her car. Jade jumped out, slamming the door. "I have no choice. You won't tell me the truth. You don't trust me. You treat me like a thief in a gilded cage." He grabbed her arm. "You are a thief, and you've stolen more than you realize." She met his gaze, tears threatening to blur her vision. "Let go." His grip loosened, but he didn't release her. The road was silent except for the hiss of the wind through olive trees. Emotions warred on his face. Anger, desperation, something else unspoken. Finally he let her go. "If you truly want out, go. But know this. If you walk away, Diego will come for you. He wants to use you against me. He's even more ruthless than I am." Jade swallowed the lump in her throat. "Then that's my burden to bear." For a long moment neither spoke. Then Jade got back into the car and drove off, leaving Ash standing in the glow of the motorcycle's headlight, his expression a portrait of heartbreak and rage. Jade returned to Paris, the city where this nightmare began. She rented a cheap room in a nondescript building, feeding the landlord a fake name. Days turned into a week, marked by paranoia and isolation. She kept to back alleys, changed her appearance with a wig, avoided her usual hangouts. A gnawing emptiness followed her every step. The more she tried to forget Ash's haunted eyes, the more they consumed her thoughts. She felt fractured, unsure of where she stood in this war between brothers. Then one evening, as she slipped into a dimly lit cafe, she spotted Valentina, sitting alone at a corner table. Jade's pulse spiked, suspecting a trap. But Valentina waved a white napkin in a gesture of peace. Cautiously, Jade joined her. The hush of the cafe enveloped them, the smell of espresso cutting the tension. "Why are you here?" Jade demanded, ready to flee at the slightest threat. Valentina leaned forward, voice low. "Diego has mobilized a personal army. He's planning to assassinate Ash at a meeting in Istanbul. You might not care about the cartel, but I know you care about him." Jade's heart thumped. "Why should I believe you?" Valentina's eyes flashed. "Because I know Ash better than anyone. He made mistakes, yes, but he didn't kill his father. Diego's the one who set up the entire thing, possibly even pulled the trigger. Diego's men have been feeding you lies to turn you against Ash. I came because, despite everything, he still trusts you, and I don't want him dead." After Valentina left, Jade couldn't sleep. She roamed the Paris streets until dawn, mind roiling. If Valentina was telling the truth, Jade had been a pawn in Diego's revenge plot. The realization made her blood run cold. She pictured Ash, his guarded smiles, the vulnerability he'd shown, the way he'd risked everything to build an empire after losing his father and brother. A sharp pang of longing and regret speared through her. She might be the only one who could warn him in time, but returning to him meant trusting again, an act that felt alien and perilous. Yet, something stronger than fear pulsed in her veins. She wanted to protect the only man who'd ever dared to see through her hardened exterior. Whatever twisted form their connection took, it was real to her. As dusk fell the next day, Jade packed her gear. She made some calls, calling in old favours for travel documents. By midnight she was on a cargo plane bound for Istanbul, determined to reach Ash before Diego struck. All the while, she clung to the memory of that shared kiss in the study, the raw honesty in his eyes. If she was risking her life, it might as well be for the one person who made her feel alive. Istanbul's Grand Bazaar pulsed with life, a chaotic blend of colours and scents. Beneath its vibrant exterior, an underworld deal was about to happen. Ash Castellano stood in a secluded corner of a warehouse near the Bosphorus Strait, accompanied by a handful of loyal guards. He looked more tense than ever. Word on the street was that Diego had orchestrated this meeting to negotiate, but everyone knew it was a trap. Jade watched from the rafters, heart pounding. She'd arrived just in time to witness Diego's men slipping into position, rifles gleaming under fluorescent lights. A chill ran through her. She had to act now or Ash would be cut down in a hail of bullets. When the first shot rang out, Jade leaped into action, dropping from the rafters behind a stack of crates. She lobbed a flash grenade that disoriented Diego's men, then darted forward to where Ash took cover behind a steel pillar. He started to aim, his gun, until recognition flickered in his eyes. "Jade?" She gave a nod, breath ragged. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. Diego, he lied to me. I'm here to help." Emotions cascaded across his face. Shock, relief, anger, maybe even a hint of gratitude. But there was no time to talk. Diego himself strode into view, flanked by bodyguards. The older brother's face wore a triumphant sneer. "This ends now, Ash," he spat, levelling a pistol. "And this time I won't miss." Gunfire erupted from every direction. Jade and Ash fought back to back, covering each other in a deadly dance of bullets and cunning. At one point, Jade rolled across the concrete floor to grab a fallen weapon, taking out 2 of Diego's men. She realised she was fighting not just for survival, but for a chance at redemption, for both her and Ash. Valentina arrived with reinforcements, pushing Diego's men into retreat, but Diego himself remained, determined to kill his brother. He cornered Ash. Behind a shipping container, pistol aimed at Ash's chest. Jade, hidden behind a nearby crate, took a shot that grazed Diego's arm. He howled in pain, pivoting the gun toward her. Ash seized the moment. He lunged, wrenching the weapon from Diego's grasp. A scuffle broke out, brutal and personal. In the end, Ash pinned his brother to the ground, chest heaving, gun pressed to Diego's temple. Diego glared, panting. "Do it, brother. Prove you're just like me." Jade felt her heart spike. Would Ash pull the trigger? The seconds stretched like wire about to snap. Finally, with a growl of rage, Ash hurled the gun aside. "No," he said, voice shaking. "I'm not you." Valentina's men secured Diego, who spat curses as they dragged him away. Jade knelt next to Ash, heart in her throat. He had a bleeding gash on his arm, but it seemed superficial. Cradling his face in her hands, Jade looked into his eyes, tears wetting her lashes. "I'm sorry I doubted you." Ash exhaled, a shuddering breath. "You saved my life. Twice now." They helped each other up, battered but alive. The city lights of Istanbul glittered outside like 1,000 possibilities. For the first time, Jade believed in something more than just survival. A gentle ocean breeze caressed Jade's skin as she stood on the sun-drenched balcony of a secluded island villa. The horizon was a tapestry of turquoise waves and golden sunlight. She sipped from a cup of spiced tea, letting the salty air soothe her. Behind her, Ash emerged, dressed casually in linen pants and a half-buttoned shirt, a faint scar visible on his forearm, one of the many they'd both acquired. After the showdown in Istanbul, rumours spread that Adrian Ash Castellano and his infamous jewel thief accomplice had vanished, presumed dead or in hiding. The truth was more nuanced. They decided to step away from the black market empire altogether, leaving Valentina to handle the transition to legitimate ventures, or dismantle them if she wished. Now, on this remote island, they ran a private security firm specialising in the protection and recovery of rare artefacts, flipping their skills from theft to preservation. It felt like a surreal twist of fate, yet it also felt right. Jade's hand absently touched the ring on her finger. Its centrepiece, the blue siren sapphire, once a symbol of her captivity, now it sparkled as a testament to a shared destiny. The memory of their stormy path still brought flashes of pain and regret, but they found solace in building something honest side by side. From the open doorway, Ash smiled. "Ready for our next job? There's a lost manuscript in an auction house that needs protecting." She turned, a playful glint in her eye. "Let's go steal it before anyone else tries then. Old habits die hard after all." He chuckled, crossing the balcony to stand beside her. Their hands entwined, and for a moment the ghosts of their past receded, replaced by the pounding of the ocean against the shore and the simple warmth of each other's presence. No matter the shadows that lingered, they had found a form of freedom in the very thing that once bound them, trust in one another. Even if tomorrow brought fresh storms, tonight they stood together, hearts still beating in unison amidst the quiet hum of the surf. bitter moon, bright star. Harvey Davenport squinted against the low autumn sun as he guided his dun gelding down Silver Creek's main thoroughfare. The small Montana settlement had the distinct smell of a town caught between civilization and wilderness, sawdust and manure, whiskey and wood smoke. His back ached from 3 days in the saddle, tracking a man who'd ultimately proven not worth the trouble. The bounty for Carl Weber had barely covered expenses. 15 years of hunting men had taught Harvey one immutable truth. The price on a man's head rarely matched the cost of bringing him in. Mayor Julian Collier's telegram had been cryptic but promising. Urgent matter requiring discretion and experience. Compensation generous. Harvey had learned to read between the lines of such messages, usually a wealthy man wanting revenge without legal entanglements. The mayor's office occupied the upper floor of the general store, announced by a weather-worn sign. Harvey secured his horse and climbed the exterior staircase, boots leaving imprints in a thin layer of dust. Davenport, Collier greeted him, rising from behind a desk cluttered with papers. The mayor was a slight man with spectacles and thinning hair, the kind who'd never skinned a knuckle in a fight. Grateful you came so quickly, Harvey removed his hat but remained standing. Your telegram mentioned generous compensation. Indeed. $500 for 3 months' work. Harvey raised an eyebrow. That's steep for a small town. Who needs killing? The mayor blanched. Good heavens, no. I'm not hiring you to hunt anyone. I need protection. For yourself? For our new school teacher, Miss Florence Hart. Harvey stared at the man, certain he'd misheard. A school teacher? She arrived last week from Boston. Brilliant young woman, educated at Mount Holyoke Female Seminary. The mayor paused, looking uncomfortable. Silver Creek has been under William Tate's thumb for too long. His gang controls everything from cattle to mining claims. Miss Hart represents something Tate can't abide. Progress, education, civilization. And you think a schoolmarm can change that? I think education changes everything, Mr. Davenport. But first, she needs to survive long enough to teach. Harvey paced to the window, looking down at the street where a group of children chased a rolling hoop. I'm not a nursemaid. No, you're a man with a reputation for staying alive in situations where others don't. Collier opened a desk drawer and removed an envelope. Half now, half when her term ends in December. Harvey weighed the envelope in his palm. It was heavy with coin. Where do I find her? The schoolhouse at the edge of town. You can't miss it. Indeed he couldn't. The one-room schoolhouse stood alone on a gentle rise, painfully new against the weathered landscape. Fresh-cut lumber still leaked sap from its seams, and someone had planted flowers along the walkway, a futile gesture in the Montana autumn. Through the open door he heard a woman's voice, melodic and clear. Now, who can tell me where we might find the Rocky Mountains on our map? Harvey leaned against the doorframe, observing without announcing himself. The schoolteacher stood before a dozen children of various ages, gesturing to a large cloth map hung on the wall. She wore a practical blue dress. Her honey-brown hair swept into a loose knot at her nape. "They're right here," piped a small boy. "Excellent, Thomas." She beamed as if the child had solved complex mathematics instead of identifying the most obvious geographical feature in their territory. Harvey cleared his throat, and 26 eyes swiveled toward him. 12 pairs belonging to children, 1 to the teacher, and the last his own reflection in the small mirror by the door. "May I help you, sir?" Her smile remained, but caution entered her eyes. "Harvey Davenport. Mayor Collier hired me." Understanding dawned on her face. She turned to her students. "Children, please practice your letters while I speak with Mr. Davenport." She approached with an extended hand. "Florence Hart, I've been expecting you, though I did express to the mayor that this arrangement seems unnecessary." Her grip was firm, her palms slightly chalked from the blackboard. Up close he noticed her eyes, amber flecked with green, direct and unflinching. "Mayor's money, Mayor's worries," Harvey replied, removing his hat. "I'll be staying close, keeping watch. Mr. Davenport, I appreciate the concern, but I've come to teach, not cower. These children need education more than I need protection. With respect, Miss Hart, you don't know William Tate. I know men like him exist everywhere, just wearing different clothes. In Boston, they wore fine suits and called themselves businessmen while exploiting immigrant children in factories." Her chin lifted slightly. "I didn't bend to them, and I won't bend to Mr. Tate." Harvey almost smiled at her. Naivety. Almost. Those Boston men probably didn't gut people for sport. Colour drained from her face, but her posture remained straight. "I see. Well, I won't be frightened away, Mr. Davenport. These children deserve better. Most folks deserve better than they get, Miss Hart. Doesn't change how things are." "Perhaps not," she replied, her voice soft but steel-edged. "But it absolutely changes how things will be." Harvey watched her return to her students, marvelling at the peculiar mixture of innocence and determination. 3 months suddenly seemed interminable. He'd met her type before, idealists who believed goodness would triumph simply because it should. They were always the first to fall when reality came knocking with blood-stained knuckles. She wouldn't last a week. That night, as he secured the schoolhouse, Harvey noticed a figure watching from the tree line. He drew his Colt but made no move toward the shadow. A warning shot would only confirm the watcher's suspicions about the schoolteacher's importance. Instead, he deliberately turned his back and continued his checks, keeping the figure in his peripheral vision. The message was clear. "I see you, but I'm not concerned." When he turned again, the shadow was gone. Florence's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Is someone there?" She stood in the doorway of the small cabin adjacent to the schoolhouse, a shawl pulled tight around her shoulders. "Just the wind," he lied. "Go back inside." She studied him for a moment, those amber eyes too perceptive. "You're not a very convincing liar, Mr. Davenport. And you're not very good at following directions, Miss Hart." A smile ghosted across her face, a failing my own teachers often noted. "Good night, Mr. Davenport." As her door closed, Harvey settled on the porch steps, rifle across his knees. The Montana night unfurled around him, stars pricking the velvet darkness. An owl called from somewhere distant, a lonely sound that echoed his own hollow spaces. 3 months of protecting a woman who believed kindness could overcome cruelty. It was like being hired to shield a candle from a hurricane. The irony wasn't lost on him. Once he'd been the one with faith in humanity's better nature. Once he'd believed in things like justice and hope. Once, before Bitter Creek. The schoolhouse door displayed a fresh-burned message by morning: "Leave or bleed." Florence traced the charred letters with her fingertips, leaving sooty smudges on her skin. Well, they certainly lack subtlety. Harvey, who'd been inspecting the surrounding ground for tracks, straightened with a scowl. "This isn't a joke, Miss Hart." "Do I appear to be laughing?" She met his gaze steadily. "Intimidation tactics are the weapons of small men, Mr. Davenport. I won't dignify them with fear." With that, she retrieved a bucket of whitewash from the supply shed and began coating the damaged door. Her methodical brush strokes revealed nothing of her thoughts, but Harvey noticed the slight tremor in her hands. "You should consider returning to Boston," he said, leaning against the schoolhouse wall. Florence continued painting, not sparing him a glance. "I should consider many things, Mr. Davenport. The migration patterns of monarch butterflies, the mathematical principles behind cathedral architecture, the proper preservation of wild berries for winter consumption." She paused, finally looking at him. Abandoning these children isn't among those considerations. The arrival of her students ended their conversation. Harvey watched as Florence transformed, her apprehension tucked away behind genuine warmth as she greeted each child by name. He positioned himself by the window, scanning the tree line while the lesson progressed inside. "Mr. Davenport?" A small voice interrupted his surveillance. A girl of perhaps 7 stood beside him, clutching a slate. "Miss Hart says you might help me with my numbers." Harvey frowned. "I'm not a teacher." "She says you're good at calculating distances and angles for shooting." The child spoke matter-of-factly. "I don't understand fractions." He glanced at Florence, who was helping another student. She gave no indication of having orchestrated this interaction. "Let me see," he said gruffly, taking the slate. 20 minutes later, Florence dismissed the children for their midday meal. She approached Harvey, who was still working with the girl. "So if you have 3/4 of a pie, and you eat 1/3 of that amount, what do you have left?" he was asking. The child's face scrunched in concentration. "Half a pie? How'd you figure that?" 3/4 times 1/3 is 1/4, so 3/4 minus 1/4 is half. "That's right. You're quick." The girl beamed and hurried off to join her friends outside. "Sarah struggles with arithmetic," Florence said, sitting beside him on the bench. "Her father's a trapper, rarely home. She helps her mother manage their supplies, so fractions are essential for her." Harvey grunted, uncomfortable with her approving gaze. "Shooting requires math. Nothing special about it." Florence gathered papers from a nearby desk. "You know, Mr. Davenport, for a man so determined to appear heartless, you have remarkable patience with children." "Children are different," he said after a moment. "They haven't had time to become monsters yet." "And adults have?" "Most." He stood, eager to escape her scrutiny. "I'm going to patrol the perimeter." Over the following weeks, an uneasy routine developed. Harvey kept watch while Florence taught. Occasionally, despite his resistance, he found himself drawn into lessons, explaining tracking methods for geography, demonstrating how to calculate a horse's travel distance for mathematics. The children, initially wary of his scarred face and taciturn manner, gradually began greeting him each morning. One boy even presented him with a whittled wooden horse crudely carved but recognisable. "Mr. Davenport, might I ask a favour?" Florence approached him one afternoon as the children departed. "Depends on the favour." "I need to visit Miller's Crossing tomorrow. There's a shipment of books arriving by stage, and supplies I ordered for our harvest celebration." Harvey frowned. "Miller's Crossing is 15 miles. "Indeed, which is why I've arranged to borrow Mr. Peterson's wagon. We could depart after breakfast and return before dark." "We?" "Unless you plan to abandon your duties for the day," she challenged, a hint of mischief in her eyes. The journey began in awkward silence. Florence attempted conversation several times, only to receive grunts or one-word answers from Harvey. After an hour, she sighed dramatically. "This will be a tedious journey if you're determined to remain mute, Mr. Davenport." "Not much worth saying." "I disagree. For instance, you might tell me how a man with your education, and don't deny it. I've seen you correct grammar in the children's work when you thought I wasn't looking, became a bounty hunter." He glanced at her, surprised by her observation. "Life happens." A profoundly uninformative answer. She adjusted her bonnet against the strengthening wind. "Very well, I'll begin. I'm the youngest of 4 sisters. My father was a professor of literature who believed women deserved education equal to men's. My mother died when I was 12. I taught in Boston for 3 years before answering the advertisement for Silver Creek." When he remained silent, she continued undeterred. "I came west because I was suffocating in Boston drawing rooms, expected to marry a banker's son who thought women should discuss nothing more substantial than fabric patterns and menu planning." Her voice softened. "I wanted to build something meaningful. These children deserve futures beyond what their parents could imagine." Harvey felt a reluctant admiration for her conviction. Noble goals don't keep you alive when men like Tate decide you're inconvenient. "Perhaps, but fear of dying isn't the same as living." She studied him. What are you afraid of, Mr. Davenport? The question struck too close to truths he kept buried. Before he could form a response, the sky darkened ominously. "Storm's coming," he said, grateful for the diversion. "We should find shelter." They barely reached the abandoned Thornton homestead before the deluge began. The small cabin's roof leaked in 3 places, but its stone hearth remained sound. Harvey built a fire while Florence arranged their supplies away from the drips. "Will it pass quickly?" she asked, watching sheets of rain obscure the landscape. "No, it's settling in." He gestured to the western horizon, where dark clouds massed like an invading army. "We're staying the night." Her eyes widened. "That would be inappropriate. Drowning would be fatal. Take your pick." The storm intensified as evening approached. Wind howled through the cabin's gaps and thunder shook the timbers. They shared a simple meal of bread and jerky, the fire casting long shadows across the weathered walls. "Who were you before?" Florence asked suddenly, breaking their companionable silence. Harvey stared into the flames. "What makes you think I was someone else?" "The way you speak when you forget to be coarse. The Latin phrase you used when Thomas fell last week. The books I've seen you reading when you think no one is watching." He remained silent so long she thought he wouldn't answer. "I was a lawyer in St. Louis," he finally said. "Had a practice with my father-in-law." "You were married?" "Catherine, and a daughter, Emma." His voice roughened. "They died at Bitter Creek. Stagecoach robbery." Florence's hand moved involuntarily toward him but stopped short of touching. "I'm so sorry." 8 years ago, last spring, he prodded the fire, sending sparks upward. "I tracked the men responsible. That's how I started bounty hunting." "Did you find them?" "Eventually." The word hung between them, heavy with unspoken violence. "And did it help?" she asked softly. "Did vengeance ease your grief?" Harvey met her gaze, his eyes reflecting firelight and old pain. "No, but it gave me somewhere to put the rage. And now I exist. It's enough." He stood abruptly. "You should sleep. I'll keep watch." "There's room enough for both of us to rest," she offered, gesturing to the cabin's small space. "I don't sleep much anyway." Florence studied him for a long moment. "Do you even believe in anything anymore?" The question wasn't accusatory, but genuinely curious, which somehow made it harder to deflect. "I believe people show their true nature when tested," he answered finally. "I believe comfort breeds illusion, and suffering strips it away. That's a lonely philosophy. It's a realistic one." She shook her head. "Grief doesn't have to define you, Harvey. It can transform you, certainly, but the direction of that transformation remains your choice." It was the first time she'd used his given name, and the intimacy of it disturbed him more than her words. "Get some sleep, Miss Hart." Outside, the storm continued its assault, mirroring the turbulence he felt within. Florence's presence was becoming dangerous, not because she needed his protection, but because she made him question the walls he'd built around himself. The rain didn't let up until dawn, and they returned to Silver Creek by mid-afternoon. News of their overnight absence had preceded them, generating knowing looks from townspeople as they passed. "Reputation is a luxury I can't afford to lose," Florence murmured as they approached the schoolhouse. "The children's parents must trust me." "I'll speak to Reverend Kane," Harvey offered. "He can quell the gossip." She smiled gratefully. "Thank you." As she unlocked the schoolhouse door, Harvey noticed a folded paper nailed to the frame. He snatched it before she could see. "The teacher or the children? Your choice." The threat was clear. Tate was escalating. Harvey crumpled the note, his decision immediate. It was time to confront Tate directly. Florence Hart might be willing to risk herself for her principles, but he wouldn't let her risk the children. Some lessons came at too high a price. The Silver Creek saloon reeked of unwashed bodies and spilled whiskey. Harvey entered at dusk, scanning the crowded room for his target. William Tate held court at a corner table, a mountain of a man with a beard like iron filings and eyes that calculated profit from others' misfortune. Harvey approached without preamble, stopping just beyond arm's reach. Tate. Conversation died as heads turned. Tate looked up lazily, a reptilian smile spreading beneath his moustache. "The schoolmarm's watchdog," he drawled. "Come to beg for scraps." "Come to deliver a message," Harvey's voice carried in the sudden silence. "The teacher and the children are off limits." Tate leaned back, amusement dancing in his cold eyes. "Is that so? And what exactly are you offering in exchange for my generosity?" "Nothing. I'm telling you how it's going to be." A dangerous stillness settled over Tate. "Nobody tells me anything, bounty hunter." "Then consider it friendly advice. The schoolhouse isn't worth the trouble I'll bring you." Tate's men shifted, hands hovering near weapons. Harvey remained motionless, his calm exterior belying the calculated awareness of every potential threat in the room. "You know," Tate said conversationally, "I heard an interesting rumour about that pretty teacher. Seems she spent a night alone with you at the old Thornton place." He smirked. "Perhaps she's not as virtuous as she pretends." Harvey's expression revealed nothing, but his voice dropped to a dangerous register. "Choose your next words with extreme care." Tate stood, towering over most men in the room. "Or what? You'll shoot me? In front of witnesses?" He gestured expansively. "Every man here works for me. You'd be dead before you cleared leather." "Probably," Harvey agreed, "but you'd still die first." Something in Harvey's eyes, the absolute certainty of a man who'd already calculated the cost and found it acceptable, gave Tate pause. 3 days, Tate finally said. "The teacher has 3 days to leave. After that," he shrugged. "Well, schoolhouses burn easily, children too." Harvey's hand moved faster than perception could track. Suddenly his knife pressed against Tate's jugular, drawing a bead of blood. "Listen carefully," Harvey whispered, his mouth close to Tate's ear. "I've killed men in 23 territories. I've hunted human beings like animals and ended them without losing sleep. If anything happens to Miss Hart or those children, anything at all, I will dedicate whatever remains of my life to finding new ways to make you suffer." He stepped back, sheathing his knife with fluid grace. "Sleep well, Tate." The saloon remained silent as he departed, the batwing doors swinging in his wake. Outside, Harvey exhaled slowly, adrenaline ebbing. He'd bought time, but also accelerated the inevitable confrontation. Tate wouldn't tolerate such a public challenge. The only question was whether he'd come for Harvey first, or strike at Florence to prove his dominance. Harvey found her still at the schoolhouse, arranging books on newly built shelves. "You should go home," he said from the doorway. "It's late." Florence looked up, a smudge of dust on her cheek. "There's so much to organise before tomorrow's lesson." "Tomorrow might not come if you exhaust yourself tonight," she smiled. "A surprisingly philosophical observation, Mr. Davenport." He didn't return her smile. "I spoke with Tate." The book in her hands faltered. "I see. Was it productive?" "No." She placed the book carefully on its shelf. "What happens now?" "You leave. Tonight preferably. Return to Boston." "That's not happening." Harvey crossed the room in 3 strides, frustration breaking through his composure. "This isn't a negotiation, Florence." Tate threatened the children explicitly. "All the more reason I can't abandon them." Colour rose in her cheeks. "If I leave, Tate wins. He'll ensure no teacher ever comes again. These children will grow up under his shadow. Believing might make us right." "They'll grow up," Harvey emphasised. "Alive." "Existing isn't living." She echoed his words from the cabin. "You taught me that." He turned away, struggling against emotions he'd thought long buried. "I can't protect everyone all the time." "I'm not asking you to," her voice softened. "But I can't run from this, Harvey. I won't." The use of his given name again, deliberate this time. He faced her, finding her closer than expected. The lamplight gilded her features, revealing determination alongside fear she wasn't bothering to hide. "You're the most stubborn woman I've ever met," he said, the accusation lacking heat. "Consider my teacher." Her smile was tentative. "You're rather obstinate yourself." Something shifted between them, a recognition, a possibility. Her eyes dropped to his mouth, then back to his eyes, a question in them that stirred embers he'd thought long cold. Harvey stepped back abruptly. "I'll keep watch outside tonight." "Harvey?" "Good night, Miss Hart." He escaped into the darkness, his heart pounding with emotions he couldn't afford. Attachment was weakness. Weakness got people killed. The night passed without incident, but Harvey's vigilance didn't waver. By morning, exhaustion dragged at him, yet he escorted Florence to school as usual. Children arrived, lessons proceeded. Florence taught with her characteristic enthusiasm, though Harvey noted the frequent glances she cast toward the windows. Shortly after noon, a commotion outside drew their attention. Mayor Collier hurried up the path, his face ashen. "Thomas Jenkins is missing," he announced, breathing heavily. "His mother says he never arrived at school this morning." Florence paled. "But I marked him absent. I assumed he was ill." "His mother sent him with his lunch pail at 8 o'clock. Collier's eyes shifted to Harvey. "She found this nailed to their door an hour ago." The note contained a single sentence. "Education has its price." "Tate," Harvey growled. Florence pressed a hand to her mouth. "This is because of me." "No," Harvey countered firmly. "This is because Tate is a monster who uses children as pawns. Gather the other students and take them to the church. Stay with Reverend Kane until I return." "Where are you going?" Collier asked. "To find Thomas." Florence caught his arm. "Harvey, Tate wants you to come after him. It's a trap." "I know." He gently removed her hand. "But Thomas is still alive. Tate wants leverage, not a body." "Let me come with you," she pleaded. "I'm the one he wants to intimidate." "Absolutely not." His tone brooked no argument. "Your job is to protect the other children. Mine is to bring Thomas back." Her amber eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Promise me you'll be careful." "I'm always careful." The lie came easily. Harvey tracked Tate's men to an abandoned silver mine 3 miles outside town. The entrance was poorly guarded, an intentional invitation. He dispatched the sentries silently, using the hilt of his knife rather than the blade. This wasn't about killing, it was about the boy. The mineshaft descended into darkness, the air growing damp and cold as he ventured deeper. Voices echoed from a side chamber, including a child's frightened sob. Harvey assessed his options. 5 men based on the voices. 1 terrified boy. A confined space with limited visibility. The odds were poor, but he'd faced worse. He removed his boots, setting them aside to enable silent movement on the rocky floor. Then he drew his revolver, checked the loads, and slipped into the shadows. The first man fell to a blow to the base of his skull. The second turned at the sound of his companion collapsing and received Harvey's fist to his throat. Both would live, but neither would participate further. 3 remaining. In the chamber ahead, lantern light spilled across a macabre tableau. Thomas sat bound to a chair, tears streaking his dirty face. Tate himself lounged nearby, watching as one of his men played with a knife, deliberately frightening the boy. "Thought you'd come alone," Tate called out, not bothering to look toward the entrance where Harvey stood. "Predictable." "Let the boy go, Tate. Your quarrel's with me." "My quarrel's with anyone who challenges my authority in Silver Creek." Tate finally turned, his eyes glinting in the lantern light. The schoolteacher refuses to leave. Perhaps seeing what happened to her favourite pupil will change her mind. Thomas whimpered as the knife-wielding man drew the blade across the boy's cheek, not cutting, but threatening. Last chance, Harvey warned, his gun trained on Tate. You won't risk hitting the boy, Tate smirked. And my men have clear shots at you, Harvey smiled, thinly. Who said anything about shooting? He kicked the lantern, plunging the chamber into darkness. Gunfire erupted immediately, bullets striking stone as Harvey dropped to the ground. He crawled forward, guided by Thomas's terrified cries, and reached the boy's chair. "It's Mr. Davenport," he whispered, cutting the ropes. "Stay down." A bullet grazed his shoulder as he shielded the child with his body. Harvey returned fire, aiming at the muzzle flashes. A scream confirmed at least one hit. "Can't hide forever, Davenport," Tate's voice echoed. "Don't need forever." Harvey guided Thomas toward the entrance. Just long enough. Another shot rang out. Pain exploded in Harvey's side as the bullet found flesh. He staggered but remained upright, pushing Thomas ahead of him. "Run," he commanded, turning back to cover their retreat. Harvey fired 3 rapid shots, forcing Tate and his remaining man into cover. Then he backed away, following Thomas up the shaft toward daylight. They nearly reached the entrance when Harvey stumbled, the blood loss taking its toll. He fell to one knee, vision swimming. "Mr. Davenport," Thomas cried, turning back. "Keep going," Harvey gasped. "Get help." The boy hesitated, then bolted for the entrance. Footsteps approached from behind. Tate, coming to finish what he'd started. Harvey summoned his remaining strength and turned, gun raised. Tate emerged from the shadows, his own weapon levelled. "Should have minded your own business, bounty hunter." "The children are my business now," Harvey replied, his finger tightening on the trigger. 2 shots thundered in the narrow passage. Harvey felt the impact like a mule kick to his chest. He slumped against the wall, watching with detached fascination as Tate collapsed, a crimson stain spreading across his shirt. Darkness crept into the edges of Harvey's vision. His last conscious thought was of Florence, her amber eyes, her stubborn hope, her belief that even the most bitter soul could find redemption. He hoped she was right. Harvey dreamed of Bitter Creek, not the blood and gunfire that haunted his usual nightmares, but the moments before. Catherine's laugh as she tucked a flower behind Emma's ear, his daughter's gap-toothed smile when she spotted him waiting by the stagecoach. "They're beautiful," a voice said, not from the dream but somewhere beyond it. Harvey struggled toward consciousness, fighting through layers of pain. He opened his eyes to find Florence beside his bed, her fingers gently intertwined with his. "Catherine and Emma," he rasped, his throat desert dry. "You were in my dream." She reached for a water glass. "You spoke their names." Supporting his head, she helped him drink. "Dr. Whitman wasn't sure you'd wake up." Memory returned in jagged pieces. The mine, gunfire, Tate. "Thomas?" "Safe." Her smile trembled. "You saved him, Harvey. He hasn't stopped telling everyone how you fought off 100 outlaws in the dark." Harvey tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Pain lanced through his chest and side, stealing his breath. "Don't," Florence pressed him back gently. "The bullet missed your heart by less than an inch. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Tate, dead." Her expression held no joy in the news, only tired relief. His remaining men fled Silver Creek afterward. The town is organising a proper sheriff's office now that his shadow's lifted. Harvey's eyes travelled past her to the unfamiliar room. "Where am I?" "My home." At his questioning look, she continued. "The doctor's office was unsuitable for extended recovery, and the hotel is too noisy. I have the spare room, so—" She shrugged, a faint blush colouring her cheeks. "Your reputation is the least of my concerns." Her tone brooked no argument. "Reverend Kane visits daily to check on you, which provides sufficient propriety to satisfy the gossips." Harvey managed a weak smile. "You've thought of everything." "Not everything," her expression grew serious. "I never considered you might die protecting us. That possibility—" Her voice faltered. It wasn't acceptable. Something in her gaze, Vulnerability mixed with fierce determination stirred emotions he'd kept buried for years. Harvey looked away, uncomfortable with their intensity. "It's my job," he said gruffly. "Is it?" Florence challenged softly. "Mayor Collier hired you to watch over me, not to confront Tate alone or risk your life for Thomas." When he didn't respond, she continued, "You pretend to be untouched by what happens around you, Harvey Davenport, but your actions reveal a different truth." "Don't make me into something I'm not," he muttered. "I'm not a hero." "I never said you were." Her fingers tightened around his. "Heroes exist in storybooks, Harvey. I'm talking about a man who couldn't walk away when a child was in danger, even when it would have been easier, safer. I've walked away from plenty." "Perhaps," she acknowledged, "but not this time. Not from us." The word hung between them. Us. Small but significant. Harvey found himself unable to deny its truth. Somewhere between reluctant protection and genuine care, these people had become his responsibility, his choice. "You should rest," Florence said, rising. "The children made you cards. I'll bring them later." As she reached the door, Harvey called out, "Florence." She turned, silhouetted in the doorframe. "Thank you," he said simply. Her smile was radiant. "You're welcome." Recovery was neither quick nor painless. Harvey chafed at confinement, his restless nature ill-suited to invalidism. Florence proved both a gentle nurse and an implacable warden, insisting he follow Dr. Whitman's instructions to the letter. The children visited daily, bringing drawings, wild flowers, and endless questions about his adventures. Harvey found himself sharing carefully edited stories from his travels, omitting the violence but preserving the wonder of distant mountains and prairie, vastness. "You're good with them," Florence observed one evening after shooing away the last persistent visitor. "They adore you." Harvey, now able to sit in a chair by the window, watched a hawk circle above the distant hills. "Children are easy. They haven't learned to hide their feelings yet. Unlike certain adults I know." She settled across from him, her hands busy with mending. "Dr. Whitman says you can return to light duties next week." Something twisted in Harvey's chest that had nothing to do with his healing wound. "I suppose Mayor Collier will be reducing my wages, given the threats eliminated." Florence's needle paused mid-stitch. "Actually, the town council voted to maintain your position through winter, as security for the school. That seems unnecessary now." "Perhaps." She resumed sewing, not meeting his eyes. "Or perhaps they recognize the value of your presence beyond mere protection." "And you?" The question escaped before he could reconsider. "What do you think?" Now she looked up, her expression unguarded. "I think you belong here, Harvey. I think you've been wandering long enough." He turned back to the window, unwilling to let her see how deeply her words affected him. "I'm not suited for settled life." "Aren't you?" Her voice held gentle challenge. "These past weeks, despite your injuries, you've seemed more at peace than when you arrived." "Pain has a clarifying effect," he deflected. "So does purpose." She set aside her sewing and moved to stand beside him at the window. "You've been running from happiness because losing it once nearly destroyed you." Her insight was too accurate, too raw. "Florence." "I know about loss, Harvey." Her voice softened. "Not like yours, but enough to understand that grief changes us. It doesn't have to diminish us. And if I can't be what you need..." The question revealed more than he intended. "I'm not asking you to be anything other than who you are," she touched his shoulder lightly, "but I am asking you to stop pretending you don't care." Their gazes held, the moment stretching between them like a tightrope. Harvey found himself leaning toward her, drawn by something he'd thought long dead within him. A knock at the door shattered the moment. Florence stepped back, colour rising in her cheeks. That will be Reverend Kane for his evening visit. As she went to answer the door, Harvey remained at the window, his heart pounding with emotions both familiar and terrifying. What Florence offered wasn't just connection, but possibility. A future he'd convinced himself was forever closed to him. But wanting something and deserving it were different matters entirely. By the following week, Harvey had moved back to his room at the hotel, though he took his meals with Florence most evenings. The school thrived, with 3 new families enrolling children now that Tate's shadow no longer loomed over the town. One crisp October afternoon, Harvey sat on the schoolhouse steps whittling a small wooden bird while waiting for Florence to finish organising her classroom. The scent of approaching snow hung in the air, a promise of winter's imminent arrival. Mayor Collier approached, his breath fogging in the chill. "Davenport, good to see you on your feet." Harvey nodded acknowledgement. "Something I can help you with, Mayor?" "Actually, yes." Collier looked uncharacteristically hesitant. "The town council met yesterday. We'd like to offer you a position. I'm already employed until December. This would be permanent. Silver Creek needs a sheriff, someone who can maintain order without—" He adjusted his spectacles. "Without Tate's methods." Harvey stared at the man. "I'm a bounty hunter, not a peacekeeper." "You've been more than that these past months," Collier gestured toward the schoolhouse. "What you did for Thomas, for all the children, that's the kind of law this town needs. Firm but just." "I'm not staying in Silver Creek, aren't you?" Collier's gaze was knowing. "Miss Hart seems to think otherwise." Heat rose in Harvey's neck. "Florence doesn't speak for me." "Perhaps not," the mayor conceded. "But she sees what the rest of us do. A man who's found something worth protecting." He placed a sheriff's badge on the step beside Harvey. "Think about it." As Collier departed, Florence emerged from the schoolhouse. "Was that the mayor I heard?" Harvey pocketed the badge before she could see it. "Just checking on my recovery." Her smile suggested she didn't quite believe him. "I was thinking we might visit that new photographer in Miller's Crossing this weekend. The children have been asking for a class portrait before winter sets in." "Makes sense," Harvey agreed. His mind still caught on Collier's offer. Sheriff of Silver Creek. The idea was simultaneously absurd and compelling. "You seem distracted," Florence observed, sitting beside him. "Just thinking about winter," he half lied. "Stage routes get unpredictable once the snow falls." Understanding dawned in her eyes. "You're considering leaving." "My work here is finished." The words felt hollow even as he spoke them. "Is it?" Her voice remained steady, but he caught the slight tremble in her hands as she adjusted her shawl. "Tate may be gone, but Silver Creek still needs good men. I'm not. If you say you're not a good man one more time, Harvey Davenport, I may be forced to take drastic measures." Despite her light tone, her eyes held intensity. "I've watched you with the children. I've seen how this town responds to you now, with respect, not fear. Don't tell me who you think you are. I know who you've shown yourself to be." Her conviction staggered him. In her eyes he glimpsed not the man he'd been, but the man he could become, if he had the courage to claim that future. "I've been alone a long time, Florence," he said finally. "I'm not sure I remember how to be anything else." "You're not alone anymore," she covered his scarred hand with her own. "Unless you choose to be." The simplicity of her statement belied its profound challenge. Harvey looked down at their joined hands, hers smooth from chalk and books, his rough from years of hard living. Different paths that had somehow converged in this unlikely place. "I don't want to fail you," he admitted quietly. "Then don't." She smiled. "I'm not asking for guarantees, Harvey. Love isn't about certainties. It's about choosing each other, every day, even when it's difficult. Especially then." The word hung between them. Love. Neither questioned nor explained. Harvey felt something long dormant unfurl within him, fragile as a spring leaf, but undeniably alive. Slowly, deliberately, he leaned forward and kissed her. Not the desperate, confused kiss they'd almost shared weeks ago, but a conscious choice, a beginning rather than an escape. When they parted, Florence's eyes shimmered with emotion. "Does this mean you're staying?" Harvey reached into his pocket, removing the sheriff's badge. "Collier offered me a job. And?" Her breath caught. "And I'm considering it." He traced the badge's edges thoughtfully. "If I took it, I'd be committed to Silver Creek, to building something here. With me?" The vulnerability in her question pierced him. "Only with you," he confirmed, the last of his defences crumbling. "I can't promise I'll be good at it, at any of it, but I want to try." Florence's smile rivaled the setting sun for brilliance. "That's all anyone can ask, Harvey." She leaned against him, her head finding the hollow of his shoulder as if it belonged there. "That's all I'm asking." They remained on the schoolhouse steps as twilight deepened around them, speaking quietly of practical matters, the sheriff's lodgings, winter preparations, the Christmas pageant Florence planned for her students. Ordinary conversations, everyday concerns, the building blocks of a shared life. For the first time in 8 years, Harvey allowed himself to imagine a future, beyond the next bounty, the next town, a future with roots and purpose, with love. He knew there would be challenges ahead. His nightmares wouldn't vanish overnight. His past would follow him even in this new beginning. But as Florence's hand remained steady in his, Harvey felt something he'd abandoned at Bitter Creek finally return. Hope. 1 year later, December 1886. Snow-blanketed Silver Creek in hushed white, transforming the frontier town into a scene from a Christmas card. Garlands of pine-decorated storefronts and lanterns cast golden pools across fresh-fallen snow as townsfolk hurried through the early evening darkness. In the newly expanded schoolhouse, excitement buzzed like electricity. Children in their Sunday best practiced songs and recitations, while parents arranged benches and hung paper stars from the rafters. The Christmas pageant, Florence's ambitious vision brought to life through weeks of preparation, would begin in less than an hour. Sheriff Harvey Davenport leaned against the back wall, watching the controlled chaos with amused tolerance. His silver badge caught the lamplight as he absently fingered the small box in his pocket for perhaps the 20th time that evening. "Nervous, Sheriff?" Reverend Kane asked, appearing beside him with 2 steaming cups. He offered one to Harvey. "Cider, Mrs. Peterson's special recipe." "Appreciate it." Harvey accepted the drink. "And I'm not nervous." The Reverend's knowing smile suggested otherwise. "Of course not. I imagine proposing marriage is routine for a man who's faced down outlaws." Harvey nearly choked on his cider. "Who told you?" "No one needed to tell me," Kane chuckled. "You've been carrying that ring box for 3 days, checking your pocket every few minutes like it might sprout legs and run away." Harvey sighed. Small towns and their observant residents would be the death of him. "I was waiting for the right moment." "After tonight's pageant would be ideal," Kane suggested, "when she's flush with success and surrounded by the community you've both helped build." He patted Harvey's shoulder. "She'll say yes, you know." Before Harvey could respond, a crash from the front of the room drew their attention. One of the larger paper stars had fallen, taking a garland down with it. Florence hurried to address the minor disaster, her green dress swirling around her ankles as she directed repairs with characteristic efficiency. She caught Harvey watching and flashed him a smile that still, after a year, sent heat through his chest. He raised his cup in silent salute, marvelling at how completely she'd transformed not just the school, but the entire town, and him most of all. The past year had brought changes neither could have predicted that autumn day on the schoolhouse steps. Harvey's transition from bounty hunter to sheriff had raised eyebrows initially, but his fair-minded approach to law enforcement gradually won respect. He worked with neighbouring towns to establish regular patrols, making the stage routes safer for travellers and commerce alike. Florence's school flourished, expanding to 2 rooms with the addition of Miss Collins, a young teacher from Denver who shared Florence's progressive ideas about education. Together they'd established Silver Creek's first lending library, operating from a corner of the general store until a proper building could be constructed. Their courtship had progressed with a blend of public propriety and private intensity that still made Harvey's collar feel tight when he thought about it. Florence, to his continual amazement, loved him, not despite his scars, both visible and hidden, but as an integral part of who he was. She never flinched from his darkest memories, never pretended his past hadn't shaped him. In return, he supported her ambitions without reservation, even when they challenged convention. When she proposed evening classes for adults who wished to improve their reading, Harvey was the first to volunteer his time. When she advocated for women's suffrage at a town meeting, he stood beside her, silently daring anyone to object. They balanced each other, her optimism tempering his pragmatism, his caution anchoring her idealism. They argued, certainly. Florence remained stubbornly idealistic about human nature, while Harvey's ingrained suspicions sometimes proved difficult to overcome, but they always found their way back to common ground, stronger for the journey. "Sheriff?" Thomas Jenkins, now 11 and sporting his first proper suit, interrupted Harvey's reflections. "Miss Hart says we need more chairs. There's folks coming from Peterson's Ridge and Miller's Crossing." "I'll handle it," Harvey assured him, handing his empty cup to Reverend Kane. "Tell Miss Hart not to worry." As he organised a group of men to bring additional seating from the church, Harvey marvelled at the change in Thomas. The terrified boy from the mine had grown into a confident young man who excelled in mathematics and talked of becoming an engineer. Harvey had begun teaching him to track and shoot, skills still necessary in Montana Territory, but Thomas's true passion was for building and design. He'd sketched plans for the schoolhouse expansion that had impressed even the professional carpenter brought in from Helena. Florence predicted Thomas would design bridges or buildings in Chicago someday, and Harvey didn't doubt it. The boy had a future limited only by opportunity, not circumstance. Exactly what Florence had envisioned for her students. By the time the pageant began, the schoolhouse overflowed with attendees. Harvey stood at the back, preferring to maintain a view of both the performance and the crowd. Old habits died hard, even in times of celebration. Florence took centre stage, her smile radiant as she welcomed families from 3 communities. "Tonight, we celebrate not just the Christmas season, but the power of education to unite us across differences and distances." As she spoke, Harvey surveyed the audience. Ranchers sat alongside shopkeepers. A Chinese family who'd opened Silver Creek's laundry occupied front row seats, their daughter playing Mary in the nativity scene. Former adversaries who'd stood on opposite sides during Tate's reign now exchanged friendly nods. The community Florence had envisioned was taking shape, imperfect but striving, diverse but finding common purpose. The performances proceeded with the charming imperfection of children's pageants everywhere. Lines were forgotten, songs occasionally veered off-key, and the cardboard Star of Bethlehem briefly caught fire from a nearby candle before Harvey swiftly extinguished it. Throughout it all, Florence beamed with pride at her students, meeting Harvey's gaze occasionally with looks that spoke volumes. This moment, this place, these people was what they'd built together. After the final carol, as families mingled and enjoyed refreshments, Florence made her way to Harvey's side. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, a few strands of honey-brown hair escaping her careful arrangement. "Was it wonderful?" she asked, slipping her hand into his. "Tell me honestly." "It was perfect," he assured her, and meant it. "You've accomplished something remarkable here, Florence." She squeezed his hand. "We have. I couldn't have done any of this without you." "I think you underestimate yourself." He guided her toward the door. "Take a walk with me. I need some air." Outside, the night had turned crisp and clear, stars pricking the velvet darkness above freshly fallen snow. Their breath formed clouds in the still air as they followed the path toward the small gazebo the town had built in the square that summer. "You're awfully quiet," Florence observed as they reached the shelter. "Is something troubling you?" Harvey shook his head, gathering his thoughts. He'd never been particularly eloquent, but she deserved better than stumbling words for what he needed to say. "I've been thinking about promises," he began, turning to face her. "About the ones we make to others and the ones we make to ourselves." Florence's expression softened as she recognized his serious tone. "What promises are on your mind tonight?" 8 years ago, I promised myself I'd never risk loving anyone again." He took both her hands in his. It seemed safer. For me, for them. Loss had nearly destroyed me once. She remained silent, allowing him space to continue. "But then you arrived with your books and your stubborn belief in possibility." A smile tugged at his mouth. "You challenged everything I thought I knew about myself." "I simply saw what was already there," she murmured. Harvey shook his head. "You saw what could be there. And somehow, impossibly, you made me see it too." He released one of her hands to reach into his pocket, withdrawing the small box that had been his constant companion for days. Florence's eyes widened as understanding dawned. "I can't promise that loving me will always be easy," Harvey said, opening the box to reveal a modest diamond set in silver. "I'm still learning how to do this, how to build a life instead of just surviving one. But I can promise that I'll choose you, Florence Hart, every day, through whatever comes." Tears spilled onto her cheeks, catching the starlight. "Harvey Davenport, are you asking me to marry you?" "I believe I am," he confirmed, sudden nervousness making his voice rougher than intended, though apparently I'm making a mess of it. "No," she whispered, touching his face with gentle fingers. "You're doing it perfectly." "Is that a yes?" Her laugh was like music in the winter stillness. "Yes, absolutely, unreservedly yes." Harvey slipped the ring onto her finger, his hand steadier than he'd expected. Then he drew her close, sealing their promise with a kiss that spoke of journeys ended and journeys yet to begin. When they parted, Florence's eyes reflected both joy and mischief. "I suppose this means I'll have to become respectable Mrs. Davenport, the sheriff's wife." "Heaven forbid," Harvey replied with mock horror. "I fell in love with Florence Hart, the woman who stands her ground against any challenge. I expect her to continue causing the occasional uproar." "Only occasional?" She raised an eyebrow. "I have plans for a women's literary society that will positively scandalize Mrs. Peterson." Harvey laughed, the sound startling a nearby crow from its perch. "I wouldn't have it any other way." They walked back toward the schoolhouse, arm in arm beneath the winter stars. Behind them, their footprints marked a shared path across the snow. 2 trails converged into one, stretching toward the future they would build together. In the distance, Silver Creek's lights welcomed them home. Not the home Harvey had lost, but the one he'd found when he least expected it. Not the life he'd planned, but the one that had found him anyway. As they reached the schoolhouse, "Steps," Florence paused, looking up at him with quiet wonder. "Are you happy, Harvey? Truly?" He considered the question with the honesty they'd always shared. The grief of Bitter Creek would never fully leave him. Catherine and Emma would remain in his heart, cherished memories rather than open wounds. But alongside that old sorrow now lived joy, purpose and love, a fullness he'd thought forever beyond his reach. "Yes," he said simply, "I am." And in that moment, beneath a bright winter moon that no longer seemed bitter at all, Harvey Davenport knew it was the truest thing he'd ever said. Whiteout Haven. Carleen Temple never expected her career would bring her to this. Sitting behind the wheel of her rust-dusted SUV, she peered out at the winding mountain road ahead. A swirl of wind carried flurries of snow across her windshield, creating a hypnotic dance of white that threatened to lead her astray. As she gripped the steering wheel, she thought about how just a week earlier she'd been elbow-deep in the chaos of a city protest, capturing raw images of everyday people fighting an oppressive local ordinance. Now she was assigned to something that felt trivial in comparison, photographing the final days of Blackwood Outpost, a remote ranger station scheduled for permanent closure. Her editor had called it a soft story, but to Carleen it felt like a forced vacation. Carleen was known for capturing images of war zones, natural disasters, and crisis situations. Photographs that reveal the starkness of human endurance. The city magazine that employed her, Photoscope, insisted she needed a break from the front lines. But as Carleen navigated the precarious hairpin turned up the mountain, she couldn't help but feel cheated of the adrenaline rush she thrived on. The swirling wind seemed to mock her, as if the world itself was scolding her for her restlessness. Blackwood Outpost came into view after an arduous drive. The station wasn't much to look at from the outside, just a squat wooden cabin-like structure set against a towering pine forest. A tattered flag hung from a crooked pole, half buried in snowdrifts. The ground was thick with fresh powder that shimmered under the afternoon sun. There was an unnerving quiet here, the kind of hush that only deep wilderness could conjure. Carleen stepped out of her SUV, feet crunching in the snow, and surveyed the area with a detached eye. She was here for pictures, after all. She hauled her camera bag and a small duffel into the outpost's main office, brushing off snow from her parka as she stepped inside. The warmth and sudden darkness of the cabin interior made her eyes blink rapidly in adjustment. An old wood-burning stove in one corner crackled softly, and the worn wooden floors groaned under her boots. The air smelled of cedar logs and coffee grounds. She expected a friendly welcome, maybe some forced conversation. Instead, she was greeted by a tall, broad-shouldered figure with a face as stoic as a stone statue. Andrew Latham regarded her with a guarded expression, arms folded over his chest. He looked to be in his early 40s, though the lines on his face hinted at a deeper world weariness. His ranger uniform was slightly rumpled, the sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms corded with muscle, a testament to someone who'd spent more time climbing rocky inclines than pushing pencils. "I'm Andrew," he said, voice gruff but measured. "You must be Carleen Temple, the photographer." There was no handshake, no grin. Carleen nodded. "Carleen, that's me. I'm here to, capture the station's last days, apparently." Andrew's eyes flitted across the camera case and the duffel bag. "So I've been told. You'll want to take a quick look around before it gets dark. This place doesn't have much in the way of artificial light once the sun goes down." The tension was immediate, almost tangible. Carleen could tell he was reluctant to play the role of a helpful guide. She pressed her lips together, the dryness of the heated air chapping them more than she cared to admit. She could sense her own impatience flaring. She set aside her bag and began taking in the small details that often escape the casual observer. The station walls were lined with wildlife identification charts, old black and white photos of the outpost's earlier days, and a logbook that looked ancient enough to be a museum piece. Andrew hovered nearby, arms still folded. She tried to break the silence. "So, how long have you been up here on your own?" His gaze flickered to one of the older photographs on the wall, a group shot of park rangers from decades ago, all smiling confidently. "Few years, give or take." "That's quite a stint," Carleen remarked, trying for something like conversation. "You must really love the quiet." He let out a non-committal sound. "It has its advantages." The day dragged on. Carleen snapped a few preliminary shots. The outpost's exterior, the frozen trees, the battered sign that read Blackwood Outpost Est 19-12. The biting cold stung her cheeks, but she pushed on, determined to make the best of this assignment. She told herself she might even find a hidden gem of a story here. She just needed to be open to it. By late afternoon, her hands were shaking from the cold, and she found Andrew in the station office flipping through a pile of outdated inspection forms. She asked a few questions about the station's history, but received only clipped answers. He was neither hostile nor welcoming, just distant. With the sun dipping behind the mountains, Carleen decided she would head back down, find lodging at a nearby town and return tomorrow. She was, after all, just passing through. Collect some atmospheric shots, do a short piece on the closure. What more was there? Fate had other plans. As she stepped outside to load her gear, the wind intensified. The world went from gently drifting snow to a violent swirl of frost and ice in minutes. Visibility plummeted. Carleen's SUV, barely visible under a coat of rapidly accumulating snow, refused to start. Each turn of the key resulted in a sickly sputter. She popped the hood, but the engine was beyond her ability to fix in sub-zero conditions, especially under a raging wind. She swore under her breath, cursing the suddenness of the blizzard and her own unpreparedness. Andrew appeared behind her, brow furrowed. "You're not getting anywhere in this storm. The roads close fast when it hits." "I have. To get down," she insisted, more from frustration than reason. Her teeth chattered involuntarily. You can't just freeze out here," he cut in, voice raised to be heard over the howling wind. "You can stay the night in the outpost. There's a spare cot in the back room." Carleen hesitated, pride warring with common sense. It was a no-brainer, really. She nodded, hooking her camera bag over her shoulder, and trudged back inside. Andrew followed, shutting the door firmly behind them. Within moments, the storm's roar was muffled, replaced by the steady crackle of the wood stove. There they stood, two strangers forced by circumstance into sharing the cramped warmth of an old ranger station, on a night when the world outside seemed intent on burying everything in a blanket of white. Carleen exhaled, a slow breath that felt thick with resignation. She had no idea how long the storm would last or what the night might bring. But she knew one thing for sure. She was stuck here with Andrew Latham, a man whose silence felt like its own kind of storm. For the first time, she wondered if there was more than just the station's closure to capture. Maybe, behind the stoic gaze of the ranger, lay a story as vast and unsettling as the wilderness itself. Morning arrived with a terrifying hush, the kind of hush that tells you the world outside is no friendlier than it was the night before. Through the frost-laced window, Carleen could see the unending expanse of white blanketing every surface. Trees stood like silent sentinels burdened by the overnight snowfall. The wind had momentarily calmed, but the storm hadn't truly passed. Its presence loomed as a threat, ready to gather strength again at any moment. Inside the outpost's modest office-cum-living area, Carleen woke up on a narrow cot. Stiff-limbed and bleary-eyed, she wondered if she had ever been this aware of her own breathing. She'd spent much of the night listening to the wind batter the walls, half expecting them to cave in. Surviving war zones had rarely shaken her confidence, but something about nature's unrelenting force humbled her in ways she hadn't anticipated. She smelled coffee, a faint but welcoming aroma. Andrew stood by the small kitchenette, pouring a dark brew into two mismatched mugs. He placed one on a makeshift table, then cleared his throat. "It's not the fancy stuff, but it's hot." Carleen approached, hands outstretched towards the mug. "That's all I need right now." Her voice was low, gravelly from lack of sleep. They sipped in silence, the only sound the occasional crackling of logs in the stove. The radio set on a nearby shelf offered nothing but static. Andrew tried different frequencies, each resulting in the same harsh hiss. So, "The radio's not picking up any weather updates," he said finally, as if she needed more confirmation that they were stuck. "No telling how long we'll be cut off." Carleen nodded. She was used to unpredictable conditions, but typically in crowded cities with flickering neon lights, not in the austere solitude of these mountains. She peered outside again. "How do you usually pass the time when you're snowed in like this?" Andrew shrugged. "Routine, mostly. Tending to the building, keeping the stove going, reading old wildlife reports." There was a pause. "I've never really had to pass the time with someone else here." Despite her reluctance, Carleen felt a surge of curiosity. "Never?" He looked away. "Not in a few years." They left it at that. Daylight hours trickled by. Carleen busied herself by inventorying the station's artifacts, taking pictures of logbooks, old trail maps, and the well-worn paths just outside. She thought about the article she was supposed to write, how her editor wanted something rustic and warm. The magazine had asked her to depict the closure of Blackwood Outpost as a nostalgic moment, a piece of history fading into memory. But as she captured images of the battered station in the thick of a merciless winter, she struggled to spin it in a cosy sentimental light. Meanwhile, Andrew busied himself checking the generator, clearing snow from the outpost's roof to prevent collapse, and making sure the stove stayed fed. He seemed restless with her presence, not hostile, just unaccustomed to sharing his space. At midday, they huddled over a simple meal of canned soup. Carleen tried to spark conversation. "Ever had to rescue anyone up here before? Hikers? Campers?" He gave her a pointed look. "A few. People get reckless when they underestimate the wilderness. They think a few warm layers and GPS on their phone can save them from a storm." She caught the implied admonition. "Hey, I wasn't reckless. I just didn't know the storm would roll in so fast." Andrew offered a half shrug that bordered on an apology. "It came in quicker than usual. The mountains can have that effect. Weather changes in the blink of an eye." Carleen sighed and stared at her soup. She couldn't help but feel judged, as if her presence disrupted something precious to him. Then again, she had judged him too, dismissing him as just some lonely mountain man. But people weren't that simple. Perhaps, she thought, there was more to Andrew than meets the eye. The afternoon blurred into a suffocating quiet. Carleen found herself pacing the cramped living space, the walls feeling closer every moment. Her frustration built like static electricity in the air. She was used to chaos, to movement, to the pulse of city life. Here, time slowed to a crawl, the hours marked only by stoking a fire or refilling a mug of coffee. By evening, she felt her nerves fray. Andrew noticed. "You can't sit still, can you?" She frowned. "I guess not. I keep feeling like I should be out there, capturing something. Or maybe I should be editing my photos, just doing something." He set aside. Set, a book he'd been pretending to read. "Life moves differently here. There's no point fighting it." "Easy for you to say," she retorted. "You choose this life." He paused, and for a moment a flicker of pain crossed his face. "Yes," he said quietly. "I do." Unsure how to respond, Carleen pulled out her laptop to sort through the photographs she'd already taken. The silence weighed heavy until Andrew spoke again, almost haltingly, as if he was forcing the words out. "Why do you take pictures of disasters?" She blinked, surprised by the question. I guess I started because I believed it mattered, showing the world what's really happening, where the suffering is. I thought it would help people see beyond their own safe lives and spark some compassion." He nodded, eyes distant. "And did it?" "Sometimes," she said, her voice softer now. "But after so many war zones and riots and catastrophes, you start to wonder if you're making any real difference. Or if you're just feeding a cycle of sensational news." Andrew leaned back in his chair. "That's a heavy burden to carry." Carleen shrugged, but she felt a lump in her throat. She was used to going numb, but here, With nothing but the crackling of logs and Andrew's steady gaze, the emotional residue was harder to ignore. Night came swiftly, bringing with it an inky darkness that pressed against the small windows. Andrew offered her a lantern for the back room. She hesitated at the threshold, looking out into the pitch-black corridor. Her city instincts were useless here. There were no streetlights, no hum of distant traffic, just an all-consuming dark. She forced herself to step inside. The minimal light from the lantern threw dancing shadows on the timber walls. She didn't realize how much the emptiness unnerved her until she heard her own breath come shallow and quick. She placed the lantern on a small table, giving the space a warm glow. It made the emptiness feel a bit less intimidating. She lay down on the cot, heart thumping in her chest. The day had been physically unremarkable. Few steps in the snow, some photos, mostly waiting out the storm, but emotionally she felt exhausted. And she knew part of that exhaustion came from Andrew's presence. A calm presence, but one laden with locked-up memories, and she suspected sorrow. She sensed it in his posture, in his careful choice of words. Her phone had no reception, and she couldn't distract herself by scrolling or texting. With nothing but the distant crackle of the wood stove to keep her company, she let her mind wander. It drifted to the stories she'd covered. The heartbreak of families torn apart by conflict, the blank stares of people rendered homeless by disaster. She thought she'd grown a thick skin, but in the silence the images returned. At some point she must have dozed off, because she jolted awake to the faint creak of the cabin walls. Soft footsteps approached the door. Andrew's voice came from the other side, quietly. "You all right in there?" She swallowed. "Yeah, just not used to this kind of darkness." His silence suggested understanding. "If you need anything, I'll be in the office." "Thanks." It came out more grateful than she intended. He walked away, and she was alone once again. Except, somehow, she didn't feel entirely alone. The knowledge that someone else was under this roof, a man she barely knew, but who seemed to carry his own weight of life's tragedies, offered a strange kind of solace. Her eyes fluttered shut and she fell back into an uneasy sleep, lulled by the flicker of the lantern and the relentless hush of the snowfall outside. When dawn broke the next day, there was a lull in the storm. A pale sun hovered above the ridge, illuminating the world in a cold silver glow. Outside the outpost, thick snowdrifts stretched in every direction, but at least the furious wind had stilled for the moment. Carleen bundled up and stepped out gingerly. She needed air, space, something to push back against the claustrophobia that had settled in her bones. Andrew stood by the outpost's small porch, already shoveling a path to the propane shed. She lifted her camera instinctively. The moment felt surreal. Him, standing there against the backdrop of a winter wilderness, breath-forming small clouds in the frozen air. She snapped a photo. He looked over, and for a fleeting instant something softened in his expression. Not quite a smile, but a hint of acceptance. "I'm going to check the perimeter," he said, a note of invitation in his tone. "I'll come with you," she replied, surprising even herself. It wasn't part of her plan, but she felt drawn to see what he saw in this place. Together they trudged through the snow-covered trails, where trees lined the path like silent guardians. Andrew showed her the natural wonders often missed by the untrained eye, tracks from a rabbit or fox, patches of hoarfrost that looked like delicate crystals on the bark of ancient pines. He pointed out a small, half-frozen creek that still gurgled beneath a thin sheet of ice. "This is all going to be gone soon," he remarked quietly, gesturing to the outpost behind them. "They're decommissioning the station, and after that no ranger will maintain these trails." Carleen knelt to capture a shot of the creek, the lens reflecting the ephemeral beauty of water under ice. "Seems a shame, it's so untouched," he nodded. "That's why it's important." Places like this remind us that we're not the centre of everything. She heard the underlying reverence in his voice. He wasn't just a ranger doing a job. This was personal. Andrew cared deeply about preserving the wilderness. She found herself intrigued by the idea of a man who would choose the solitude of these mountains over the comfort of city life. They returned to the outpost by noon, rosy-cheeked and surprisingly content. The mutual antagonism had lessened. Something like camaraderie was taking its place. Carleen felt it in the easy silence they shared, the simple togetherness of preparing lunch, instant noodles in chipped bowls, steam fogging the cold cabin air. That evening Andrew retrieved a bottle of whiskey from a battered cabinet. "Emergency stash," he said with a small grin that barely reached his eyes. "Figure this qualifies as an emergency. You up for a drink?" They sat near the stove, flames dancing on the logs, the heat pushing back the chill. The whiskey burned Carleen's throat, but it also loosened the tension in her shoulders. She found herself talking more than she intended, about her life in the city, her earliest experiences as a photographer, the hopes she once had about making a real impact with her images. Andrew listened intently, occasionally nodding, his gaze fixed on the fire. She appreciated his quiet form of attention. It wasn't the polite, half-hearted interest she'd grown accustomed to from casual acquaintances. It felt genuine. She ventured a question she'd been holding back. "So, you've been here alone for years. Don't you get lonely?" He shrugged. "Some days, but I guess I traded one kind of loneliness for another. The city never felt like home." He paused, looking into the amber liquid in his mug. "Sometimes, though, the silence can be deafening." "What made you stay?" His grip tightened around the mug. "I lost someone," he admitted, eyes downcast. "The details don't matter much, but after that people felt too close, too chaotic. The mountains were quiet. I needed quiet." She felt her chest tighten. "I'm sorry," she managed, her voice almost a whisper. He nodded, the firelight throwing shadows across his face. They fell into silence, but it was a different kind of silence than before. A shared understanding lay beneath it, a fragile thread that connected their separate pains. She didn't push for more details. She understood that some memories were too raw to expose fully to a stranger. Later that night, as they shared another measure of whiskey, Andrew cracked a small, unexpected joke about how city folks freak out at the sight of a single raccoon rummaging through garbage. Carleen laughed, truly laughed, for the first time in what felt like ages. The tension that had hung between them seemed to dissipate, replaced by a cautious warmth. She studied his face in the flickering light. He had the rugged features she'd initially assumed were part of the typical mountain man persona. Stubble shading a strong jaw, hair that needed a trim, calloused hands. But there was an understated grace in the way he moved, the way he listened. She wondered if, in another life, he might have been something else. An artist, perhaps, or a teacher. Someone who gave more of himself to the world. The warmth of the fire and the alcohol lulled them into a languid atmosphere. Carleen felt her eyelids grow heavy. She realized she was dangerously close to letting her guard down. Before the lines blurred too much, she stood up and murmured, "Good night." Andrew's gaze lingered on her as she retreated to the back room. She closed the door gently, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her stomach. It wasn't desire exactly, or maybe it was, but overshadowed by an intangible sense of shared vulnerability. She wondered if he felt it too. The next day brought a moment of unforeseen danger. Desperate to capture more scenic shots during a lull in the snowfall, Carleen wandered farther from the outpost than she should have. The terrain was deceptive, an endless white canvas where every drift looked like solid ground until you stepped into a hidden pocket. She found herself sinking knee-deep, then waist-deep in snow. Panic spiked as the wind picked up again, obliterating her footprints. She fumbled for her camera, not wanting to abandon it, but soon realized she had no sense of direction. Each attempt to climb out only buried her deeper. Fear twisted her stomach. She thought of shouting, but the wind devoured her voice. Then, through the haze of white, she saw Andrew approaching. His figure was resolute, wearing snowshoes, face flushed with either anger, relief, or both. In moments, he was at her side, helping her out of the drift, supporting her as she stumbled. Once she was free, he turned to her, eyes blazing. "What were you thinking?" he demanded, breath ragged. "If the wind had gotten worse, I might not have found you." Carleen gulped down a sob. I just wanted to get the shot." He silenced her with a glare. For a moment it looked like he might unload a fury of scolding. Instead, he grabbed her shoulders, his face a mere inch from hers. "Don't risk your life like that," he said hoarsely. "This place doesn't forgive mistakes." She felt adrenaline pulsing through, her veins mixing with relief and something else, some powerful emotional surge between them. His breath warmed her face, and for half a second she was certain he might kiss her. She even leaned forward, just a fraction, drawn by the tension in the air, but he turned away, jaw clenched. "Let's get back." His voice was tight, betraying more worry than anger. They trekked back in silence, both shaken. Once inside, Andrew lit the stove with a fierceness that betrayed how rattled he was. Carleen stood near the doorway, heart hammering. She didn't know whether to apologise or to confront him for the near-miss moment they'd just shared. In the end, she just murmured, "Thank you for saving me," and slipped into her room. She closed the door, leaning against it, eyes wide. She was shaking, but it wasn't just from the cold. A part of her regretted that the moment ended the way it did. Another part knew the tension was far from resolved. That evening the blizzard picked up. Force again, engulfing the station in howling winds and walls of snow. The outpost groaned under the assault, and both Andrew and Carleen did what they could to brace the windows and doors. The storm rattled their nerves, a stark reminder of how powerless they were against the colossal whims of nature. In the midst of the raging tempest, Carleen ventured a timid apology. "I shouldn't have gone out alone like that. I'm used to pushing limits for a photo, but here it's different." Andrew exhaled. "Just don't do it again." His voice held an undercurrent of fear more than anger. She nodded, grateful for the minimal scolding. As night fell, the generator sputtered, leaving only the glow of lanterns and flashlights. The wind was so fierce it seemed to scream through the cracks in the wooden walls. Carleen's heart pounded at every gust. She found Andrew in the office, pacing restlessly, and realised she'd never seen him look so on edge. "This storm is bad," he muttered. "Worse than I've seen in years." He gestured toward the radio. Still no signal. If something goes wrong. Carleen understood the unspoken dread. They were utterly isolated. If a roof beam gave way, or if either of them needed medical help, they were at the mercy of the mountain. Amid this tension, something in Carleen snapped. She hated feeling helpless. Memories from her photo assignments flooded back. The terror of being pinned down in a war zone, the anguish of photographing wounded civilians when she couldn't help them. Emotions swirled like the storm outside until she broke down in front of Andrew, tears glistening in the lantern light. "I'm sorry," she said in a trembling whisper. I'm tired of watching disasters happen and feeling like all I do is document them. I thought I'd come here and find something gentle for once, but even nature can be brutal." Andrew looked torn, sympathy warring with his own internal guard. Slowly, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's okay," he said, voice quiet. "You're human, Carleen. You don't have to hold it all together every minute." She let out a shaky breath. The cabin's dim light cast elongated shadows on the walls, turning the moment into something more intimate than she expected. She looked up at him, noticing the flicker of his eyelashes, the tension in his jaw, the lines that sorrow had etched into his brow. Before she knew it, her arms slipped around him, seeking warmth, seeking comfort. He stiffened for a heartbeat, then relaxed, folding her into an embrace that felt both awkward and profoundly comforting. She wasn't sure who moved first, but their lips hovered close enough that she caught the faint smell of whiskey on his breath. A crack of thunder-like wind split the air outside, jolting them from the threshold of a kiss. They broke apart, each rattled not just by the storm but by the intensity of the moment. In the ensuing silence, Andrew cleared his throat. "I need to check the roof," he mumbled, stepping away hastily. Carleen stood there, heart pounding, half dazed. She knew then that their fragile equilibrium was shattered. They'd crossed a boundary, though they hadn't followed through. The almost kiss lingered, electric and unresolved, like a cord left hanging in the air. Hours later, with the storm still raging, Andrew returned from his checks. Wet snow clung to his jacket and hair. Carleen handed him a towel. He murmured thanks and sat down on a battered wooden chair. His face was etched with fatigue. She watched him quietly, uncertain whether to speak of the near kiss or bury it. But that night had other revelations in store. As the storm rattled the door, Andrew began to talk, haltingly, as though dredging up words from a dark well. He spoke of his fiancée, Helen, who had shared his love of the outdoors. They'd been hiking in these very mountains when an unexpected avalanche swept through, a pass. He was ahead, and she was behind, out of sight. By the time he realised what had happened, it was too late. "I tried to dig her out," he said, voice thick with memory. "But you can't outrun an avalanche. It moves faster than you'd believe." He swallowed hard, eyes distant. "She died by the time search and rescue arrived. His voice cracked. "I couldn't save her." Carleen felt tears she didn't know she'd left. "Andrew," she began, words failing to encompass the enormity of his grief. He pushed on, as though needing to purge himself of the narrative. After that, the city felt unbearable. People offered their condolences. They tried to empathise, but no one could reach me. I just wanted quiet. So I came here. She reached for his hand, their fingers intertwining. "I'm so sorry." The phrase felt inadequate, but it was all she had. They sat like that for a while, sharing a moment of raw vulnerability that eclipsed any differences. They had. In that moment, the storm outside seemed to mirror the turmoil in their hearts, wild, relentless, and destructive. And yet, within the chaotic swirl, they found the faintest glimmer of solace in each other's presence. Eventually, Andrew withdrew his hand, gently but firmly. "We should get some rest," he said, voice laced with sorrow. "Who knows what tomorrow brings?" Carleen nodded. She stood, paused, then leaned down and pressed a light kiss to his temple. It was a tentative offering of comfort, not passion. Andrew closed his eyes, accepting the gesture. Then she moved away, leaving him alone with the storm and his memories. Morning dawned, cold and eerily still. The storm clouds had departed, leaving a pristine white world in their wake. Outside, the glistening snowdrifts were both beautiful and treacherous. Andrew managed to get the radio working well enough to hear a faint broadcast. Rescue crews were starting to clear the roads. They should be able to reach Blackwood Outpost within a day or two. Carleen found herself torn. Relief flickered. She could return to normal life soon. But a heavier emotion weighed in her chest. The realization that this strange interlude of forced closeness might be coming to an end. Would she go back to the city and pretend this connection never happened? Did Andrew even want her to stay? The day passed in an awkward dance around each other, both keenly aware of the unresolved tension. When the rescue crew finally radioed in, confirming they'd arrived the next morning, Carleen felt her stomach drop. Andrew's gaze flicked to her and then away, as though bracing himself for a goodbye. That night, the air was thick with unspoken words. Over a meal of canned stew, they avoided direct eye contact. Carleen tried to lighten the mood. "You know, if I ever use these photos, I'll have to title them Whiteout Haven, or something equally dramatic." He huffed a soft laugh, but his eyes didn't smile. "It's fitting," he said. "This place can be a haven or a prison, depending on what you bring with you." They washed up in silence, the domesticity of the task contrasting sharply with the emotional tide swirling between them. The moment they finished, Andrew announced he'd go check the perimeter once more. Carleen busied herself with packing her camera equipment, heart twisting painfully. When he returned, he paused in the doorway. "Tomorrow, when the crew comes," he began, forcing each word out, "you can head down. There's a town about an hour away, if the roads are clear, where you can catch a bus or stay at a motel." She bit her lip. "Right," she managed, trying to hide her disappointment. "Makes sense." A beat of silence stretched. She wanted to say something, anything that might change the trajectory of this farewell, but the words were tangled in her throat. Andrew offered a tight nod and disappeared into the back room, leaving Carleen alone, in the flickering lamplight, wondering if she was about to walk away from something more profound than a fleeting attraction. Morning came with a flutter of helicopter blades overhead. The rescue team had cleared a narrow path along the main road, enough for an SUV to make it down the mountain. The men who arrived were efficient and brisk, their faces lined from the cold, but relieved to find Andrew and Carleen uninjured. They offered hot coffee and a direct route back to civilization. Carleen stood outside the outpost, gear packed, heart heavy. Andrew helped her load her bags into the rescue vehicle. Their eyes met, and 1,000 unspoken feelings hung between them. She wanted to reach for him, to say something that could shatter the distance forming again. But fear of rejection, of clinging to something that might not be real, held her back. The drive down the mountain felt surreal. As the outpost faded from view, Carleen pressed her forehead to the icy window, watching the trees blur past. She felt like she was leaving behind a piece of herself. By the time they reached the nearest town, her mind was already spinning with how quickly life had resumed its usual pace. Cars honked, store lights blinked, and the hum of human activity surrounded her. She spent 2 nights in a small hotel trying to finish her article about Blackwood Outpost. Her editor had called, excited to see the pictures and praising her for surviving the storm. Carleen listened, numb. She opened her laptop and scrolled through the images. There was the outpost sign, half buried in snow, the aging logbooks, the view from a cliff on a rare clear day, and then the photographs of Andrew. In one shot he was turning away from the lens, a half frown on his lips. In another, he was silhouetted against the cabin's porch, exhaling a plume of breath into the cold air. She lingered on a close-up where the golden afternoon sun caught the lines in his face, revealing a quiet, profound sadness. Looking at those photographs, she realized she'd captured more than just a man or a place. She had captured the essence of an unspoken story, a wounded soul finding refuge in the wilderness. Her heart squeezed. It felt dishonest to write a fluffy piece about a nostalgic station closure without acknowledging the depth of what she'd experienced. That night she laid awake, the hotel's dim bedside lamp casting shadows on the walls. The city lights flickered through the window, and she realized she no longer found comfort in that neon glow. Instead, she craved the hush of snowfall, the crackle of a wood stove, the steady presence of a man who had let her glimpse his hidden sorrow. By dawn, her mind was made up. She packed her things, checked out, and ignored a half-dozen messages from her editor. She had a new plan. The road back to Blackwood Outpost was partially cleared, enough for her SUV to navigate slowly. Slush and ice made the drive treacherous, but determination fueled her. She arrived to find Andrew outside, loading a truck with boxes from the station. He was packing up exactly as she'd feared, preparing to leave the place he'd called home. For a moment she watched him in silence. Her heart pounded as she forced herself out of the car. He looked up, startled. His expression cycled from shock to guarded concern. "What are you doing here?" she swallowed. "I couldn't leave it like that." He set down the box he was holding. "Carleen, I'm closing this place. There's nothing left here." She stepped closer, pulling a single photograph from her coat pocket. She offered it to him. It was a print she'd made in the hotel's business centre at dawn, a shot of him standing at the edge of the forest, lost in thought. He gazed at it, throat bobbing. She saw him fighting some internal tide of emotion. "Why did you come back?" he asked, voice thick with caution and hope. "I don't know what comes next," she said, echoing words that had circled in her mind for days. "But I know I don't want to leave you behind." Her voice trembled, but she pressed on. "These last few days I've seen something here, something in you, that makes me believe there's more to life than just chasing the next big story." Andrew clenched the photo in his hands. "I'm no good at this," he admitted, voice raw. "Letting people in. Not since—" He trailed off, but she stepped forward, closing the distance. "I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm asking you to let me in just enough so we can figure it out. Together." His eyes glistened, and for a long moment they stood on the snowy ground, the world around them utterly silent, waiting. Then, in one swift movement, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. It wasn't a timid, half-formed thing this time. It was urgent, fueled by days of tension and unspoken longing. Carleen clung to him, feeling the solid press of his body, the warmth of his breath against her cheek, the beating of his heart. When they finally broke apart, his forehead rested on hers. He exhaled, a shuddering breath that carried relief and acceptance. "Stay," he whispered, voice cracking, "or let me go with you. Whatever you want. Just don't walk away again." Tears brimmed in Carleen's eyes, but they were tears of joy. "We'll figure it out." Months later, a different kind of hush envelops a small cabin tucked away in a pocket of the same mountain range, but not so remote that it's inaccessible. Carleen perches on a simple wooden porch, camera in hand, capturing the gentle drift of snowflakes. Inside, Andrew is stacking logs in the fireplace. They share this cabin now, an arrangement that defies easy labels but feels deeply right. Sometimes they head to the city to deal with personal matters or for Carleen's photography exhibitions, but always they return to this wilderness sanctuary. Carleen has stepped away from the chaos of war zones, choosing instead to focus her lens on nature's beauty and humanity's quieter stories. She still cares about documenting truth and hardship, but she's learned there's a healing power in highlighting resilience and grace. Andrew, for his part, has learned to open his heart again, slowly allowing himself to imagine a future where love and loss coexist but do not cancel each other out. On this particular afternoon, the sun sets behind a ridge, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose. Carleen lifts her camera to capture Andrew stepping outside. He looks at her, that familiar warmth in his eyes. She snaps the shutter. In that single frame she sees their entire journey, the storm that first trapped them, the emotional barriers they broke through, the fragile bond that blossomed into something that feels like home. She lowers the camera and smiles at him. He returns the smile, small but certain. Somewhere in the distance the wind rustles through, snow-laden pines. It's a soft, almost musical sound, a far cry from the howling fury of the storm that once imprisoned them in Blackwood Outpost. And with that gentle whisper of wind, they both know, some storms don't just trap you, Some storms bring you home. Undercover playlist. Eli Morrison had forgotten how to be nobody. The morning he walked through the doors of Westfield High, he couldn't remember the last time he'd moved through a crowd without people whispering, pointing, or asking for selfies. Here, he was Eli Carter, new kid with a vague backstory involving his dad's job transfer, a deliberately boring choice of clothes, and absolutely no musical talent whatsoever. The first person to crash into him was also the last person he expected to need. Watch it. Maya Bowen didn't look up as she scrambled to collect scattered papers from the hallway floor. Her hair, an impossible shade of burgundy that shifted purple in the fluorescent light, created a curtain between them. Some of us actually have responsibilities. Sorry. Eli crouched to help gather what looked like pages from a manuscript. Let me... Don't. She snatched the papers away. I've got it. He caught a glimpse of her writing before she pulled it back. The Soundpost entry. 247. Why Jackson Reyes has lost his revolutionary edge. His stomach dropped. He knew this blog. Had been reading it for months, actually. Maya Bowen was the anonymous critic who'd been systematically dismantling his public persona with surgical precision. You're new, she said, finally looking at him. Her eyes were an unsettling green. Not pretty exactly, but the kind of colour that demanded a second look. Transfer? Yeah. Eli Carter. You're Maya, she frowned. How do you know that? It's on your papers. Right. She stood up, studying him with the same intensity she probably applied to her music reviews. Word of advice, Eli Carter. Don't try too hard to fit in. This place eats tryhards alive. She walked away before he could respond, leaving behind the faint scent of something like vanilla and rebellion. Tyler found him at lunch. Dude, you already met the Bowen. That's either very lucky or very cursed. The Bowen? Maya Bowen runs this brutal music blog that's got like a cult following. She's taken down more local bands than The Economy. Also plays violin like she's personally mad at the universe. Tyler grinned. Word is she's got zero tolerance for fake people. So you're screwed. If only Tyler knew. The next weeks fell into a rhythm Eli hadn't experienced since middle school. Early mornings on the bus instead of in a town car, lunch in a crowded cafeteria instead of craft services, homework at a kitchen table instead of on a private jet. His security team monitored from a distance. His father called twice daily to ensure he was maintaining the charade, and his social media manager posted throwback photos to maintain his online presence. But the strangest part was Maya. When their English teacher assigned them as project partners, Maya's expression suggested she'd rather be partnered with a paper shredder. Analysing indie pop evolution, she announced on day one, dropping a thick binder between them. I've already done the research. You just need to not mess up my grade. I actually know a bit about music, Eli offered. Right. New kid with a guitar syndrome. Let me guess. You played Wonderwall once and now you're the next Kurt Cobain. Something like that. She looked at him differently after he correctly identified not just genres, but specific producers on the tracks she played during their research sessions. When he mentioned how the evolution of indie pop paralleled the democratization of music production, she actually put down her phone. Huh, she said, maybe you're not completely hopeless. It was the highest compliment he'd received in months. Their work sessions moved from the library to Maya's hideaway, a forgotten corner behind the audio-visual equipment where someone had left an old CD player. Maya had been curating this space with albums, leaving notes about tracks, building something like a shrine to honest music. This is incredible, Eli said, running his fingers over handwritten track listings. You've documented everything. Music is memory, Maya said simply. People forget that. They think it's just entertainment, but every song is someone's truth at a particular moment. Even the ones that lie are telling the truth about the lie. She pulled out her violin case, an action so natural it had to be habitual. Want to hear something? What came out wasn't classical. It was raw, improvised, the kind of music that spoke directly to something behind your ribcage. Eli found himself reaching for the guitar that mysteriously appeared against the wall. You play? Maya asked, pausing mid-bow. A little. They played for 20 minutes. No words, just sound building on sound. Eli carefully avoided anything that might sound like his own compositions, instead falling into a rhythm that supported Maya's fierce melody. When they finished, the silence felt like an ending neither of them wanted. Not bad, Carter, Maya said, and for the first time, he heard something like warmth in her voice. That night, alone in his temporary bedroom, so much smaller than his penthouse, so much more like home, Eli made a decision that would complicate everything. He logged into the Soundpost with a new account name, Anonymous Melody. Just wanted to say your review of Jackson's latest single made me think. What if his revolutionary edge isn't lost but evolving? Sometimes artists go underground not because they've lost their voice, but because they're finding a new one. He hit send before he could overthink it. The next day, Maya mentioned the comment. Got this interesting response on the blog last night. Someone actually defended Jackson Reyes without resorting to fan worship. Maybe the world isn't completely lost after all, Eli agreed, fighting the urge to smile too widely. Later, Tyler cornered him after band practice. Static noise was exactly what the name suggested. 5 guys with more enthusiasm than talent making noise in Tyler's garage. Bro, you're holding back, Tyler said, watching Eli play with obvious constraint. You're like, too good at being deliberately mediocre. It's weird. Just trying to fit in. Yeah, about that. Tyler grabbed Eli's guitar pick, a standard black Fender. Where'd you get this? Music store. They don't sell these anymore. This is vintage. Tyler studied him. You know what? Never mind. We all have our secrets. But if you ever want to stop pretending you can't play, we could use a lead guitarist who doesn't sound like he's torturing cats. That Friday, Maya stayed after class for the project. They'd moved past the formal research phase into actual discussion, sometimes forgetting they were supposed to be completing an assignment. Question, Maya said, suddenly serious. Do you think artists have an obligation to stay true to their original sound? No, Eli answered without thinking. I think they have an obligation to stay true to themselves, even if that means changing, even if their fans hate it. Especially if their fans hate it. Otherwise, you're not really creating anymore. You're just maintaining a brand. Maya looked at him for a long moment. You know what, Carter? You might actually get music. She started packing up her violin, and Eli realised with startling clarity that he didn't want the session to end. The fire alarm that suddenly shrieked through the building was almost a relief. It interrupted what might have been his first genuine impulse in months. As they evacuated, Maya's hand briefly caught his arm. Same time Monday? Definitely. Walking home, Eli received 3 texts. One from his father demanding an update, one from his manager about a potential duet with another teen pop sensation, and one from Tyler. Dude, I know who you are. His blood went cold. Your guitar playing gave you away. Don't worry, your secret's safe. But man, this is going to get complicated. Very complicated, Eli typed back, thinking about Maya's hand on his arm, about the way she'd said, not bad, Carter, about how he hadn't felt this real in over a year. Monday morning arrived with the kind of grey sky that made fluorescent lights seem almost romantic. Eli found Tyler waiting by his locker, practically vibrating with nervous energy. I didn't sleep, Tyler announced without preamble. I kept thinking about how insane this is. You're Jackson freaking Reyes. Keep your voice down. Jackson Reyes is in my garage band. Maya Bowen, who once wrote a 2,000-word essay on why your acoustic version of Gravity was an insult to both physics and music theory, is falling for you. This is either the universe's idea of a joke, or the setup for the world's most twisted love song. She's not falling for me. Right. Tyler's sarcasm could have stripped paint. And I'm actually Beyoncé. Dude, you should see how you look at her. Like she's sheet music you're trying to read. Eli slammed his locker, perhaps with more force than necessary. It's not like that. Then what's it like? The question followed him through the morning. What was it like exactly? Maya had started saving him a seat in classes they shared. She'd initiated conversations about music that had nothing to do with their project. Yesterday she'd shared half a sandwich without being asked. Small things, normal things, things that probably meant nothing. His phone buzzed with a notification from the soundpost. Maya had posted a new entry, responding to several comments from anonymous Melody. To AM, your point about evolution versus revolution in artistry is interesting. But consider this. Some changes feel like growth, others like abandonment. How do we distinguish between an artist discovering new truth and an artist forgetting who they were? She was brilliant. Absolutely, infuriatingly brilliant. At lunch, Sophia materialized at their table like a gossip-hungry ghost. Maya Bowen, she announced, sliding into the seat beside her best friend. We need to discuss your love life. What love life? Maya didn't look up from her notebook. The one that involves mysterious study partners and secret smiles. Sophia? Maya? Sophia turned to Eli. What are your intentions with my best friend? We're doing a project. Projects. That's what they call it these days. Maya kicked Sophia under the table. Ignore her. She thinks everything is romance. Everything is romance, Sophia declared. Speaking of which, did you see that Jackson Reyes is rumoured to be dating that actress? The one from the vampire show? Eli nearly choked on his water. Where did you hear that? Maya asked, and Eli couldn't tell if he imagined the edge in her voice. Entertainment tonight. Though honestly, she seems basic for him. He should date someone with actual musical taste, someone who could challenge him creatively. The irony was so thick Eli could have cut it with a plastic spork. After lunch, Maya pulled him aside. Want to go somewhere other than the library? Today? Sure. She led him off campus down a path he hadn't noticed before. 10 minutes later they emerged at a small park dominated by a war memorial. Maya sat cross-legged on the grass, facing the monument. My parents died here, she said without preamble. Car accident 3 years ago. Eli sat beside her, suddenly understanding why the path felt worn. I come here when I need to think, or when I need to remember who I am. She pulled out her phone, scrolled through photos. Dad was a music teacher. Mum was a nurse who sang in the church choir. Neither of them were famous, but they were real. You know? Yeah, he said quietly. I know. Sometimes I wonder if they'd understand my obsession with authenticity in music. Like, would they get why I'm so hard on artists who seem to change for money or fame? She glanced at him. Do you think that's fair? The question felt like a trap he'd set for himself. I think being hard on people who abandon their values is fair. Being hard on people who are growing? Maybe not. How do you tell the difference? You listen to their music. Really listen. Truth sounds different than calculation. Maya was quiet for a long moment. You know what's weird, Eli? You're the first person in this school who talks about music like it matters, like it's more than just background noise. Music is never just background noise, he said without thinking, then caught himself. I mean, to people who really care about it. Exactly, she smiled. A real smile, not the guarded expression she usually wore. Want to hear something embarrassing? I've got a playlist for every mood. Happy, sad, anxious, angry. Even one for confused about feelings. That's not embarrassing, that's beautiful. Really? Really. Music as emotional cartography. That's brilliant. The way she looked at him then, surprise mixed with something warmer, made his chest tight. This was dangerous territory. This was where fake names and real feelings started colliding in ways that could hurt everyone involved. His phone rang, Dad's ringtone. "Take it," Maya said. "I'll wait." Eli walked a few feet away, answered on the third ring. "Progress report," his father said without greeting. "Everything's fine." "Are you maintaining your cover? No incidents?" "No incidents." "Good. We need you back in studio next week. The label wants demos." "Dad?" "This little experiment isn't forever, Eli. We indulge it because we need clean PR and because your mother insisted, but don't forget what's real." "What's real?" Eli looked back at Maya sitting beside her parents' memorial, trusting him with pieces of herself. "I understand," he said, ending the call. When he returned, Maya was writing in her notebook. "Work stuff?" she asked. "Family stuff? Everything okay?" "Yeah." She tore out a page, hesitated, then handed it to him. "I wrote something for the project, but also not for the project." The paper contained lyrics, simple, honest, beautiful lyrics about finding truth in unexpected places. "Maya, this is incredible. It's stupid. It's not." He read it again, recognizing echoes of their conversations, their connection. "Do you have a melody for it? Maybe. Want to work on it together?" Her smile was answer enough. They spent the afternoon turning her words into music, their collaboration as natural as breathing. When Maya played the melody on her violin while Eli added guitar, something clicked into place. The song wasn't finished, but it was beginning, like them. Walking back to school, Maya bumped his shoulder playfully. "Thanks for not making fun of my lyrics. Thanks for sharing them. You know what? I've decided. You're officially not hopeless, Eli Carter." High praise from the infamous music critic. Don't let it go to your head. But it was too late for that warning. Something had already gone to his head, and it wasn't praise. It was the way her laugh sounded when she forgot to be guarded. It was the trust in her eyes when she showed him her writing. It was the growing certainty that what started as deception was becoming the most real thing in his life. That night, Eli lay awake composing in his head, not for his album, not for his image, but for Maya. Real lyrics about real feelings in a way he hadn't allowed himself since becoming someone. His phone buzzed. A text from Tyler. "Saw you two at the park. You're in deep, aren't you?" "Yeah. What are you going to do?" Eli stared at the ceiling, thinking about Maya's lyrics, about her parents' memorial, about the way she listened to music like it could save or condemn the world. "I don't know. Want some advice?" "Always. Stop lying to yourself first. The rest might follow." The melody of lies had become a full-time occupation. Eli found himself crafting an elaborate digital existence as anonymous melody, responding to Maya's blog posts with the kind of insight he could only provide as the artist himself. It was self-serving and honest in equal measure, like performing surgery on himself through a mirror. Meanwhile, Static Noise had reluctantly accepted him as their lead guitarist, and Tyler was struggling to balance friendship with the weight of secrets. "You're getting better," Maya observed one afternoon, listening to Eli play during lunch. They'd claimed an empty classroom as their unofficial headquarters, a space where Maya could practice violin and Eli could play guitar without wondering if someone would recognize his style. "Or you're just getting used to my mediocrity." "I'd know mediocrity. This is something else." She studied him like she studied music, searching for the truth beneath the performance. "Sometimes you play like you're holding back, like you know exactly where the song wants to go but won't let yourself take it there. Maybe I'm afraid of where it might go, music or life." The question hung between them, loaded with implications neither acknowledged. Sophia interrupted with the grace of a tornado. "Emergency best friend meeting," she announced, dragging Maya toward the door. "Eli, you're excused." "What's the emergency?" Maya protested. "Someone found Jackson Reyes's guitar pick in the hallway. The rare ones, with his signature, which means he's either visited our school or someone here is connected to him more than they're letting on. Eli's blood crystallized. He'd lost that pic 3 days ago. So what? Maya called over her shoulder as Sophia pulled her away. Maybe someone's just a collector. But the damage was spreading. By the end of the day, the guitar pick had become the subject of wild speculation. Theories ranged from secret concerts to celebrities' kids hiding in plain sight. Tyler found Eli at his locker. You need to be more careful. I lost one guitar pick. People lose things. Not custom Jackson Reyes picks. Sophia's already cross-referencing everyone's social media. It's only a matter of time before what? Maya's smart enough to figure it out? Maya's smart enough to figure anything out. The question is whether she'll want to when she realizes you've been lying to her face for weeks. That evening, Eli made a decision that probably qualified as emotional self-harm. He started leaving song lyrics in Maya's locker, fragments of verses he'd written but never recorded, pieces of himself he couldn't give any other way. The first note read, "Truth and fiction blur when you're looking through the same lens. Sometimes the realest thing is the lie that makes the most sense." Maya found it the next morning. In English class, she kept glancing at him, then at the paper. "Did you write this?" she whispered during group work. "Write what?" "These lyrics. In my locker." "Why would I do that?" Her expression suggested she wasn't entirely buying his denial, but she let it go. By week's end, 3 more notes had appeared, each one a small truth wrapped in metaphor. The blog post from Anonymous Melody intensified. What if the greatest artists are the ones we don't recognise? What if authenticity isn't about revealing everything, but about revealing what matters? Maya's responses grew more engaged, more personal. To AM. You make authenticity sound like a choice rather than an obligation. But don't we owe our audience the truth of who we are? I never traced the IP. I thought maybe you were a professor or music industry insider. Turns out the truth was even stranger. Eli stared at her words until his vision blurred. She was talking directly to him, even though she didn't know it. The digital debate felt more intimate than their face-to-face conversations. Meanwhile, Maya's grandmother was becoming suspicious in her own way. "This boy you've been studying with," Grace said during one of their weekly dinners. "Are you sure he's just a study partner?" "Gran, please." "I'm not blind, Maya. You come home humming songs you haven't hummed since your parents were alive. You smile at your phone. These are symptoms of something. Symptoms of friendship. In my day, we called it chemistry." Maya blushed furiously. "It's not like that. It never is, until it is." But Grace kept her concerns private until the evening she answered the door to find a black SUV idling outside their modest house. Maya was at orchestra practice, and Grace found herself face to face with a man in an expensive suit. "Mrs. Bowen, I'm David Morrison. I believe my son has become friends with your granddaughter." Grace studied him with the wariness of someone who'd seen too much. "Your son?" "Eli, though you might know him better by his stage name." Back at school, the truth was closing in from all directions. During lunch, Tyler pulled Eli aside. "Sophia's done too much research. She knows someone connected to Jackson Reyes is at this school. She's narrowed it down to you, me, and 2 other guys. One of them is the kid who always wears sunglasses indoors, so her money's on you." "What did you tell her?" "I told her she was overthinking things. But Eli, she's smart and she's motivated. How long before she connects dots we can't unconnect?" The answer came sooner than expected. Sophia found them after school, practically vibrating with excitement. "I know your secret." She held up a printed page. "I work on the school paper. I'm always in the computer lab. Someone printed these emails about Project Normal yesterday and forgot to grab them." Eli's heart stopped. "You're moonlighting as Static Noises guitarist. Why didn't you just say so? It's not like it's embarrassing. You're actually good." Relief flooded through him. followed immediately by the recognition that he'd been granted a reprieve, not a pardon. "Yeah," he said carefully, "just trying to keep a low profile." "Well, your secret's safe with me. Though," she glanced at Tyler, "I might want to interview the band for the paper." That was how Eli found himself performing publicly for the first time in months, albeit with a garage, band instead of a sold-out arena. Maya came to the static noise rehearsal/interview session, ostensibly as Sophia's photographer, but she spent more time watching Eli play than taking pictures. "You really don't sing?" Maya asked during a break. "I leave that to others," Eli said, which was technically true. He did usually leave singing to others. It just happened that those others were studio musicians hired to back him up. "Pity, you have the right voice for it. Deep but not too gravelly. Could probably handle indie rock or singer-songwriter stuff without strain." How she could know that from listening to him speak was either pure insight or cosmic irony. After the session, as they walked out together, Maya stopped him. "Can I tell you something weird?" "Always." "Those lyrics you've been leaving, because I know it's you, don't try to deny it. They feel familiar somehow, like I've heard them in a dream or something. Maybe you're just that intuitive about music, or maybe you're just that intuitive about me." The air between them tightened in a way that demanded resolution. Eli found himself leaning closer, and Maya didn't pull away. For a moment the weight of secrets lifted. Then Tyler's van backfired in the parking lot, shattering the moment like glass. "I should go," Maya said, but she didn't move. "Yeah, me too." Neither of them moved. "Tomorrow?" Maya asked. "Library? Or the memorial?" "Let's go somewhere new." "Okay, somewhere new." She walked away, and Eli wondered if truth could be a place you travelled to gradually, or if it was more like jumping off a cliff, all at once or not at all. That night he composed the most honest song he'd written in years. Not for an album, not for his image, but for the feeling of standing in a high school parking lot, wanting to kiss someone who might hate him if she knew who he really was. His phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. "This is Grace Bowen. We need to talk about my granddaughter. Some secrets," Eli realised, had expiration dates, and his was coming up fast. Grace Bowen's cafe of choice was the kind of place that probably hadn't changed its menu since 1987. She sat in a corner booth, nursing coffee and radiating the kind of authority that made Eli check his posture. "You're punctual," she observed as he slid into the seat across from her. "That's something. Mrs. Bowen. Grace, and I'll be direct." She slid a printed page across the table. It was a screenshot of the sound post, featuring one of his responses as anonymous Melody. "My granddaughter doesn't know I read her blog, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. But I'm reasonably good with computers, and anonymous Melody's comments have a certain authority that goes beyond casual fan knowledge." Eli's carefully constructed world tilted sideways. "Combined with my husband's obsession with music history, God rest his soul, I've heard enough industry stories to recognise patterns. Patterns like famous people's, children hiding in plain sight, like talent that tries too hard to seem ordinary, like very expensive guitar picks lost in hallways. Grace, let me finish. David Morrison came to my house yesterday. That was enlightening." She sipped her coffee with infuriating calm. "He wants to know about Maya's influence on his son. Wanted to ensure she wasn't distracting Eli from his career. She's not. I know that. The question is, what exactly is she to you? Because if this is some kind of celebrity game, it's not." The words came out more forcefully than intended. Maya is the first person in a year who's seen me as just Eli. Not the product, not the brand, just me." Grace's expression softened imperceptibly. "And does Eli care about my granddaughter? Really care? More than I've cared about anything in a long time." Enough to stop lying to her? The question landed like a physical weight. I want to. I'm just... God, Grace, I'm terrified she'll hate me. She's spent months writing about how Jackson Reyes represents everything fake about the music industry. How am I supposed to tell her that you'll prove her hypothesis was wrong? Grace smiled slightly. Maya's been wrong before. She's also the most forgiving person I know, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. But that forgiveness has limits. She reached into her purse, pulled out an old photograph. 2 people on stage, younger versions of themselves, guitars in hand, singing into a shared microphone. Your grandfather and I had a band once. Nothing famous, but we toured the Midwest, played dive bars and county fairs. This was before Maya's dad came along. She traced the edge of the photo. We understood that music can be both a bridge and a wall. It depends on how honest you're willing to be. What happened to the band? Life, marriage, kids, the usual suspects. Grace tucked the photo away. But the music never left. It just evolved, like everything does if you let it. They sat in silence for a moment. She's planning something for your birthday, Grace said finally. Something at school. If you're going to tell her, I'd suggest doing it before then. Surprises have a way of revealing more than we intend. After Grace left, Eli sat in the cafe staring at his phone. 3 missed calls from his father, 2 from his manager, and 1 text from Maya. New hiding spot after school? I found something I want to show you. The something turned out to be an old music room, forgotten in the renovations that had modernised the rest of the school. Covered instruments lined the walls and everything smelled like dust and possibility. How did you find this place? Eli asked. I'm good at finding hidden things. Maya ran her hand over a vintage piano. I've been thinking about our project, about evolution versus revolution, about how we judge authenticity. She turned to face him, something determined in her expression. I've also been thinking about those lyrics you've been leaving, and about anonymous melody on my blog, and about the way you play guitar when you think no one's listening. Time stopped. This was it, the moment when careful constructions collapsed. Maya, let me finish. I think you're more connected to music than you let on. I think maybe you're in this school for reasons that aren't just your dad's job transfer. And I think... She took a breath. I think I'm falling for you anyway. The honesty in her voice broke something in him. Not the fear, that multiplied, but the isolation, the sense that he had to carry this weight alone. What if, he said carefully, what if there was more? More than just connection to music, more than just complicated family stuff? Then I'd want to know, all of it. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there, breathless and triumphant. Maya, you need to come with me. Now. There's something about the talent show, about Jackson Reyes, about... She noticed Eli, skidded to a stop. Oh, sorry. But Maya, this can't wait. Maya looked between them, torn between curiosity and frustration. Can you give us 5 minutes? 3, and then I'm coming back with a crowbar if necessary. After Sophia left, Maya turned back to Eli. To be continued? Yeah, definitely continued. But as she walked away, Eli knew that time was accelerating faster than his courage. Whatever Sophia had discovered, whatever Maya was planning for his birthday, whatever truth was about to surface, it was all heading toward a collision he couldn't prevent. That night he wrote in his journal, something he hadn't done since signing his first record deal. Tomorrow I tell her. Tomorrow I stop hiding behind half-truths and carefully crafted personas. Tomorrow I risk everything real for what might be real. But tomorrow had its own plans. Tyler called at midnight. Eli, we have a problem. Actually, several problems. Sophia knows, she actually knows, and she's giving you until tomorrow to tell Maya yourself, or she's going to do it for you. How did she... Does it matter? Man, this is spiraling. Fast. Eli stared at his ceiling, knowing he'd been given a deadline he couldn't meet or avoid. Tomorrow he'd tell Maya the truth. Tomorrow he'd find out if the person he'd become in her eyes could survive the revelation of who he'd been all along. Tomorrow had become the scariest word in any language. Morning came too quickly, and not quickly enough. Eli arrived at school to find Maya at his locker, holding something that made his heart stop. A printed email conversation between him and his manager, discussing Project Normal, the code name for his public school experience. Sophia found these in the computer lab printer, Maya said without preamble. Someone forgot to collect them yesterday. Her voice was carefully neutral, the tone she used when reviewing music she hadn't decided how to judge yet. Maya, I can explain, can you? Because according to these emails, Eli Carter doesn't exist. According to these emails, you're someone named Eli Morrison who's playing some kind of game with real people's lives. Other students were starting to notice, to cluster nearby with that instinct for drama that teenagers possessed. Please, can we go somewhere private? She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. The music room, 5 minutes. The walk felt eternal. Maya's silence was a wall he didn't know how to scale. When they reached the forgotten music room, she closed the door with more care than necessary. Talk. Where to start? How to explain a year of deception in a way that made sense? Eli chose the only path he knew, the truth. My real name is Eli Morrison. My stage name is Jackson Reyes. I'm here because my parents thought I needed normal friends, normal experiences, normal life, whatever that means. They thought it would make me a better artist. Maya's expression remained carefully blank. At first, I just wanted to get through it, to play the part of boring new kid and wait until I could go back to whatever life I had before. But then I met you, and decided to lie to me for months, and decided I didn't want you to see me the way you saw Jackson Reyes in your reviews. I didn't want you to think I represented everything you hated about the music industry. So you let me fall for a fiction. I let you fall for the most real version of myself I've been in years. Maya laughed, but there was no humour in it. The real version? Eli, you've been commenting on my blog as Anonymous Melody. You've been responding to my critiques of your own work, playing some elaborate game with me. That's not true. Those conversations, those comments, they were real. I was finally talking to someone who understood music the way I do, even if she didn't know who she was talking to. Oh, how noble of you. Her sarcasm could have cut glass. You were saving me from my own prejudices. How very gallant. That's not what I meant. She turned away from him, running her fingers over the dusty piano keys. Do you know what's funny? I've been defending you, not Eli, but Jackson, to Sophia, to anonymous commenters on my blog, even to myself. I've been wondering if maybe I was too harsh, if maybe artists deserve space to evolve. Her hands found a chord, minor and melancholy. I've been writing songs about you, about us, about this feeling I couldn't name because I was falling for someone who supposedly didn't care about fame or image. The chord resolved into something softer. Turns out I was falling for someone defined entirely by fame and image. Maya, please listen. I did listen. I listened to every word you said, looked for honesty in every gesture. And you know what? I thought I found it. I thought I found something real for the first time since my parents died. The rawness in her voice stopped him. This wasn't about celebrity secrets or industry manipulation. This was about trust broken in a place where she kept her deepest wounds. It was real, he said quietly. Those moments between us, the music we made together, the way we talked about everything and nothing, that was the most real thing in my life. She faced him again, and he saw tears she hadn't let fall. How am I supposed to believe anything you say now? The question hung between them, unanswerable and essential. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there, breathing hard, with Tyler right behind her. "Sorry to interrupt the heartbreak," Sophia said, not sounding sorry at all. "But we have a bigger problem. Someone leaked that Jackson Reyes is enrolled here. There are news vans in the parking lot." Tyler added, "And Eli's dad just pulled up in a very expensive car. This is about to become a circus." Maya looked at Eli with something that might have been pity. "Congratulations, your secret's out, and you didn't even have to tell it yourself." She walked toward the door, paused. "For what it's worth, the songs you wrote, the real ones, the ones for you and not for charts, they were good, better than good. But I guess we'll never know what else might have been." She left, taking something essential with her. Eli stood in the empty music room, surrounded by covered instruments and broken possibilities. Through the window he could see media trucks arriving, security guards, students with phones out, recording everything. "Eli," Tyler said gently, "we need to get you out of here." But there was no escaping now. Not from the media circus, not from his father's inevitable lecture about damaged brands and controlled narratives, not from the knowledge that he'd lost something irreplaceable through his own cowardice. His phone buzzed. Maya's blog had updated to anonymous. Melody. "Thank you for the conversations. They meant more than you know. Sometimes the truth comes too late, and sometimes it comes too close to the bone. Either way, this is goodbye." The final word felt like a door, closing. David Morrison found him 20 minutes later, flanked by security and fury. "This ends now. Pack your things. We're leaving." "Dad, wait. You need to salvage what's left of your career. Do you have any idea what this has done to our carefully managed image? A secret high school, a girlfriend who's been publicly criticizing your work. Her name is Maya. I don't care what her name is. This entire experiment was supposed to make you more relatable to normal teens, not start some scandal. And it did end, but not the way anyone expected." At the hastily arranged press conference, held in the school auditorium of all places, Eli faced cameras and questions about his public school experiment. The principal stood nervously by the doors, trying to manage the chaos while avoiding being photographed by Entertainment Tonight cameras. When asked about the rumoured relationship with a student blogger, he surprised everyone by turning toward the back of the room. "Maya Bowen is the most honest person I've ever met. She reviews music like truth matters, like art should mean something beyond entertainment. I tried to hide who I was because I was afraid she'd judge the industry version of me instead of just me." He could see Maya in the doorway, having been pulled in by the commotion like everyone else. Her expression was unreadable, not the raw hurt from the music room, but something more guarded, watchful. "I've learned something these past few months. Being real isn't about full disclosure. It's about being honest when it matters, and I wasn't. I'm sorry for that." The questions continued, but Eli's focus had narrowed to a single person. When the circus finally died down and he was allowed to leave, Maya was waiting by the side exit. She'd had time to process, to consider, to decide whether this conversation was worth having. "That was quite a performance," she said. "It wasn't meant to be a performance. Just the truth. Finally." "The truth," she repeated, testing the word. "You know what my grandmother told me once? That music creates bridges and walls depending on how honest you're willing to be. And I think maybe we built both. Now we have to decide which one we want to keep." They stood in the late afternoon sun, the weight of revelation settling around them like dust. Nothing was simple anymore, but perhaps simple hadn't been what they needed anyway. "I'm leaving," Eli said. "My dad's not wrong about the mess this creates, but I want to finish our song, the one you started writing about finding truth in unexpected places." Maya was quiet for a long moment. "What if we finish it and it doesn't sound right? What if we don't finish it and never know?" She smiled. Not the guarded expression he'd become used to, but something fuller, more dangerous. Send me the lyrics, not as anonymous melody, as you. All of me, all of you. 6 months later, Maya's blog featured a new column, collaborative reviews where artists responded to critiques in real time, creating dialogue instead of one-way judgment. The first series featured an exchange between music journalist Maya Bowen and singer-songwriter Jackson Reyes about authenticity, evolution, and the courage required for both. Their song, the one that started with Maya's lyrics about truth in unexpected places, appeared as a surprise track on Eli's next album, credited to both of them. It wasn't a love song exactly, more like a documented conversation between two people learning how to be honest when honesty hurt. Critics called it brutally authentic. Fans called it relationship goals. Maya called it a beginning, not an ending. On graduation day, she found a new note in her locker. Not lyrics this time, but an address. The location of a small venue downtown. When she arrived that evening, she found a single spotlight on an empty stage, 2 microphones, and a note that read simply, "Truth sounds different when it's shared. Want to try?" The audience was small, Tyler and Sophia, Grace, even David Morrison looking uncomfortable but trying. Maya stepped onto the stage, picked up a microphone and looked out at Eli in the audience. "Ready for people to hear us mess up in real time?" she asked. "As long as it's real," he replied, joining her on stage. "I'm tired of being perfect." "Good," she said, pulling out her violin, because perfect was never the point. The song they played wasn't the one from the album. It was something new, something unrehearsed, something that proved honesty could be found in the space between notes as much as within them. And if some truths came with complications, if some melodies required more than one voice to complete, well, that was just music being honest about what it had always known. Sometimes the best songs are the ones you discover by accident, played by people brave enough to stand in the same space and let whatever comes, come. The end came with applause that felt like permission to begin again. A love remembered. Eleanor Callahan's fingers traced the outline of her reflection in the bathroom mirror, following the map of wrinkles that had settled into her face over 84 years. She didn't mind them, these etchings of time. Each line had its own story. Laughter lines from summer picnics with the children, worry lines from David's motorcycle accident in 83, the deep furrow between her brows from the day James forgot her name for the first time. "Ellie," James's voice called from the bedroom, unusually clear this morning. "Have you seen my watch? The gold one?" Eleanor closed her eyes briefly, savouring the sound of her nickname on his lips. These moments of lucidity had become rare treasures, appearing without warning and disappearing just as quickly, like fireflies in the growing dusk of his mind. "Coming, love," she called back, quickly dabbing Chanel No. 5 behind her ears, a ritual she maintained despite knowing he rarely noticed anymore. She found James sitting on the edge of their bed, dresser drawers pulled open, his pyjamas still on but inside out. His white hair stood up in tufts, and confusion clouded his eyes despite the momentary clarity in his voice. "The gold watch," he repeated, his hands patting the bedspread. "My father's watch. I need it for—" Eleanor knelt carefully before him, her knees protesting the movement. "For our anniversary dinner tonight," she finished, reaching for his hand. 60 years, James. Can you believe it?" His eyes, still that remarkable shade of hazel that had made her stumble over her words at a dance hall in 1963, flickered with something. Recognition, perhaps, or just the reflection of her own hope. 60, he murmured, squeezing her fingers. Then, "Who are you?" The question no longer stung as it once had. Eleanor simply smiled and pressed her palm against his cheek. "I'm Eleanor, your wife, and tonight our family is coming for dinner to celebrate us." James nodded, accepting this information with the placid trust of a child. Eleanor helped him dress, guiding his arms through the sleeves of his favourite cardigan, the navy one with leather elbow patches that their grandson Michael had given him 5 Christmases ago. Before James's diagnosis, he had been meticulous about his appearance. Pressed shirts, polished shoes, his silver hair always neatly combed. She maintained these standards for him now, a small act of preservation. The doorbell rang as she was adjusting his collar. "That'll be Margaret," Eleanor said, kissing his forehead. "Our daughter. She's bringing those lemon squares you like." James blinked at her, and for a terrifying moment, Eleanor thought she saw not confusion but utter blankness in his gaze, as if looking through her into an endless void. Then he smiled, the crooked, charming smile that had once made her knees weak on dance floors and in darkened movie theatres. "I like lemon squares," he said simply. Margaret's voice carried up the stairs, followed by the deeper tones of her husband Robert and the excited chatter of their daughters, Lily and Emma. Eleanor guided James toward the door. "Dad!" Margaret's face lit up when she saw him, and she embraced him carefully. At 57, Margaret had inherited Eleanor's petite frame and James's expressive eyes. "Happy anniversary." "Thank you," James replied automatically, social graces still deeply ingrained even as other parts of him slipped away. "Grandpa," Emma, 16 and luminous with youth, bounded forward. "I brought you something." She pressed a small package into his hands. James stared at it, uncertain. "Open it, dear," Eleanor encouraged. His fingers moved slowly, methodically unwrapping the gift. Inside was a small digital picture frame, its screen coming to life with a slideshow of family photos. "See, Grandpa," Emma explained, standing close. "It has all our pictures in it. Look, there's you and Grandma at the beach house, and there's when you taught me to fish, James." Watch the images flicker past, his expression unreadable. Then, with startling suddenness, he said, "Cape Cod, 1988. David fell off the dock." The room went still. Eleanor exchanged a glance with Margaret, whose eyes had widened in surprise. The photo on screen indeed showed their vacation home in Cape Cod, though from a more recent trip. "That's right, Dad," Margaret said carefully. "You remember David falling in? Mum had to fish him out because you were laughing too hard to help." James nodded, a small smile playing at his lips. "He splashed like a seal, all arms." Eleanor felt a familiar tightness in her chest, hope and heartache intertwined. She had learned not to expect these moments of recollection, nor to expect them to last. David arrived 30 minutes later with his wife Tara and their son Michael, now 28, and sporting a beard that made him look startlingly like James in old photographs. The house filled with a comfortable chaos of family, coats being hung, food being arranged, furniture being shifted to accommodate everyone in the living room where Eleanor had set up for dinner. "Mum, this looks beautiful," David said, helping her arrange the table. At 59, her firstborn still had the gentle demeanour that had made him the peacemaker of the family. "How are you holding up? Really?" Eleanor considered the question as she straightened the linen napkin she'd ironed that morning. A small indulgence for a special occasion. "I'm still here," she said finally. "We both are, in our own ways." David's eyes, so like his father's, softened with understanding. "Remember what Dad always said about marriage?" Eleanor smiled. "It's not about the years, it's about the moments." "Yes." "Well," David said, glancing over to where James sat in his armchair watching Michael adjust the sound system. 60 years is a lot of moments." Eleanor followed his gaze. "Yes," she whispered, "a lifetime of them." What no one mentioned, what had become an unspoken understanding, was that these days those moments existed only for her. For James they appeared and disappeared like raindrops on hot pavement, evaporating almost as soon as they fell. Margaret appeared at her elbow. "Mom, we found the record." Eleanor turned, her heart quickening. "You did? I thought it was lost in the move." Margaret held up a vinyl record in its worn sleeve. Frank Sinatra's Come Fly With Me. Their wedding song, the one James had insisted they dance to at every anniversary celebration. It was in Dad's study behind his medical journals, Margaret explained. Michael's setting up Grandpa's old record player now. Eleanor took the record, running her fingers over its surface. Another piece of their past preserved despite everything. Thank you, darling. This means everything. As the family gathered around the table, Eleanor watched James carefully. He seemed content, if slightly bewildered by the activity around him. He ate methodically when food was placed before him, smiled politely at conversation directed his way, but remained largely disconnected, a benevolent observer at his own celebration, until Margaret raised her glass for a toast. To Mum and Dad, she said, her voice wavering slightly. 60 years of showing us what love looks like, in good times and in hard ones. You've taught us that love isn't just the grand gestures, it's in the everyday moments of kindness, patience, and choosing each other again and again. James suddenly straightened in his chair, his gaze sharpening. He reached for his water glass with unusual precision. To my beautiful wife, he said clearly, looking directly at Eleanor, the love of my life. The room fell silent. Eleanor's hand trembled as she raised her own glass, her vision blurring with unshed tears. For this crystalline moment, James was fully present, fully himself. To us, she whispered. As the evening progressed, Eleanor found herself alternating between host and caretaker, making sure everyone had enough to eat while monitoring James for signs of fatigue or confusion. Yet something about tonight was different. Whether it was the familiar faces, the music playing softly in the background, or some mysterious alignment in the misfiring synapses of his brain, James remained unusually engaged. When Michael suggested they move to the living room for dessert and the sharing of memories, Eleanor braced herself. These moments could be particularly difficult for James, highlighting as they did all that he had lost. But as they settled into their seats, James reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with surprising certainty. "Dance with me, Ellie," he said. The needle dropped onto the vinyl with a soft hiss, and the rich tones of Sinatra filled the living room. Eleanor stood frozen, James's request echoing in her ears. "Dance with me, Ellie." Words he had spoken hundreds of times throughout their marriage, but hadn't uttered in nearly 3 years. James rose from his chair without assistance, extending his hand with a grace that seemed to shave decades off his stooped frame. The family watched in silent amazement as Eleanor placed her hand in his, allowing him to guide her to the centre of the room where they had pushed back the furniture. "Come fly with me, let's fly away," Sinatra crooned as James placed his right hand gently at the small of Eleanor's back, taking her other hand in his left, the proper form he'd insisted on learning before their wedding because, as he'd told her, "I want to lead you right, Ellie, always." They began to move, not with the vigour of their youth, but with a measured dignity that held its own kind of beauty. James guided her through the steps with surprising sureness, his eyes never leaving hers. "The last time we danced," he said softly, for her ears alone, "was at David's wedding anniversary, 5 years ago." Eleanor's breath caught. "Yes," she whispered, afraid to break whatever spell had momentarily cleared the fog from his mind. "You wore green, with little rhinestones, and those ridiculous shoes that hurt your feet." A laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep inside her. "They were torture devices. I took them off under the table and you smuggled them out in your jacket pocket." James smiled. A real smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You walked to the car in your stockings. I carried you over that puddle in the parking lot." "You did," Eleanor confirmed, tears threatening again. "You've always carried me over the rough spots, James." They continued moving to the music, unaware that Michael had begun quietly filming them on his phone, that Emma was wiping tears from her cheeks, that David and Margaret were clutching each other's hands so tightly their knuckles had gone white. When the song ended, James held Eleanor for a moment longer, then leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. A proper kiss, not the confused peck he sometimes offered when prompted. Eleanor closed her eyes, memorizing the feeling. "I've loved you for 1,000 years," he murmured against her mouth, "and I'll love you for 1,000 more." Eleanor pulled back slightly, a small laugh escaping her despite the emotion tightening her throat. "That's from that song Emma likes, the one from the vampire movie." James's eyes twinkled, actually twinkled with mischief. "Did I get it wrong? I was trying to be romantic." Eleanor cupped his face in her hands. "You've never gotten romance wrong a day in your life, James Callahan." They returned to their seats to enthusiastic applause from the family, James giving a small, courtly bow that made the grandchildren giggle. As they settled back into their chairs, Eleanor felt a strange mix of elation and terror. These moments of clarity were precious beyond measure, but they also sharpened the pain of what would inevitably follow, the confusion returning, the light in his eyes dimming once more. "Should we share some memories? Now?" Margaret suggested. "That's what we planned, right, Mum?" Eleanor nodded, pushing aside her apprehension. "Yes, let's do that." One by one, the family began to speak, sharing stories of James as father, grandfather, husband. David recalled fishing trips where James had shown infinite patience untangling lines and baiting hooks. Margaret spoke of how he had driven 8 hours to her college dormitory when she'd called home homesick and ready to quit, how he had walked the campus with her all weekend until she remembered why she'd wanted to be there in the first place. Michael talked about his grandfather teaching him to change the oil in his first car, and how James had slipped him an extra $20 afterward, whispering, "Don't tell your grandmother I'm undermining your allowance system." Lily remembered being terrified of thunderstorms as a child until Grandpa explained that thunder was just the clouds bowling, and every time we heard it, it meant someone had gotten a strike. Emma, the youngest at 16, spoke last. "When I was little and stayed over, Grandpa would make pancakes in funny shapes, not just Mickey Mouse ears. He'd try to make pancakes that looked like us, or animals we liked. They were always terrible," she said with a laugh. "Like nightmare-inducing terrible. But he was so proud of them, and he'd make up stories about each pancake as we ate them." She turned to James, her expression softening. "You always made me feel like the most important person in the room, Grandpa. You still do." Throughout these recollections, James listened with unusual attentiveness. Sometimes he nodded or smiled in apparent recognition. Other times he looked puzzled, as if hearing about a stranger's life. But he remained engaged, his hand resting on Eleanor's knee, occasionally squeezing gently when a particular memory seemed to resonate. After Emma finished speaking, a comfortable silence fell over the room. Then James cleared his throat. "I'd like to. Say something," he announced. The family exchanged surprised glances. James rarely initiated conversation these days, especially in group settings that tended to overwhelm him. "Of course, Dad," David encouraged gently. "We'd love to hear from you." James straightened in his seat, and Eleanor was struck by how much he suddenly resembled the man who had stood before classes of medical students for 40 years as a respected professor of cardiology. His shoulders squared, his chin lifted, and when he spoke, his voice carried the authority that had once commanded hospital rounds. "I know I'm not always here," he began, gesturing vaguely toward his head. "I know I forget things, important things, people." His eyes found Eleanor's. "I forget you sometimes, my love, though never for long. Your face might slip away, but the feeling, the knowing that you are my heart, that stays." Eleanor pressed her hand to her mouth, unable to speak. "The doctors explained what would happen," James continued. "Back when I could understand it. Like water draining from a bathtub, they said. But that's not how it feels. It's more like standing in a dense fog, Sometimes the fog thins, and I can see everything clearly. Your faces, my life, all of it. Then it thickens again, and I'm lost." He paused, looking around at the family with remarkable clarity. "Tonight the fog has lifted more than usual. I don't know why. I don't know how long it will last, but I want to use this moment to tell you all that even when I can't express it, even when I seem far away, I carry your love with me. It's the thread I follow through the fog." Margaret was openly weeping now, her shoulders shaking as Robert held her. David stared at his father with naked love and grief etched on his face. The grandchildren watched in solemn wonder, witnessing a grandfather they had begun to lose suddenly, miraculously return to them. "And Eleanor?" James turned fully toward his wife, taking both her hands in his. "My Ellie, 60 years isn't nearly enough. I'd marry you again tomorrow. I'd marry you every day for another 60 years if I could." In that moment, Eleanor felt the weight of every day they had shared. The births of their children, the deaths of their parents, vacations and illnesses, arguments and reconciliations, the quiet Tuesday evenings and the momentous celebrations. All of it, every second, had led to this room, this moment, these words. "You would?" she asked softly. "In a heartbeat," he replied. Then, with a flash of his old humour, he added, "Though according to my most recent ECG, my heartbeats are rather irregular these days, so you might need to be patient with me." The family laughed through their tears, and Eleanor felt something tight in her chest begin to loosen. This moment of perfect clarity, of James fully present and aware, recognising and loving his family, this was the anniversary gift she had never dared to wish for. After James's speech, the evening took on a dreamlike quality. They ate Margaret's lemon squares and drank coffee. They looked through old photo albums, James occasionally offering startlingly precise details about pictures taken decades ago. They played another record, Nat King Cole this time, and James hummed along, his foot tapping in perfect rhythm. But as the clock crept past 9, Eleanor noticed the sign she'd learned to recognise, the slight furrow returning to James's brow, his responses becoming more halting, his gaze beginning to wander. The fog was rolling back in. "Perhaps we should wrap up for the evening," she suggested gently. "It's been a wonderful celebration, but I think we're both getting tired." The family understood immediately. Goodbyes were exchanged, hugs given, promises to visit again soon offered. As they gathered their coats and leftovers, each family member took a moment with James, holding his hand or kissing his cheek, trying not to betray their awareness that the grandfather and father who'd been so vibrantly present all evening was already beginning to recede. "We'll help clean up before we go," David offered, but Eleanor shook her head. "Leave it, darling. I'll take care of it tomorrow." "Are you sure, Mom?" Margaret asked, concern evident in her voice. Eleanor nodded. "I want some quiet time with your father now, while he's still—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. As the front door closed behind the last of their family, Eleanor turned to find James standing in the middle of the living room looking lost. "Who were all those people?" he asked. Eleanor felt the familiar pang, sharper tonight after hours of having her real husband back. She crossed to him, taking his hand. "That was our family, love. Our children and grandchildren. They came to celebrate our anniversary." James nodded slowly, processing this information without fully comprehending it. "Anniversary," he repeated, the words seeming to float disconnected from any meaning. 60 years of marriage," Eleanor explained patiently. "Diamond anniversary. Though I told you long ago I didn't need more diamonds." She led him toward the stairs, moving slowly to accommodate his hesitant steps. "You gave me something much better tonight, James. You gave me yourself." He followed her, docile now. The commanding presence that had held the room captivated just an hour ago vanished like morning mist under a strengthening sun. Yet even in this state there was something gentle and dignified about him. The essence of James, his fundamental kindness, his quiet grace, remained intact even as his memories fractured and dispersed. In their bedroom, she helped him undress and put on his pyjamas. This intimate ritual had evolved over the past few years from something occasionally embarrassing for them both to a comfortable routine. Eleanor had been a nurse before retiring, and she brought that professional efficiency to the task, though she never stopped seeing her husband's body with love. The broad shoulders now stooped, the stomach that had softened with age, the surgical scar on his left knee from a skiing accident in his 50s. Arms up, she instructed gently, helping him into his pyjama top, then guiding him to sit on the edge of the bed while she removed his slippers and helped him into the pants. "You're very kind," James said, the formal politeness he often adopted when confusion set in. "I'm your wife," Eleanor replied simply. "I promise to love you in sickness and in health." She helped him into bed, tucking the covers around him the way he liked, making sure the pillow was positioned properly under his head. Then she moved to her vanity to remove her makeup and change into her own nightgown. In the mirror she could see James watching her, his expression peaceful though distant. She wondered what he was thinking, if he recognised her at all now, or if she had become simply a kind caretaker, familiar but unnamed. "You look beautiful," he said suddenly. Eleanor turned, surprised. "Thank you, James." "Are you coming to bed soon?" he asked, patting the space beside him. "Yes, love. Just washing up." When she slipped under the covers a few minutes later, James reached for her hand in the darkness. Eleanor's heart quickened. These small gestures of connection sometimes bridged the gaps in his memory, anchoring him to her even when words failed. "I don't remember everything," he said softly, "but I remember you smell like flowers." Eleanor turned toward him, close enough to feel his breath against her face. "Chanel No. 5, she whispered. "You gave me my first bottle the day David was born. Said every new mother deserved something that made her feel beautiful." "David," James repeated. "Our son." "Yes. He fell in the water, at the beach house." Eleanor smiled in the darkness. "That's right. Cape Cod, 1988. James was quiet for a long moment, and Eleanor thought he might have drifted to sleep. Then he spoke, again his voice barely audible. "I'm sorry, Ellie." "For what, my love?" "For forgetting. For leaving you alone while I'm still here." Eleanor propped herself up on one elbow, finding his face in the dim light filtering through the curtains. His eyes were open, looking directly at her with a lucidity that took her breath away. "You haven't left me," she said fiercely. "You're right here, and I'm right here with you, James Callahan. I always will be." He reached up to touch her face, his fingers finding the wetness on her cheeks that she hadn't realised was there. "You're crying," he observed. "Happy tears," she assured him, covering his hand with her own. Tonight was perfect. "Dance with me again tomorrow?" he asked, his voice already growing drowsy. "Every day," Eleanor promised, knowing that by morning he would likely have no recollection of this conversation, of the dance they'd shared, of the remarkable speech he'd given to their family. But she would remember for both of them every single day. James's breathing deepened as sleep claimed him. Eleanor remained awake a while longer, watching the gentle rise and fall of his chest, cataloguing every moment of this extraordinary evening in her memory. The doctors had warned her that these periods of clarity, what they clinically termed terminal lucidity, often preceded a steep decline. She pushed the thought away. Tonight was not for worrying about tomorrow. Finally, she settled beside him, her hand resting lightly over his heart, its steady rhythm lulling her towards sleep. "Good night, my love," she whispered. "Thank you for remembering us tonight." Eleanor woke before dawn, the grey light of early morning seeping around the edges of the curtains. For a moment she lay still, listening to James's breathing beside her, trying to recapture the magic of the previous evening. Then she slipped quietly from bed, wrapping her robe around her against the morning chill. Downstairs, evidence of their celebration remained, wine glasses on the coffee table, dessert plates stacked beside the sink, the record player still open with Nat King Cole waiting to be returned to his sleeve. Usually meticulous about cleaning up before bed, Eleanor had left it all, unwilling to waste a moment of James's rare lucidity on domestic chores. She put on coffee and began to tidy, moving quietly around the kitchen and living room. The house felt different this morning, charged somehow with the residual energy of last night's gathering, as if the walls themselves had absorbed some of the love that had filled the rooms. As she closed the record player, her fingers lingered on its wooden cabinet. James had bought it for their 25th anniversary, insisting that digital music couldn't compare to the warmth of vinyl. Some things are worth preserving the old way, he'd told her then. Some experiences shouldn't be compressed and streamlined. The same could be said for memory, she thought now. Modern medicine had tried to compress James's decline into neat categories and stages, to streamline their expectations with clinical terminology and brain scans. But last night had defied all predictions and prognoses. Last night had been worth preserving, old-fashioned and miraculous. She was rinsing dishes when she heard his uncertain footsteps on the stairs. Drying her hands quickly, she moved to meet him, finding him halfway down, clutching the railing with both hands, his expression wary. "Good morning," she said brightly. "You're up early?" James stared at her, his gaze shifting from recognition to confusion and back again, like a radio searching for a clear signal. "Coffee?" he asked finally. "Yes, it's ready. Come down and I'll pour you a cup." She helped him navigate the rest of the stairs, then guided him to his seat at the kitchen table, the one with the view of the bird feeder he had built decades ago, and which Margaret's husband now kept filled with seed. As Eleanor poured his coffee, black with one sugar, the way he'd taken it for 60 years, she studied him surreptitiously, looking for any hint of the man who had danced with her just an hour ago, who had spoken so eloquently about love and memory. But his movements were hesitant again, his gaze unfocused. The fog had returned, perhaps thicker than before. "There's a cardinal at the feeder," she said, setting his cup before him. "Your favourite." James turned to look out the window, a small smile lifting the corners of his mouth. "Red bird," he said, the simple observation containing a hint of delight. "That's right." Eleanor sat opposite him with her own coffee. "Do you remember what we did yesterday, James?" He frowned slightly, concentrating. "We had visitors?" "Yes. The family came for dinner, for our anniversary." "Anniversary," he echoed, the same disconnected repetition as last night. Then, unexpectedly, 60 years. Eleanor's heart leaped. "That's right, 60 years of marriage." James took a sip of his coffee, his expression clearing briefly. "Did we dance?" "Yes," Eleanor whispered, her throat tight with emotion. "Yes, we danced to Frank Sinatra." "Come fly with me," James said, nodding as if confirming a fact to himself. "You wore blue." Eleanor looked down at her robe, a faded floral pattern in pinks and greens. "Last night I wore blue," she agreed. "The same colour as my dress on our first date. Do you remember that night, James, at the Starlight Ballroom?" But James's attention had shifted back to the window, to the cardinal now joined by its more subdued mate. "Two birds," he observed. Eleanor followed his gaze. "Yes, the pair always comes together. They mate for life, you know." James turned back to her, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment she saw complete clarity in his eyes. "Like us," he said. "Yes," Eleanor agreed, reaching across the table to take his hand. "Exactly like us." The days following their anniversary settled back into familiar patterns. James's remarkable lucidity had indeed been fleeting. though Eleanor treasured the small fragments that seemed to have remained. He sometimes hummed "Come Fly With Me" when she helped him dress, and once he called her Ellie unprompted, the diminutive sending a shock of joy through her. A week after the celebration, Margaret came by while James was napping to help Eleanor organise the photographs and mementos from the evening. "Michael put together this album," Margaret said, placing a leather-bound book on the kitchen table. "He included printouts of the pictures and the video he took of you and Dad dancing." Eleanor opened it carefully, her breath catching at the first photograph. James leading her in their dance, both of their faces illuminated with joy. "Oh, Margaret, it's beautiful." "There's a USB drive in the back with all the digital files," Margaret explained. "And Michael uploaded everything to the family cloud account too. He said to tell you nothing will ever be lost." Eleanor nodded, unable to speak for a moment. Their children and grandchildren had become the keepers of their memories, a role reversal both poignant and necessary. "Has Dad had any more moments?" Margaret asked carefully, setting a cup of tea before her mother. "Like at the party?" Eleanor shook her head. "Not like that night, no. But he's been... I don't know how to describe it. More present somehow. As if part of him remembers remembering, if that makes any sense." Margaret covered her mother's hand with her own. "It does. And Mom..." She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "What you do for him, every day. It's the most profound act of love I've ever witnessed." Eleanor looked up from the photo album, meeting her daughter's gaze. "It's not a burden, if that's what you're thinking." "I know it's not," Margaret assured her, "but it's still remarkable. The patience, the dignity you give him." She paused. "We've been talking, David and I, about getting you some more help. Just a few hours each day, someone to be here while you run errands or have lunch with friends or just take a nap." Eleanor's first instinct was to refuse, as she had previous offers of assistance. She had managed James's care largely alone since his diagnosis, with the family helping for specific outings or appointments. "Maybe," she said instead, surprising herself with the concession. "Not every day, but maybe a few afternoons a week might be nice." Margaret's relief was palpable. "Really? You'll consider it?" Eleanor smiled, running her finger over the photograph of her and James dancing. "He told me once, years ago, that taking care of yourself is how you take care of the people you love. I think I'm finally ready to listen to his advice." They spent the afternoon looking through the album and talking, their conversation wandering from serious discussions of James's care to light-hearted reminiscences. When James woke from his nap and made his careful way downstairs, he joined them at the table, accepting a cookie from Margaret with a polite thank you, though he showed no particular recognition of his daughter. "Look, Dad," Margaret said, turning the album toward him. "Pictures from your anniversary party." James studied them with mild interest, occasionally nodding or making small sounds of acknowledgement. Then he pointed to a photograph of Eleanor. "Beautiful," he said decisively. "My wife is beautiful." Margaret and Eleanor exchanged a glance, both touched by this moment of connection. "Yes, she is," Margaret agreed. "The most beautiful woman in the room, always." James nodded, satisfied with this assessment, then returned his attention to his cookie. After Margaret left, Eleanor and James settled into their evening routine. A simple dinner, some television, nature documentaries seemed to engage him most these days, and then the careful process of preparing for bed. As she helped him brush his teeth, Eleanor thought about Margaret's offer of additional help. Perhaps it was time to accept that she couldn't do everything alone, that allowing others to share the care was not a failure but a practical kindness to them both. "You're quiet tonight," James observed, as she helped him into bed, one of those startling moments of perceptiveness that still occasionally emerged from the fog. "Just thinking," Eleanor replied, smoothing the covers around him. "About what?" She sat on the edge of the bed beside him. "About love, about how it changes shape over time but never really diminishes." James considered this, his forehead creasing in concentration. "Like water," he said finally, "in different containers." Eleanor smiled at the unexpected metaphor. "Exactly like that, James. That's perfect." He reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with surprising accuracy. "Stay with me until I fall asleep." "Of course." The next morning Eleanor woke with a sense of purpose, after helping James with breakfast and settling him in his favourite chair with a bird identification book he still enjoyed looking through. She made several phone calls, first to a home healthcare agency Margaret had recommended, then to her friend Vivian for a lunch date, and finally to David to ask if he might take James for a drive that afternoon. "Just around town," she explained. "He always enjoyed your drives together, and I have some errands to run." "Of course, Mom," David agreed readily. "I can come by around 2 if that works." "Perfect," Eleanor said. "And David, thank you." "For what?" "Taking my dad for a drive. It's nothing." "For understanding," Eleanor said simply. "For helping me see that accepting help doesn't mean I'm giving up." There was a short silence on the line. Then David said, "You've never given up on anything in your life, Mum. Least of all Dad." After she hung up, Eleanor joined James by the window. He was studying a page of warblers, his finger tracing the colourful illustrations. "Little birds," he said when she sat beside him. "Yellow ones." "Yellow warblers," Eleanor confirmed. "We saw them at the Audubon Sanctuary last spring, remember? You were so excited you almost fell into the pond leaning over the rail." James looked up from the book, a flash of indignation crossing his features. "I did not almost fall in," he protested. "I was perfectly balanced." The unexpected clarity of his response, coupled with the familiar stubborn tone that had characterised so many of their good-natured arguments over the decades, made Eleanor laugh out loud. "James Callahan, you had 1 foot off the ground and were windmilling your arms like a cartoon character. If David hadn't grabbed your belt, you'd have been swimming with the tadpoles," James harumphed, returning to his book with exaggerated focus. But Eleanor caught the small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. These moments, these brief, precious windows when her real husband emerged from the fog had become her sustenance. David arrived, promptly at 2, greeting his father with the easy warmth he'd always shown. "Ready for a drive, Dad? Thought we might cruise by the old hospital, maybe stop for ice cream at Wilson's." James looked at Eleanor, a habit formed over recent years as his own decision-making had become more difficult. "Go on," she encouraged. "I've got some things to take care of here. You two have fun." After they left, Eleanor stood in the quiet house, momentarily at a loss. It had been months since she'd been alone for more than the briefest intervals. The silence felt both strange and luxurious. She moved through the rooms slowly, seeing their home with fresh eyes. The sunlight streaming through the kitchen windows illuminated 60 years of accumulated life. Photographs crowding the refrigerator door, the collection of painted ceramic birds James had started bringing her from medical conferences around the world, the small crack in the counter from when David had dropped a frozen turkey in 1992. James's study, largely untouched since his retirement 5 years ago, his medical textbooks lined the shelves alongside mystery novels and biographies. His desk remained organised with the precision that had defined his professional life. Pens aligned, notepads centred, the leather blotter Margaret had given him for his 70th birthday still pristine. Eleanor ran her fingers along the spines of his books, then paused at a small wooden box tucked between volumes on cardiology. She recognised it immediately, the box James had carved during a woodworking phase in his 60s, inspired by a similar piece they'd seen in an antique shop in Vermont. Inside, she found what she knew would be there, a collection of small mementos he had saved throughout their marriage, movie ticket stubs from their first date, the hospital bracelet from when David was born, a pressed flower from their 20th anniversary trip to Hawaii, a small, smooth stone from the beach at Cape Cod. Each item represented a moment he had deemed worth preserving. Eleanor held the stone in her palm, remembering the day he'd found it. A perfect oval streaked with white quartz that caught the light. "Like your hair in the sun," he had said, tucking it into his pocket. She replaced the items carefully and returned the box to its spot. These tangible pieces of their history had always been important to James, as if he had somehow known that one day his internal archive of memories would begin to fail, and he would need these physical touchstones. The irony wasn't lost on Eleanor, that she, who had spent 6 decades being teased for her terrible memory— "You'd forget your own birthday if I didn't remind you," James often joked— was now the sole keeper of their shared past. All those times she had relied on him to remember the name of a restaurant they had visited, or the year they had taken that road trip through New England, and now their roles were reversed. She glanced at her watch, realising she had spent nearly an hour lost in reminiscence. Vivian would be waiting at the cafe. Eleanor changed quickly into a blouse she knew James particularly liked, a soft lavender that brought out the green in her eyes, applied a touch of lipstick and grabbed her purse. The freedom of driving alone felt almost illicit after months of careful planning around James's needs. She rolled down the windows, letting the warm spring air tousle her silver hair, and impulsively turned up the radio when one of James's favourite jazz standards came on. Vivian was already seated at an outdoor table when Eleanor arrived. Her dramatically red hair, dyed since her 40s, though she vehemently denied it, visible from the parking lot. The two women had been friends since their children were in elementary school together, their bond strengthened by shared experiences of motherhood, career transitions, and now, widowhood for Vivian and caregiving for Eleanor. "Look at you," Vivian exclaimed as Eleanor approached. "You're positively glowing. Must have been some anniversary celebration." Eleanor slid into the chair across from her friend, accepting the glass of iced tea Vivian had already ordered for her. "It was extraordinary," she admitted. "James was himself again, Viv. Really himself. For hours." She described the evening, the dancing, James's speech, the moments of perfect clarity that had seemed like a miracle. Vivian listened with the attentiveness of someone who understood exactly what such a gift would mean. "Oh, Ellie," Vivian said when Eleanor finished, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. "I'm so happy you had that. What a precious thing." "It was," Eleanor agreed, "and it made me realise something. I've been so focused on what we're losing, on all the ways his mind is failing, that I sometimes forget to appreciate what remains." Vivian nodded. The essence of him. The James underneath the confusion. "Exactly, and I need to take better care of— myself if I'm going to be there for him properly." Eleanor sipped her tea. "I'm hiring some help. Just a few hours a week to start." Vivian's eyebrows shot up in exaggerated shock. "Eleanor Callahan accepting help. Alert the media. Has hell frozen over?" Eleanor laughed, the sound surprising her with its freedom. When had she last really laughed? I know, but I'm trying to be sensible." "About time," Vivian pronounced, lifting her glass in a toast. "To sensible decisions and extraordinary men, even when they drive us crazy." "Even then," Eleanor agreed, clinking her glass against her friend's. They spent a leisurely 2 hours at the cafe, their conversation meandering from serious topics to gossip about mutual friends, punctuated by Vivian's irreverent humour. By the time Eleanor headed home, she felt lighter somehow, as if she had set down a burden she hadn't fully acknowledged carrying. She arrived back at the house just as David's car pulled into the driveway. Her son helped James from the passenger seat, and Eleanor was struck by how much they resembled each other now that David had entered his 60s. The same tall frame, the same deliberate way of moving. "How was your afternoon?" she asked, meeting them at the front walk. "Great," David replied. "We drove by the hospital, saw the new wing they're building. Dad told me about delivering twins there in '83 during that big snowstorm, remember?" Eleanor glanced at James, surprised. You remember Dr. Peterson's twins? The ones born during the power outage? James nodded, his expression animated in a way it rarely was these days. Had to use flashlights, he said. No power. That's right, Eleanor confirmed, exchanging a look of wonder with David. You used flashlights and delivered them both perfectly healthy. David stayed for dinner, the three of them eating on the back patio as the evening settled around them. James was unusually talkative, though his sentences remained simple and sometimes disconnected. More than once he reached for Eleanor's hand across the table, a gesture so natural and familiar that she found herself blinking back tears. After David left, they sat outside a while longer, listening to the evening chorus of birds and watching the fireflies begin their nightly display. James seemed content, his face relaxed in the gathering darkness. "Good day," he said simply. Eleanor leaned over to kiss his cheek. "Yes, love, a very good day." Over the next few months, a new rhythm established itself in their lives. 3 times a week, a home health aide named Carmen arrived at 9 in the morning, bringing with her a cheerful efficiency and genuine affection for James that made Eleanor's initial hesitation about outside help seem foolish in retrospect. "Mr. C and I have big plans today," Carmen would announce, helping James with his coffee, while Eleanor gathered her things for whatever outing she'd planned. Lunch with Vivian, a book club meeting at the library, or sometimes just a solitary walk through the park. "What trouble are you two getting into while I'm gone?" Eleanor would ask, teasing. Carmen would wink conspiratorially at James. "Oh, you know, wild parties, dancing on tables, the usual." And James would smile, sometimes playing along with a surprisingly coherent "Don't forget the motorcycles," or "and the poker game," revealing glimpses of the dry humour that had always been a cornerstone of his personality. These respites gave Eleanor space to breathe, to remember parts of herself beyond the role of caregiver. She joined a water aerobics class at the community centre, reconnected with former nursing colleagues for monthly luncheons, and even began volunteering 2 hours a week at the hospital where she and James had both worked for decades. Between Carmen's visits and the increased involvement of their children and grandchildren, the weight of James's care no longer rested solely on Eleanor's shoulders. The family had formed a loving constellation around him, each member playing their part in maintaining his connection to the world. David took him to weekly appointments with his neurologist, transforming what could have been stressful medical visits into father-son outings that often included stops at their favourite diner. Margaret came by every Wednesday evening for what she called kitchen table therapy, simple activities like sorting buttons or folding napkins that engaged James's hands and mind in manageable ways while she caught him up on family news. Michael, now pursuing a PhD in neuroscience, inspired, he admitted, by his grandfather's condition, called regularly on video chat, sometimes just to read aloud to James from the mystery novels he had always enjoyed. The younger grandchildren, Lily and Emma, visited on weekends, filling the house with the energy of youth and treating their grandfather with a natural acceptance that adults sometimes struggle to achieve. Through it all, Eleanor marvelled at how James continued to defy the usual progression charts his doctors had shown them. Yes, there were difficult days, mornings when he didn't recognise her at all, evenings when agitation overtook him and he paced the house looking for something he couldn't name. But there were also unexpected moments of connection, of recognition so profound they took her breath away. Like the afternoon in July when a summer storm knocked out the power, and she found James in the kitchen methodically gathering candles and matches from the emergency drawer, a task he had always handled during outages throughout their marriage. Or the morning he suddenly pointed to a blue jay at the feeder and recited, word for perfect word, the poem he had written for her on their 25th anniversary, which had begun, "Blue as your eyes on our first morning, bright as your smile across decades." These moments came without warning and disappeared just as suddenly, like shooting stars across the darkening sky of his consciousness. Eleanor learned to appreciate them without expectation, to receive them as gifts rather than harbingers of recovery. On their 61st anniversary, a milestone they hadn't been certain they would reach together, the family gathered again, this time for a smaller celebration in the backyard. David grilled steaks, Margaret brought her famous potato salad, and the grandchildren set up lawn games that James watched with bemused interest from his comfortable chair in the shade. "Remember our 50th?" Eleanor asked him as they sat side by side watching Michael attempt to teach Emma the proper technique for croquet. "The big party at the country club. You gave that ridiculous speech about how marriage was like golf, all about the follow-through." James turned to her, his expression suddenly sharp with recognition. "You hated that speech," he said, chuckling. "Said I made us sound like we were on a perpetual golf course." Eleanor's heart skipped. "You remember that?" "Made it up to you later," James continued, his voice dropping suggestively. "New diamond earrings, and that weekend in Montreal." Eleanor blushed, amazed that this particular memory had surfaced so clearly when he sometimes couldn't recall what he'd had for breakfast. "James Callahan, you're still full of surprises." He reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with the certainty of long practice. "Love you, Ellie. Always will." The evening continued with a simple dinner outdoors, candles glowing as dusk settled around them. James ate with good appetite, occasionally joining the conversation with brief but relevant comments that delighted everyone. When David brought out a cake emblazoned with 61 years and counting, James insisted on feeding Eleanor the first bite, just as they had done at their wedding. As the family began to pack up, James tugged at Eleanor's sleeve. "Dance?" he asked, gesturing toward the portable speaker Michael had set up earlier. A hush fell over the gathering. No one had expected a repeat of the previous year's miraculous dance, least of all Eleanor. "I'd love to," she said, her voice steady despite the emotion welling in her chest. Michael quickly scrolled through his phone, finding "Come Fly With Me" and setting it to play. James rose from his chair with David's subtle assistance, then stood before Eleanor, extending his hand with the formal courtesy that had charmed her since their youth. They moved together more slowly than the year before, James leaning slightly on her for support, their steps smaller and more cautious. But the essential grace was still there, the way his hand settled at the small of her back, the perfect pressure of his palm against hers, the rhythm they had shared through 6 decades of marriage. The family watched in silent awe as the elderly couple moved across the patio in the soft glow of string lights and candles. Margaret wiped tears from her cheeks and David stood with his arm around Tara, both of them witnessing something they understood went beyond words. When the song ended, James didn't immediately release Eleanor. Instead, he held her gaze with unusual intensity. "Next year," he said clearly, "let's dance to that song from the vampire movie." Eleanor laughed, startled and delighted by the joke, a callback to their conversation after last year's dance. "The one about loving you for 1,000 years? James nodded, a mischievous glint in his eye. Always wanted to be immortal. Later, after the family had gone and they were preparing for bed, Eleanor found herself humming that very song, 1,000 Years by Christina Perri, as Emma had informed her with the slightly condescending patience teenagers reserve for explaining pop culture to their elders. "What are you singing?" James asked as she helped him into bed. "Just a silly love song," Eleanor replied, "about loving someone forever." James settled against his pillow, his expression thoughtful. "Forever's not long enough," he said softly. Eleanor paused in the act of straightening his blankets, struck by the lucidity of the observation. "No," she agreed, "it isn't." She finished her own bedtime routine and slipped under the covers beside him, finding his hand in the darkness as she had done for more than 22,000 nights. His fingers curled around hers, warm and familiar. "Ellie," he murmured, already half asleep. "Yes, love?" "When I forget, you remember for both of us. Promise?" Eleanor pressed closer to him, resting her head against his shoulder. "I promise, James. Always." In the quiet darkness of their bedroom, surrounded by the artifacts of their shared life and the intangible presence of 6 decades of love, Eleanor made her silent vow. She would remember it all. Every dance, every argument, every ordinary Tuesday, every extraordinary celebration. She would hold their history safe within her heart, preserving it against the inevitable losses that time and illness would bring. And in the moments when the fog lifted, when James returned to himself even briefly, she would be ready with their memories, waiting to dance with him again through the cherished landscape of their life together. Because love, she had learned, was not just in the remembering. It was in the constancy, the dailiness, the quiet acts of care that continued long after the grandest gestures had faded. It was in the space between heartbeats, in the gentle pressure of hands that had held each other through joy and grief, health and sickness, clarity and confusion. It was in the dance that continued, even when the music had changed, even when the steps grew slower and less certain, even when one partner sometimes forgot the rhythm, while the other remembered for them both. As James's breathing deepened into sleep beside her, Eleanor whispered into the darkness, 1,000 years, James Callahan, and then 1,000 more. Night Takes Queen. Andrew Welsh had always been more comfortable with algorithms than emotions. In the soft glow of his laptop screen, he moved chess pieces across a digital board with a kind of precision that had earned him a 2600 rating online, a fact known only to the anonymous usernames he regularly defeated. Here, in his darkened NYU dorm room, he could be brilliant without having to be seen. The autumn sun was setting over Washington Square Park, painting his sparse room in shades of amber. His economics textbooks lay untouched on his desk, his latest problem set only half completed. On his screen, another victory flashed. Grandmaster X99 has resigned. Andrew leaned back in his chair, feeling the familiar hollow satisfaction of winning without risk, of being exceptional in a void. His phone buzzed. Probably Liam, his roommate, trying to drag him to another party he'd only pretend to enjoy. Andrew ignored it, opening another chess game instead. This was safer. This made sense. Here, every move had a clear consequence, every choice a logical outcome. Unlike life, unlike relationships, unlike... A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Dude, you're not seriously staying in again?" Liam's voice carried through the wood, tinged with equal parts concern and exasperation. "It's Friday night. The whole city's alive, and you're in here playing computer games?" "Chess isn't just a computer game," Andrew muttered, but he opened the door anyway. Liam stood there, already dressed for a night out, his easy smile a stark contrast to Andrew's perpetual overthinking. "Look," Liam said, leaning against the doorframe, "I'm not saying you need to come clubbing, but at least get some fresh air. Central Park's beautiful this time of year. Who knows? Maybe you'll even find someone to play chess with in real life." Andrew almost smiled at the irony. If Liam only knew how good he really was, how many grandmasters he'd defeated online. But explaining would mean revealing himself, stepping out of the shadows he'd grown so comfortable in. Ever since that crushing defeat in his one and only tournament at 16, he'd learned that being exceptional came with expectations he wasn't sure he could handle. "Fine," Andrew conceded, more to end the conversation than anything else. "I'll take a walk." The crisp October air hit his face as he stepped onto Fifth Avenue, his hands tucked deep in the pockets of his navy peacoat. The city thrummed with its usual energy, students rushing to Friday night plans, tourists snapping photos, street vendors calling out to passers-by. Andrew walked north, letting his feet carry him while his mind wandered through potential chess variations, safe in the abstract. He was halfway through Central Park when he noticed the crowd. A circle of people, phones raised, excited murmurs rippling through the gathering. Curiosity drew him closer, though he usually avoided crowds. Then he heard it, the distinctive sound of chess pieces on wood, followed by scattered applause. "Another challenger," a voice called out, bright and confident. "Come on, New York, show me what you've got." Andrew's heart skipped. He knew that voice. He'd heard it countless times in YouTube videos, watching her take on players around the world. Sky James, the chess prodigy turned content creator who'd made the game accessible to millions. He'd studied her matches, admired her aggressive style, even while telling himself he could probably beat her if they ever played. The crowd shifted, and suddenly he could see her. Blonde hair catching the late afternoon light, her blue eyes sparkling with the thrill of competition as she reset the pieces on a wooden board. She was even more striking in person, her presence magnetic in a way videos couldn't capture. She wore a cream sweater that caught the autumn light, her hands moving with practiced grace over the board. "No one else wants to try?" Sky asked, scanning the crowd with a playful smile. "I promise to go easy on you." Andrew's feet moved before his brain could stop them, pushing through the crowd until he stood at the edge of the circle. Sky's eyes met his, and for a moment the city seemed to hold its breath. "Well," she said, her smile warming, "looks like we have a challenger. What's your name?" His throat felt dry. "Andrew," he managed, his voice steadier than he expected. "Andrew Welsh." "Nice to meet you, Andrew Welsh." She gestured to the empty chair across from her. "Fair warning, I've won my last 17 games today." As he sat down, his hands nearly trembling, Andrew noticed a detail that almost made him smile. She'd set up the board wrong. The white queen was on the wrong square. She was testing her opponents, seeing if they'd notice. Most wouldn't. Without comment, he reached out and corrected the piece's position. Sky's eyebrows rose slightly, a flash of genuine interest crossing her face. "Well," she said softly, just for him to hear, "this might be interesting after all." Their fingers brushed as they shook hands, and Andrew felt an electric current run through him, not just from her touch, but from the recognition in her eyes. She saw him, really saw him, and for the first time in years he wasn't sure if he wanted to hide anymore. The game began, and with it, everything changed. The first game lasted exactly 27 minutes. Andrew played white, opening with the Queen's Gambit, a choice that made Sky's eyes light up with appreciation. What followed was a dance of minds, each move carrying whispers of possibility, of paths not taken. The crowd around them grew, their murmurs fading into white noise as Andrew lost himself in the game. He won with an elegant bishop sacrifice that brought a genuine smile to Sky's face. "Well," she said, leaning back in her chair, "I definitely wasn't expecting that today." The setting sun painted Central Park in shades of gold, the autumn air crisp with possibility. Sky studied him with curious intensity, as if trying to solve a puzzle. "You said you've never played in tournaments?" "Just one," Andrew admitted, his fingers absently tracing the edge of a captured pawn. "A long time ago. And yet you play like..." Sky trailed off, then started resetting the pieces with practiced efficiency. Another game. They played until darkness fell, the park lights casting long shadows across the board. With each game, their conversation flowed more freely, chess terminology giving way to personal revelations. Sky told him about growing up in Los Angeles with her poker-playing mother, about the freedom and loneliness of travelling the world for her channel. Andrew found himself sharing things he'd never told anyone, about the tournament that broke his confidence, about finding refuge in anonymous online matches. "You're hiding," Sky said during their 5th game, her knight capturing his pawn with a decisive click. "Why?" The question hung between them, heavy with implication. Andrew stared at the board, seeing not just the current position but all the games that had led him here. "Sometimes," he said finally, "it's easier to be exceptional in theory than in practice." Sky's hand paused over her bishop. "And sometimes," she countered, "the theory isn't worth anything until you test it." Their eyes met across the board, and Andrew felt something shift in his chest, a recognition of someone who saw through his carefully constructed walls. Sky wasn't just beautiful, she was dangerously perceptive. That night turned into coffee the next morning, which became daily games in Washington Square Park between Andrew's classes. Sky postponed her next trip, claiming New York had unexplored content potential. They developed a routine. She would try new opening tactics for her channel, and he would counter with strategies he'd perfected online, their games becoming increasingly personal conversations. "Your style," Sky observed one afternoon, her coffee growing cold beside the board. "It's like you're always holding something back, playing it safe, even when you could win with a riskier move." "Says the woman who turns every game into a performance," Andrew replied, surprising himself with his boldness. Always giving the crowd what they want to see. Sky's laughter caught in her throat. For a moment her carefully maintained persona cracked, showing something vulnerable underneath. "Touché," she said softly. "Maybe we're both hiding something." The weeks blurred together, autumn deepening into winter. They played chess in cafe corners while snow fell outside, their games lasting longer as neither wanted them to end. Sky's YouTube subscribers began to notice her extended New York stay, speculating about her reasons. Andrew found himself watching her videos at night, seeing how she edited their games, how she presented herself to the world. It was a version of Sky that felt both familiar and distant, like looking at a reflection in warped glass. The breaking point came during a late-night game in Sky's hotel room, the city lights twinkling below like fallen stars. They'd been analysing a particularly complex endgame, their heads bent close over the board, when Sky's phone buzzed with an email from her manager. "They want me in Dubai," she said, her voice carefully neutral. "There's a major tournament next month. Good content opportunity." Andrew felt the familiar tightening in his chest, the fear of being left behind, of returning to his solitary world of online matches and silent victories. But something else too, a growing certainty that if he let Sky leave without taking a risk, he'd regret it forever. "You should go," he heard himself say. "But before you do..." He reached for his phone, pulled up a chess tournament website he'd been staring at for weeks. "There's a qualifier here in New York next weekend." Sky's eyes widened with understanding. "Andrew, I think..." He swallowed hard. "I think I'm ready to stop hiding." She reached across the board, her fingers intertwining with his. The pieces between them toppled, forgotten, as the game they'd really been playing all along reached its crucial moment. "About time," Sky whispered, and closed the distance between them. Their first kiss tasted like coffee and possibility, like all the moves they'd been afraid to make until now. But as Sky's lips met his, as his hands tangled in her hair, neither noticed the notification lighting up her phone, an email that would soon test everything they'd built. The subject line read, "Exclusive interview opportunity, the real Sky James, life, love, and the future of chess." The interview appeared online 3 days before Andrew's first tournament. Sky's name was trending, her face splashed across chess forums and social media, but it wasn't her latest victory-making headlines. It was a single quote taken from an hour-long conversation, stripped of context and served up for maximum impact. "My relationship with Andrew Welsh? We're just friends. Chess is my priority right now." Andrew read those words on his phone screen in the pre-dawn quiet of his dorm room, feeling them sink into his chest like stones. Around him, The pieces of his life were arranged exactly as they had been for months. His laptop open to chess tutorials, Sky's latest video paused mid-smile, tournament preparation notes scattered across his desk. But suddenly, everything felt different, off balance, like someone had shifted the board when he wasn't looking. His phone buzzed. Sky's name lit up the screen. He let it ring. The tournament venue was a converted ballroom in the Marriott Marquis, all crystal chandeliers and burgundy carpets. Andrew arrived early, his tie feeling too tight, his new blazer stiff across his shoulders. Sky was already there, filming an introduction for her channel. Their eyes met across the room, and she started toward him, but he turned away, heading for his assigned table. "Andrew, wait!" Her voice carried over the pre-tournament buzz, but he kept walking. He couldn't face her, not now, not when every move felt like it could be his last. The games began. Andrew played like he was underwater, each decision taking too long, each choice feeling wrong. His first opponent, a teenage prodigy from Boston, took advantage of his distraction. By move 30, Andrew was in trouble. That's when he heard it. A familiar voice from the past cutting through his spiral. "You're playing scared, kid." Manny Ross, the old chess hustler from Central Park, had somehow materialised in the spectator area. He stood against the wall, his weathered face creased with concern. "The board doesn't care about your feelings," Manny continued, just loud enough for Andrew to hear. "Neither does she, but both of them deserve your best game." Something clicked in Andrew's mind. He looked at the position with fresh eyes, seeing not just the pieces but the patterns beneath. His opponent had overextended, eager for the kill. 3 moves later, Andrew had turned the game around. 5 moves after that, he'd won. Between rounds, Sky cornered him in the hallway. She looked different, smaller somehow, her usual confidence replaced by something raw and uncertain. "That interview," she started. "They twisted everything. I was trying to protect you from—" "Protect me?" Andrew's laugh felt bitter in his throat. "Or protect your image? That's not fair." "No." He met her eyes fully for the first time that day. "You've been filming this whole time, Sky. Even now. Even us. Where does the content end and the real you begin?" She flinched as if he'd slapped her. "You think this isn't real? You think what I feel for you is just... what? Content?" "I think," Andrew said carefully, "that you're afraid of anything you can't edit. And I think I'm tired of being afraid." The tournament director called for the next round. Andrew turned to go, but Sky caught his arm. "I'm leaving for Dubai tomorrow," she said, her voice tight. "Early flight. I needed you to know." He nodded once, not trusting himself to speak, and walked back into the playing hall. His next opponent was already waiting, the pieces set up, the clock ready. But as Andrew sat down, his hands shaking slightly, he realised something. He wasn't playing for Sky anymore. He wasn't even playing for himself. He was playing for the truth, whatever that turned out to be. The games blurred together after that. Andrew played with a clarity he'd never felt before, each move a declaration. He wasn't hiding anymore, not from his opponents, not from himself. By the final round, he'd qualified for the national championship, his ratings soaring past expectations. Cameras flashed, questions were shouted. Someone thrust a microphone in his face, asking how it felt to be the tournament's breakout star. "Chess," Andrew said quietly, "isn't about being a star. It's about being honest, with the board, with your opponent." He paused, his heart pounding. "And with yourself." He looked around the room, but Sky was already gone. Later that night in his dorm room, Andrew opened his laptop. His hands hovered over the keyboard for a long moment before he pulled up Sky's latest video. It had been posted an hour ago, titled simply, "Why I Play." The video opened not with her usual high-energy introduction, but with silence. Sky sat alone in what he recognised as her hotel room. No makeup, no carefully curated background. Just her, looking directly into the camera. "I've spent years turning chess into content," she began, her voice rough with emotion, "making it digestible, entertaining, safe. But the truth is, there's nothing safe about this game, and there's nothing safe about falling in love." She took a deep breath, and Andrew found himself holding his. "Today, I watched someone I care about choose truth over fear. So here's my truth. I'm scared. Not of losing. I've lost plenty of games. I'm scared of what happens when you can't edit out the hard parts, when you can't control the narrative, when you have to trust that what you feel is enough." She looked down at something off camera, and Andrew realised with a start that it was the scorebook from their first game in Central Park. "Someone once told me I was afraid of anything I couldn't edit," Sky continued. "He was right. But here's the thing about chess, and about love. Sometimes the most powerful moves are the ones that leave you completely exposed." The video ended there. No outro, no call to subscribe. Just Sky, raw and real, putting everything on the line. Andrew's phone lit up with a text. "My flight leaves at 6 a.m, gate B23. It was 2 a.m. Outside his window, New York hummed with possibility. The next move was his. He looked at his reflection in the darkened screen, seeing not just himself, but all the versions of himself he'd hidden away. The scared 16-year-old who'd run from his first tournament, the anonymous online player who'd racked up victories in silence, the man who'd fallen for a girl who turned chess into stories. It was time for a new story. He grabbed his coat and headed for the door. There was a cab to catch, a gate to find, and a truth to tell, if he was brave enough to make the move that counted. JFK Airport hummed with pre-dawn energy, a liminal space where time felt suspended between moments. Andrew bought a plane ticket so he could meet Sky before she boarded her plane. He ran through Terminal 4, his heart pounding against his ribs, checking gate numbers as he passed. B21. B22. He saw her before she saw him. Sky sat alone at gate B23, her golden hair tied back messily, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she hadn't slept. Her camera equipment lay packed beside her, but her hands were occupied with something else, a travel chess set, the pieces arranged in a familiar pattern, their first game. She looked up as he approached, her eyes widening with recognition, hope and fear dancing across her face. "Andrew?" "The Queen's Gambit," he said, gesturing to the board in her hands. "That's how I opened." "And I declined," Sky replied softly, her fingers touching the black pawn she'd moved that day in Central Park. "We both played it safe." Andrew sat down beside her, close enough to feel the warmth of her presence, but leaving space for the words that needed to be said. "I watched your video. I meant every word." "I know." He took a deep breath. "That's why I'm here. Because for the first time since I've known you, you weren't performing. You were just you." Sky's hands trembled slightly as she closed the travel board. "The interview," she started. "I've spent so long crafting this image, this persona that people want to see. When they asked about us, I panicked. I thought if I acknowledged what was happening, between us it would become content. Something for public consumption. And I couldn't bear that because..." She met his eyes. "Because what I feel for you is the one thing I don't want to share with my subscribers." "I get it," Andrew said. "I've been hiding too. Behind screens, behind ratings, behind this idea that if no one sees me fail, it doesn't count." He smiled slightly. "But yesterday, at the tournament, I realised something. The games I played after our fight, they were the best games of my life. Not because I won, but because for the first time I wasn't afraid of losing." The first call for Sky's flight came over the speakers, making them both flinch. "Come with me," Sky said suddenly, "to Dubai. We could..." "No." Andrew's response was gentle but firm. "You need to go, and I need to stay. I have the national championship to prepare for, and you have your career. But maybe," he reached for her hand, "maybe we don't have to choose between love and ambition. Maybe we just need to trust that what we have is strong enough to survive being real." Sky interlaced her fingers with his, a tear sliding down her cheek. "I'm terrible at long distance. I've never," she swallowed hard, "I've never cared enough to try. Then we'll get better at it. Together." Andrew pulled out his phone, opening his chess app. "We can play every day. Not for content, not for ratings, just for us. The time zones will be hell," he finished, "but I'm willing to lose some sleep if you are." Sky laughed through her tears, the sound pure and unedited. "You know what's crazy? I've played thousands of games for my channel, but the ones I keep replaying in my head, they're all with you." The final boarding call echoed through the terminal. Around them, passengers hurried to the gate, creating a bubble of chaos that somehow made this moment feel more intimate. "I have something for you," Andrew said, reaching into his coat pocket. He pulled out a folded piece of paper, the score sheet from the tournament. "My first official rating. I want you to have it." Sky took the paper with trembling hands, unfolding it carefully. Her eyes widened as she saw the number. "Andrew, this is proof," he said simply, "that sometimes the scariest moves are the ones most worth making." She stood, gathering her bags, but hesitated before turning to the gate. "Promise me something. Anything. Promise me that when I come back you'll be ready to play without holding back. No safety moves, no protective strategies, just us. All in." Andrew stood, pulling her close. "I promise. But only if you promise something too." "What's that?" "Promise me that the next time someone asks about us in an interview, you'll tell them the truth. That some things are too important to turn into content." Sky's answer was a kiss that tasted of tears and possibility, of mornings to come and games yet to be played. When they finally parted, she pressed her forehead to his. "Your move, Grandmaster." "No," Andrew smiled. "Our move." He watched her walk through the gate, her blonde hair catching the first rays of dawn through the terminal windows. But unlike every other goodbye in his life, this one didn't feel like an ending. It felt like an opening, the kind that required courage to play, but promised something beautiful if you were brave enough to see it through. His phone buzzed as he walked out of the terminal, a notification from the chess app. "Sky James has invited you to a game." Below it, a message. "Day 1 of forever. Don't you dare let me win." Andrew smiled, the morning sun warm on his face as he stepped out of the airport. Some games, he was learning, were worth playing in the light. 1 year later, the World Chess Championships playing hall was silent except for the gentle click of pieces and the steady rhythm of chess clocks. Andrew sat at the central board, his opponent, Viktor Novikov, the reigning world champion, studying the position with cold intensity. The crowd pressed against the barriers, their phones raised to capture what could be the final game of the match. But Andrew wasn't looking at Viktor, or the crowd, or even the critical position on the board. His eyes were fixed on a familiar figure in the front row, her camera steady in her hands. Her blue eyes locked on him with the same intensity he'd felt that first day in Central Park. Sky hadn't just come to film. She'd flown in from Tokyo, interrupting her Asian chess tour because she'd promised to be here. Not as a content creator, but as herself, as his. The past year had been a maze of long-distance calls, late-night chess games, and brief, precious reunions in cities around the world. They'd learned to navigate time zones and tournament schedules, to share victories and defeats across continents. Sky's channel had evolved, becoming more personal, more authentic. She'd started showing the harder parts of professional chess, the struggles behind the glamour. Her subscribers had doubled. Andrew had risen through the ranks with a style all his own, aggressive yet thoughtful, willing to take calculated risks that left commentators breathless. Chess websites called him the Hidden Grandmaster at first, then just the Grandmaster as his reputation grew. But only Sky knew that his greatest games weren't played in tournaments. They were played in hotel rooms at midnight, over video calls, both of them laughing as they analysed positions in their pyjamas. Now, in the most important game of his career, Andrew faced a critical decision. The position was complex, full of hidden traps and subtle possibilities. Victor had played brilliantly, pushing Andrew to the edge of defeat several times. But there was something there, a combination so risky it was beautiful. 6 months ago, he and Sky had analysed a similar position during one of their late-night calls. She'd challenged him to find the winning line, and when he did, she'd smiled that brilliant smile and said, "Promise me you'll play it like that if you ever get the chance. No holding back." Andrew touched his queen, feeling the smooth wood beneath his fingers. In that moment, he remembered everything. The fear that had kept him hiding for so long. The girl who'd helped him step into the light. The journey that had brought him here. He wasn't that scared 16-year-old anymore. He wasn't even the same person who'd walked into Central Park a year ago. He looked at Sky one more time. She wasn't filming now. Her camera had lowered, and she was just watching, just being present. She gave him a slight nod, and he knew she was thinking of the same late-night analysis, the same promise. Andrew moved his queen, not the safe move, not the expected move, but the true one. The crowd gasped. Victor's eyes widened. The commentators began speaking rapidly into their microphones. But Andrew sat back, perfectly calm, watching as his opponent realised what was coming. 5 moves later, it was over. "Checkmate," Andrew said softly. The hall erupted. Cameras flashed. People were shouting, cheering, trying to get quotes and reactions. But Andrew stood up, walked past the press line, and went straight to Sky. She met him halfway, her eyes shining. "You played it," she whispered. "The line we found." "I made a promise," he said, pulling her close. "No holding back." Sky laughed, the sound both joyful and tearful. "You know this is all being filmed, right? We're giving them quite a show." "Let them watch," Andrew smiled. "Some things are worth being seen." Later that night, after the interviews and ceremonies, they sat in Andrew's hotel room with a chessboard between them. But for once they weren't playing. Sky was curled against him on the couch, both of them watching the city lights sparkle through the window. "I have a confession," Sky said, tracing patterns on his palm. "I'm tired of airports." Andrew kissed her temple. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying..." She sat up, meeting his eyes. "I'm saying I want to make New York my home base. Keep travelling for tournaments, but come home to you, if that's something you want." Instead of answering, Andrew reached for his phone, pulled up their chess app and started a new game. On the first move, he placed his king in the centre of the board, the most vulnerable position possible. Sky looked at the screen, then back at him, understanding dawning in her eyes. "That's your answer." "That's my answer," he said softly. "I'm all in if you are." She took his phone, made her move, placing her king right next to his. "Checkmate," she whispered, and kissed him. Outside, New York hummed with its endless energy. Tomorrow they would face new challenges, new games, new adventures. But tonight they had this, a quiet room, a shared future, and the knowledge that some victories aren't won on a chessboard. They're won in the moments between moves, in the courage to be seen, in the choice to stay. In the end, it wasn't about winning or losing. It wasn't even about chess, really. It was about finding someone who made you brave enough to play the game with your whole heart. No moves held back, no pieces left in reserve. It was about learning that love, like chess, isn't about perfect moves. It's about making the move that counts, together.